Tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, pain. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm lashed up, then TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
slide. Hate my grind down like my shine. I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe lie. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
with the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the catch came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now
change your ways, 'cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hook, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hook, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hook, keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need. Even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk. I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite to my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo, how about now, bruh? จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now, ow, ow. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of breasts for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลแต่ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't you push me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You win ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't you push me.
The race for playoffs is heating up, and it is do or die for our teams this week if they want the chance to make it to Masters Toronto. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA. I am your host Yingsu, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany, by myself. Apparently, as much as I would love to do this, where are my Analyst production? Where are they at? Do they know they have to be here right now to be joining me? Can we check? Oh, okay. They still think they are streamers. Of course, Uli and Meg being co-streaming watch partying. I need you guys to come down here. You're in the wrong place. Get out of the caster streaming booth wherever you are. Come and join me on the desk. You're not going to be streaming at all this week. You're going to be yapping. Oh, hurry up. Go on. Get a move on. Get a move on. Get a move on. I can't yap by myself. Wait, what is Mitch and Tom doing really quick? The shenanigans. You're not streaming this week, guys. Come on.
I'm on my way.
Come on.
I'm so sorry.
I can't believe you went to the wrong place.
Streaming.
No, you're going to be on the desk. Welcome, of course, Meg, Uli. You're usually on the stream. You're usually watching me. So this is a bit of a reacception. How are we feeling, Meg, being in the studio?
I'm very excited. This is totally nothing like I've ever done before, but I think, you know, Uli and me, we're going to bring some fun to the desk.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
Some spice?
Some spice.
Some spice.
Thank you so much for inviting us to your watch party.
Yes. Yeah, this is the official watch party now. But you guys definitely were streaming last week as well. You were watch partying. So let's talk about some of the things that you saw. And we'll start with this 13-0, Meg, the first one we have ever had in the partnership era. How was this?
I mean, it was just wonderful to watch. Obviously, for an RV fan, I guess, maybe not if you're a Giant X fan, but it's just hilarious to me that we saw them on Split literally the week before do the absolute opposite to Heretics coming back from that 10-2. So, you know, crazy stuff really. You didn't think it would happen, did you?
Crazy, but Uli, it's the Heretics fans are eating good.
Yeah, they're going good. I mean, I'm sorry for Lambo, a big hack from him. But to be honest, I mean, Heretics finally do it. they won for the first time to Vitality after 6 matches on VCT.
It's many, many, many days.
No
many
course
moves.
anymore.
Yeah, they will be playing again this week, of course. But let's take a look at the schedule and see who is playing today. We have 2 bangers coming up, starting with Vitality versus Apex. But Uli, you get to see Koi. How are you feeling about that one?
Well, actually, it's gonna be a rough one, but this should be the last chance.
Should be. Oh, God, I hope not. I hope not. But I'm glad you mentioned the word chance, because the race for playoffs is on, and this is what needs to happen for your favorite team to have the chance to qualify for Masters Toronto. Fans of Fnatic and Heretics, your teams have already secured playoffs, so y'all sit tight for a second because I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Now, everyone thought Group Alpha was the group of death, and you couldn't have been more wrong because we currently have a 4-way tie in Group Omega. It is very straightforward, however, for BBL and Team Liquid. All they need is a win this week to lock playoffs, and technically so does KC and Foot, but they can also both lock in if BBL beats Gentlemate. So Forza BBL, I guess. Life is rough if you are a Koi or Mates fan because they simply cannot afford to lose this week. Koi are out with a loss, and if that happens, they'll be taking Gentlemates down with them if Mates cannot beat BBL. And after a couple of weeks of fantastic performances, Na'Vi are all but confirmed. If they beat Heretics, not only will they make it to playoffs, but there is a world, yes, remember this, there is a world where they can lock in Seed 1 ahead of Fnatic and Heretics. Depends on what happens next week. Last but not least, despite the recent rough patch, Vitality can also lock in with a win this week, but both Apex and GIANTX will be eliminated in that scenario. Shout out to the scriptwriters, by the way, for scheduling Vitality versus Apex as the opening game of this week. So with all of that in mind, let's check in with Apex's Governor ahead of this very, very important match. I am super honored to be joined by Governor from Apex here now. Governor, we haven't had a chance to really chat to you just yet, so I wanted to catch up with you. First of all, welcome to EMEA. What's it been like? And also to ask you, what was the reason behind you taking this risk, coming to a different region and joining us here?
It was super last minute, for sure. But I think I like traveling, so... But also, you know, I like competing. I did plan on taking like a small break after Talon, but like the opportunity presented itself, and because I like to travel, you know, EMEA, it was a cool opportunity. It's like very unique. Like, had it been like maybe an NA team, maybe would have like reconsidered. But like, I think the fact that it was a new region as well was like super exciting. Because I know when I went to APAC, like a big reason that I wanted to go to Korea was because, you know, I'm Korean, so I would have been able to play in Korea. And it was just a super cool opportunity that I think would have been something that I might have regretted. And same thing here, like, you know, I get to come to Germany and play a new region. There's been like struggles, obviously we're not doing too well right now, but like in general, like I was not gonna pass it up simply because like, you know, how many people have the chance to play in so many
We love
regions.
having you here. We love having you here. Now, do you think the last minute of this and the fact that you haven't had all that much time to get on the same page with your team, to practice together, has this contributed maybe to the result to a degree?
Yeah, again, yeah, it's been super like last minute, right? So I think I can't say I'm happy with like what we've been able to show so far. But obviously it's super like, I feel like out of our control. Like feel like there's been improvement. The good thing is like after every match, like there genuinely has been improvement. I think like what our comms, our structure, our chemistry, but it's just unfortunate, right? Because like we're in season and we're like getting better during the season rather than, you know, having time off season to like work out these, you know, kinks, but, or what's the word? You know,
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I will say though, you're going up against Vitality today. A lot of players, I'm sure you've spent a lot of time watching in your career as well. But it feels like a good time to play Vitality. They're not at the height, you know, the peak we saw at kickoff. Would you agree? And what are your chances, you think, today of causing an upset?
So every match so far, the motto has been like, we have nothing to lose. We're underdogs. But now more than ever, right? I feel like we really have nothing to lose, and there should be just full confidence going in for me and myself, like everybody on the team. And I think today we're really just gonna like try to not limit test, but you know, play without fear. And I think there should be a good chance. And I've heard things like they're not at the height, right? I've heard like some internal problems, but like.
Oh, okay.
But at the end of the day, I think we just play with no fear today, and we'll be able to do something.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Governor, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
They are playing like they have nothing to lose. However, they do have something to lose today because Uli, if they lose today, they will be eliminated from the playoffs race, and they'll also take GX down with them as well. Do you agree with him, though? Do you think this is a good time to play Vitality if they just go in with confidence?
Obviously, I mean, they're playing against a team that already lost 2 matches in a row. And it's a team that was popping on kickoff, but right now on the stage, they only won against Giant Techs. Being honest, I think it's the best, and I mean, Apex can do it. It's a good chance.
I do think everyone coming into this is going to expect Vitality to win, but like Uli said, you know, Vitality, they haven't been on top form the past 2 weeks, so I do think that's going to give Apex definitely an edge coming into this, because like Governor said, they have nothing to lose, and with Vitality maybe not playing the way that we're used to seeing them play, there's definitely a chance that Apex could take this.
Now, I've had this power for a while, and I've not had the need to use it, but for Floor, for Apex, for everything that is entertaining and interesting in VCT EMEA, I'm going to do this now, because I truly believe there is a potential for an upset today, and I'm willing to put my reputation on it ahead of time. Oh my goodness. I have a lot of power. I have more power than I thought I did. I'm going to probably be abusing this a little bit. But the reason that the upset, you know, other people have been saying that could potentially be on the horizon is really simply coming down, Meg, to Blore. Because Blore has been giving us just that hope every single week.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they have unbelievable chemistry, I just think that, you know, I mean, we'll see coming up how incredible Floor is as a duelist, as a player, somebody who's ready to be aggressive. And I feel like Batu is definitely great in supporting Floor in all of her duelist endeavors. So you know, we're definitely all Blore fans on the desk.
Blore stands. You
also,
Blore stand?
Yeah, obviously. And also for Batu, I'm so happy for him because he was playing pretty good. But right now, seems that he's getting confidence on the stage. And the last match, I mean, he was playing a nasty Yoru. I want to see much more.
It was very nasty. And in fact, we have a query here from Boaster, who faced Batu last week, talking about how if Batu keeps picking up that bloody, am I allowed to say that? It's on the wall, I'm allowed to. Bloody outlaw, I'm never jump spotting B main again. This guy is so scary with the outlaw. And I mean, this is a very highest of highs of compliments, Uli, you know, going up against a team like Fnatic and then recognizing his talent.
That's what I mean. I mean, you get confidence, and also someone who is proof, who is one of the best, is saying to you, bro, I freaking hate to play against you all I hate it.
You want to be that annoying player, right? You want to be annoying. And the other side of this as well, Meg, Floor just saying that Batu acts like a 14-year-old kid.
Well, I did want to talk about his youthfulness, because I guess that kind of goes into Boaster's quote, talking about the outlaw. His reaction time is insane. Like, if you give even a toenail, Batu's going to find it and take you down, you know? So I think that's definitely something coming into this. They're hungry, and they are ready to sort of take those aggressive early picks and hold those angles to find those frags.
Floor saying that she feels like a boomer is outrageous.
She's older, right?
No, she's younger. She's just turned 18.
Wow. Okay.
Batu's about to turn 20, I think, or something like that.
I love the way that she's tweeting like that, you know what I mean? Considering that she's younger. But, I mean, Floor has lived many, many, many moments, so I guess it's like a wise head on young shoulders, right?
Yeah, and before I get too drunk on my own hopium here, we have to consider that Blore will be going up against Durke and Sivov here, and this is not an easy head-to-head, no matter what kind of form Vitality are in. So Uli, just tell me how scary this duo on the right-hand side here is.
I mean, they're scary. Sivov is playing really good, but Durke, I mean, is the scariest one. Because even you see the stats and you see, okay, he's not that much. It's true, last 2 matches he wasn't out, but he's someone that never missed playoff. I mean, we're talking about someone that maybe tried to carry this one. So I just hope that Apex is not going to carry the can.
You think it's maybe even a worse time to play Durka? Because he's going to want to bounce back, right? The hunger.
It's the best time and the worst time at the same time, because he's going to try it. He's going to bounce, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. However, we do have to talk about, obviously, Durka and Sivov's performance over the past 2 weeks. It's not been great, and I think well, not been great is maybe a bit harsh, but it's not been what we've been expecting from them. And I do genuinely think there is a possibility, like you mentioned, Yinsu, that they're going to come alive today because they've got something to prove. You know, it's not been the best couple of weeks, and they want to come into this and be like, we're back, everybody.
I mean, this is the thing with players like Durka. If he's not dropping 300 ACS, all of a sudden we're saying he's underperforming because he's never, you know, he's always dropping 300 ACS. That's the thing. I'm glad they're smiling here as well. The mood has to be good. They don't have a choice. They need to win. They need to make playoffs cleanly because once they get to playoffs, it's going to get even harder, right, Uli?
Should be harder. And right now, they probably weren't thinking on going into semifinals, win one match, and we're on Masters Toronto. But they not anymore. I mean, you have to win at least one match in order to try to secure the spot. And today winning, it will be do it, but Apex gonna be hard.
In a lot of post-match interviews as well, I think we've heard a lot of players mentioning how playoffs is when it really begins. And I think if you can't come into this as a team like Vitality with the names that you have, with the numbers and the stats that you have, and you can't win against Apex, I do not think playoffs is the right place for you.
Exactly. And if we take a look at the matches both teams have already played so far, I mean, this was called a group of death for a reason, because you think, oh yeah, we have to play Na'Vi, and then you got to play Heretics, then you got to play Fnatic, then you got to play Vitality. It really is never ending, the difficulty of this. But Meg, Apex, even though they haven't been winning, they've looked like they could. Whereas for Vitality, these are the games they should have won.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I think we were discussing earlier, that Apex, they've kind of matched, you know, the very, very good teams at the beginning. So now they've kind of got a definite in with these final two games, whereas Vitality, they should have been winning these games already.
They should have been indeed. They should have been indeed. Now, weeks of hard work all comes down to this. The fate of every single team in Group Alpha could be determined by the outcome of this match alone. So, without further ado, let's bring our team Vitality and Apex back onto the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Should've been slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said pop. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said pop. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said pop. Run it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Should've been slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Should've been slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said what?
Everything today will be about that ticket to playoffs. For Apex, it will be about survival as well. They already talked about how they have nothing to lose, but Vitality, they have a lot to lose. So this map veto is going to be very, very interesting. They both have their permabans. They both have places they probably don't want to go to. And let's take a look right now and see if we're going to stick to the Fracture and Pearl bans coming into this. And Meg, it looks like there's no shenanigans so far.
Yeah, definitely not a shocker at all. I am really, really excited actually to see this Ascent, because of course that is one of Apex map wins, and I don't think we've seen Vitality play that yet on 2024, so I think that one's going to be a bit of a squelcher.
Yeah, nice little way to start. And also, Uli, are you surprised that Vitality are confident enough that they still want to go back to that Haven?
Yeah, they want to go back to Haven, even that they don't look that strong in the map. But I have to say that obviously you're playing with Durka, you're playing with Seawolf, that compo with Yoru, ISO, it could be strong enough to try to face a team that you can maybe try to lock in his confidence. But right now, you see them. They come talking, Batu and Floor. Blur were talking, smiling, both coming out of the stage. Even Abova was loathing. Everything seems perfect for them.
I wonder how Mosey is feeling as well. Of course, back in 2023, Mosey was the captain of the original Team Vitality team, the OGs, when the partnership era first started. He hasn't had a chance to play against them since leaving. He will get that chance today. Of course, this version of Vitality looks very, very different. And let's talk about this Ascent. What do you want want to see them play here. I think the elephant in the room is, do they have to play the Sova? If they do have to play the Sova here, will it be safe?
I mean, I'm going to say something. I'm a bit of a safe Sova hater. I think what we've seen safe play on Taeho, and I know that that maybe is a little bit rogue to go for with what we've seen on Ascent already. I just think that we haven't seen the best performances from safe on Sova. So I'd love to see some kind of really crazy comp that highlights potentially how strong safe is on those other initiator roles.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select now and see if we will get something funky out of Team Vitality. And Meg, your wishes have been answered. But Uli, what do you make of the rest of this?
Well, I'm surprised that we are not even seeing Sova. I can understand that Safe is much more comfortable playing on Taeho. He's one of his best. And Sivo is going to be back on the Omen. I like the compo. I think it's pretty okay. I got a bit surprised with Taeho. I don't think he's one of the best agents right now on Ascent. But I mean, Vitality has to also look for some comfort.
I have to say as well, I think Apex are going to have to be really careful here because I know Vitality will have been VOD reviewing that one Ascent game that they won, and it is with this comp, so I think they're definitely going to have to pull something new out, even with the composition that they're playing again, to sort of bring that element of surprise to Vitality.
And for me, my eyes go towards Kix. He's so comfortable on the KO. This is his home ground, so to say. You heard it from the desk. Meg and Uli, they're bringing the spice this week. I want to hear from our casters today. Mitch and Tom, what are you going to be bringing this week? Tell us.
Well, we've got a little something special later on this week, Tom, but to start it out, let's keep it plain and simple. It's elimination on the line for one of these squads, and for Vitality, we expect this to be a series that they can come in and dominate. The question is, will they be able to deliver when it comes to crunch time?
That's sort of the interesting thing about it, though, is that I feel like Apex have not really been dominated across the series. There's always been at least one map where either they've won it, or even versus Fnatic, it went to like multiple OTs. So I think they've proven they can brawl. It's just whether they can win. And that's a completely different story. Also worth mentioning the other side of the coin. Vitality losing this match, if someone puts their life in other teams' hands, which for a team that was our top 4 at Masters and won the last stage, that would be a shock.
Well, if you're in EMEA and talking about a super team, this is the squad that you're going to think of. Vitality came in and made waves, but so far, there's a few more drops to be put into that ocean. Vitality, starting out in the defense. But this map pick for Apex is Ascent. We go to Lotus afterwards. The map that Apex picked up against Fnatic, but it was a little bit of a fumbled start, but plenty to learn from there, and we'll move to Haven to close out the series. Now Apex on the attack, taking quite a slow approach, using the space on B and A, using their bodies there to contain, and leaving mid a little bit more open, which is a good thing. Vitality send an early crunch there, and there's no bodies to be found.
Yeah, they've also just walked straight in. Avova has taken space into the A side. The spike is incredibly far away. The pistol around this wall is literally the worst thing in the universe, but it's fairly quick. Look how far forward the players on Vitality have always managed to get. The utility, though, fantastic. Garners an extra kill. Still haven't managed to cross into the site yet. Could have utilized the drone just to be safe, but that spot is clear.
It's one thing to keep an eye on as the game goes on. Malzi's usage of Deadlock. Picks going back and forth with low HP on some Vitality members. They need to step it up, and it's Kix on the KO. The desk highlighted it coming into this matchup. Once we saw Agent Select up, going back to Comfort, and it has worked wonderfully in round number 1.
Yeah, I want to talk about as well, like, obviously you look at this map and you go, hey, Vitality haven't played it. Hey, Apex have, and they won it dominantly. So this should be firmly in their favor. But I want to look back to the last time it was properly played, firstly within the pool, but also secondly by Vitality. And that was last stage, the EMEA finals. They played it versus Fnatic. They lost the series. I'll give you a guess what map they won in that 3-1 defeat.
Assuming it would be this one here.
No, yeah, it is.
No, I just made it.
No, I'm just trolling. No, yeah, it was this map, and obviously a completely different look. You had Safe playing the Jet, which he's not doing here, but I am actually excited by the Taeho addition. I agree that maybe we haven't seen the most of it on this map, but what I like about it is your opponents are running double Sentinel. They're going to be placing a lot of utility that you can destroy with those salvos. So it's a piece I want to keep an eye on, especially when they move to the attack, how Safe is actually going to be using those salvos.
Not a bad opening pick, and I like Apex's adaptation last round, playing extremities and then taking space off that mid-crunch, this time looking to disrupt the mid-crunch, and they've already done that well with Avova picking off one. Man advantage to the squad that is playing with just classics, and look, we talk about strength in numbers a lot when it comes to these rounds, because sure, you're not going to win the 1v1 with a classic, but if your buddy's shooting back at the same time, maybe you can level out that damage to a one-for-one trade. If they get that, well, Vitality will be in trouble. You can see, though, quite passive positions from this squad, safe with utility to slow them, and 35 seconds on the clock as well. It will still be a difficult take for Apex.
30 seconds left.
It looks ridiculous from this angle, but that is the jump spot. They've already managed to catch out one with the net, but 20 seconds left to make their move into the site. The salvos are going to delay them. Nice work from Governor. That's the rifle on the ground, but they still have to try and get past Safe, who's been lurking within this position, taking a little bit of damage, but mostly acting as a bit of a distraction. The rifle should be retrieved, and that will be all she wrote for the side of Vitality. There you go.
Some real potential in that round, though. Again, looking at Safe salvos saving the day. The fact that they're fired in, they keep the spike off-site, which takes the pressure off these defenders. They don't have to worry about the players on Jenny because they're not planting. There's no sound cue to push them forward. They knew that Safe was there, wanted to play through the smoke, but there's cover already coming in from heaven. Good rotations as Vitality get ahead of the problem. But another thing, you know, we've talked about it already. Malzy's deadlocked. Look at how he uses his nade to just stop them from getting the double peek that they could have had off those salvos. They could have quickly stemmed the bleeding in that round, and instead there were opportunities. And that's what we'll look to for Apex, and for Malzy's deadlock in particular. He creates a lot of opportunities for his teammates with it.
Well, yeah, you can also just look at how they aim to lock down certain portions of the map. Having a sensor in combination with the trip, it just makes things awkward for aggressive plays. And you look at the composition that's there, it is going to rely on fairly aggressive plays. The fact is, though, already adapting. An important opener, an impactful one. Fluorescent doesn't have the other part of Blore alongside her in this case, as he'll be on the Sentinel. And Durka, has he slipped the net? I think he has. A complete surprise for Batu.
Yeah, the fact that there's some reinvestments from Vitality into heavier rifles, they've managed their economy so well to give them a real chance in this round that's now being converted into a 5 versus 3. Apex, they've looked for this control on middle to defeat the aggressive pushes of Vitality. Now, without that space being taken, they look to seize it for themselves, but it was held by less deep, no gaps to Vitality's defense at the moment, and you'd expect that with 5 players still alive. No pressure on them. Durka and Kicks have been tagged up, but to create anything from this scenario will be next to impossible for Apex. In fact, it may rely on big mistakes being made.
He's still got salvos again.
The first man they're pressuring is Safe. He has salvos and 2 teammates on that A site. I think they've made the right call here to just go and save after that contact.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, there was not really anything given up from that part, and I like the initial use of those salvos. As I said, I think there's going to be parts of the map where you're going to see these passive holes and lots of utility, and utilizing the salvos to make that more awkward and force people into angels, which even if, again, you've watched the previous matches versus Fnatic and you can see that Apex can match up to like tough opponents, if you're going on raw 1v1 fights, I'm probably going to give it over to Vitality in almost every position. Like, you are talking crazy things.
It just keeps going.
I'm guessing he's referring to Kicks on that with the 5-0 start. He's untouchable, undefeatable. And when you look at Apex, again, we've seen these adaptations. We've seen the extremity holds. We've seen the mid-crunch denial. Now we've seen the late-mid take of that deep space, and none of it's really worked out for them so far. So they go to a more direct early game, try to pressure that A control out of Vitality's hands, but the second player who managed to slip past Malzy's utility and get into Wine trades it out efficiently.
I think they knew that Seavolf was there, though. I'm pretty sure in the early battle he was spotted. I think it was just... I didn't expect maybe the second player to swing. I'm not sure, but in this sort of round, it's not bad. You have to bear in mind they have some weaker weapons, a few pieces missing, and while you buy contact with a piece of utility, you better be ready for the contact. Not ideal. Again, a player advantage garnered by the side of Apex if they make it into the A site.
Yeah, 2 rifles retrieved as well, so these players that come in with lots of weaknesses are now armed to the teeth, and Seavolf, he gets away with that, but one stray shot would take him down. He has made this impossible situation for Vitality a bit more palatable. Durka walking all the way around, and it's just now being watched. Avova diverted his attention at the right moment, but it's still Durka that they're dealing with. Malzy, the one to put him in the dirt. That is a round on the board for Apex and a Hail Mary play that's worked out on their low buy.
Yeah, I think almost just the contact there from Governor ends up winning that round. Like, being able to remove Safe from position was so troublesome. It was. They were watching for Wine, and then the run out comes, and then they switch. That's a ridiculous shot to hit, by the way. And Sevolf does a decent job to try and turn the tide, but not quite enough this time around. Solid double peek at the end as well. Apex on the board. Now, it's worth mentioning as well, you look back to their game versus Heretics, and they went 6-0 on this attack side. It was the more dominant of the halves, and while Fluorescent now with Dimensional Drift is going to take as much space, get as much information as possible. They know that Sevolf is here. He would just about be able to escape, but can he escape Floor? Yeah, yes, he can.
Well, especially with Kicks by his side.
Flying.
This guy is off to a flying start. 3-1 on the scoreboard, 7-1. For him, he's finally put to bed by Batu, creeping his way up through the tree, but the rotations are in from Vitality. They've got two with a third very close by, while one's just been snatched out from under them. May look to deny that, but plenty of players being drawn out into the open. As a result, it's Malzy all by himself. Finally, the ultimate finishes off Sevolf. The wall up top will buy him some time and some space. The plant possibly even acquired off the back of this. He's got a trap for when they fall down out of heaven, but both players coming a bit more direct, and his hope is that they would get aggressive, they would make the play, but Vitality are showing this temper, this patience. Malzy's going to be forced into the plant, and they now know exactly where he is. They see that spike. He needs to win 2 against 1, and they are just side by side. In fact, now in a firing line, looking to execute the leader on the other side, but time is ticking. Oh, and Malzy's hitting, but Durka returns fire. 3 from the IGL of Apex, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Durka was the low one as well. Like, it constantly tickled away at less until eventually finding the pick, but Durka on just 38p lands that final shot and gives Vitality the round. I really like that combination as well. Like, the neural theft into the Annihilation is just like the freest kill you're ever gonna get. It's like, well, he is there. I just need to know basics of geometry to bounce it off the wall. And unfortunately, well, for the side of Apex. And they're actually going to take themselves a pause. Now, I'd say, obviously, you've only won yourself a round based off of pistols and some individual brilliance. Committed quite a decent amount to that round, and that's the real danger. You're looking at the Dimensional Drift used, Annihilation used, although Malzy's actually halfway back to it already, so not the end of the world. But then on the other side, well, I'm going to say they have all their ults. There's only one missing, Neural Theft, one away. So in terms of the economy, they are flying. In terms of the rounds, they are running away with this. And considering this is sort of the map that I look at and go, okay, if Apex is going to win, it needs to be on Ascent. They need to start off, because Lotus has been very good. Okay, they lost to Fnatic, both lost to Fnatic, but it's been a great map for Vitality.
Yeah, I think a lot of this early game, though, and especially with this timeout coming in, this is Apex's chance to sharpen their tools. They've seen what's been happening so far, how Vitality are reacting across the map, the early mid-aggression, how they fall back, what space they concede, and where they put players. No doubt that will change up.
As well.
But exactly, right? They're starting, and that was a learning experience as well from that extremity hold that they had before. The thing is, Vitality will also only be on the first page of their playbook. And they've got depth to fall back on. So it needs to be an improvement from Apex, and we need to see it fairly soon. Rifles and full investment from that attacking side. And again, spreading the net. They'll concede that bit of mid-control, knowing Vitality like to dump some util and fight for it. But from what we're seeing in this round, this is Vitality sitting back and going, oh, they've just called a timeout. What's your plan? Make your move.
It's the same again, where Sevolf is basically just able to hold on to A control almost for free. It frees up a lot more positioning around the map, and it is so much more passive from the side of Apex, clearly having an expectation of that move. Might get a little bit from the drone. But hey, all that really tells them is there's an operator there, but they're doing the same in B main. They're just jiggle peeking it.
Well, they've seen a few times that Les has been the player moving to top mid, that it's been, whether they know it's the Yoru or not, that the rotational play on B has been there. Well, Batu tries to pressure and find some info, force those players to make the rotate, but with that kill connected, it's back to easy living for Vitality. Nice catch onto Kicks at least, but 7-2. He's been firing on all cylinders, no doubt. He'll be standing his ground in this fight, and with 30 seconds, and Salvo's coming online soon for Safe. I believe we're going to need to see a
good paranoia.
In fact, they were just used, right?
Good paranoia, but they don't clear him anyway. Somehow he survived in the back corner. Fluorescent's done well, but there's an immediate trade from Safe, and well, this leaves it all onto Avova. 15-second spike on the ground. This is impossible. There's absolutely no way that he comes out of this one alive. The cross being held, and the second they hit the steps, everything falls flat. 5-1. Vitality firmly in the lead, and I'll be honest, I think that they're adapting incredibly well to a comp they knew were coming. Like that's what I'm looking at here is, okay, we know they're going to try and hold on to this position, let's bait that fight. We know that they're going to try and use the net to grab us in positions, let's play passive enough that they can't actually execute on those.
Yeah. And just looking at there, caught it in the replay. Safe would have had his salvos online for just after Plant goes down, had they have conceded, but with the ult in play, even fired a stun in, there was no need. They had numbers, they had the weaponry, they certainly had the utility to bring it across the line. The same util from Malzy, and actually the trade again found. In this round, that is not bad at all. And you have to look at the fact that the only round on the board for Apex is when they've come in with this low buy. Being able to trade out and play that bit more direct seems to have a huge benefit for them.
I think it's the way that they know they're going to get contact in that position. And it looks a bit, they have been able to retrieve the one gun. Re-aggression though is sublime. Good trade, at least one for Governor, but that'll be all. Spike down. Trying to bait that fight out. It's given Fluorescent a gun. That's something to play with at least, but the salvos will force her out of position once again, and that Spike has now been retrieved, but you can see this is already known, this was already noted. There are multiple players around this spot already.
Yep, and the ops rotated in. The shot not going to land. Door closing. Safe wants to find the pick first. The player's already moved. The gate crash from Fluorescent, the reposition, and that rifle stays alive, but they're about to be spotted out. First and second scene, all the info, all the boxes ticked and less. Waiting, biding his time. As Safe comes in from above, they can blitz this one together. It's a little sloppy, but they get there in the end. Vitality are looking clean, and let's not forget, much like in that Fnatic game, this is Apex's map pick, but it's off to a terrible start.
Yeah, again, you come in with a composition that can make people feel awkward in a lot of these early fights, and, well, number one, I feel like Vitality are very happy to just disrespect the comp. Like, we're going to fight you in mid, we're going to fight you on A, we're going to fight you on B, and it's going to be up to you to disrupt us, which at times has come close, but they've always won it out in the late rounds. But then at other times, again, you see the attempted usage of the net. It's either not catching or it's catching in a spot that doesn't matter. Like, okay, I'm far enough back, I can just take out the pin and I can walk away.
Or you're standing your ground, still taking the pick, and
yeah. But that's the disrespect aspect, and here it is again. They're just walking mid. But Lurker's just walked all the way out.
Okay. Gate crash has to use it. Will at least make it back. That's something. For Apex, the damage done won't amount to very much. Now we look at the control that they've got. It's been a bit of a struggle to get that mid control with Vitality looking to dump in sometimes, and it looks like, again, they would go for the same play, but two are caught, and Malzy's quick to punish, pops the ult and gets shut down immediately. Safe and Sevov taking full control, and this is what we're talking about. Whether it's early round or late, Vitality, when they decide they want that mid control, they get it almost every time. TP taken. Oh, and Batu's connected a double. With the spike down now, and a 2v2, this is suddenly winnable.
Batu will be caught, but he's at least given Avova a chance. In that first week on this site, Avova was a menace. Had one of the best performances we've ever seen from him individually, but doing it here versus players like Durka, new guys on the block like Sevov is going to be difficult. The time's in his favor, but now they know exactly where he is. Paranoia going to be utilized, but he's already being closed down, and they will clear him without too much trouble. There'll be plenty of time for that defusal as well, and again, in the retakes, Vitality are doing a stellar job.
Vova in the clutches, man, you always have faith in him. And he tagged them both up so heavily, but again, just looking at that, Malzy pops the ult. That probably would have gotten one, but they're so quick to respond. Batu's spray there was impressive, but Durka's reposition catches him off guard, and this dump of utility from Vitality actually got interrupted. That's the worst part. Apex managed to catch players. I think it was Kicks who got eliminated on short. It slowed the retake potential of that map control. They still commit to it, which often would be a mistake. But here it works out splendidly.
I'm going to say as well, you look back to that Fnatic game, and the critique I'd have for Vitality is the mid-rounding, be it mid-round plays or mid-round calling teamed off. I'd say the opposite here. I think their quick reactions have been sublime. Dirk are under pressure. They know exactly where he is, just about escapes with his life. Again, this dimensional drift used to try and clear. They've got them held off. Armageddon thrown through, but I don't think it will connect onto anybody. In fact, they're going to follow it down. A nice kill already onto Governor, though. They still have problems of this backline being stacked up, and Let's just going nuclear at the backlines. Only one stands. Might be the one you want, but I don't see any chance here.
Great play by Les, and you can see Apex, once they hear that op ring out, that's the player having fallen back. They want to just blitz in and take him down, but not ready for that
first time they've gone B.
Well, barring the one walk-up, I think, from Batu where he got caught by the op, and that was even, they were already moving to the A side. Yeah, I think you might be spot on.
This is the first time they walked into the Lion's Den, and this is why you don't walk into the Lion's Den. Like, Les, I think, up until this point was 4 and 5.
Yeah.
It's now 8 and 5. Weirdly, when they push his site of B.
Yeah, I think that the problem is, though, again, they haven't had that read that he's on B. A lot of the time, I think when he's been spotted is either retake or he's on around mid. So you think that, okay, they've got the op there, we'll just overwhelm them with numbers. And that's when Les shows his face. And pretty even trade of HP from both of the Cyphers through those cages. But 8-1 on the board, it is do or die time for Apex in this series, and we're getting close to it in this map as well. For the best they can get here on the attack. They've still to contend with this off that so far has just been having a field day. Dirk is 8 and 2. It feels like every opportunity he's given, he connects. And even though the drone saw him, it was just a little bit too late.
Rude. Well, it's also just the way he's playing is, I am better than the players on the other side. I will take bigger risks. I will make bigger plays. Batu's done well, though.
I know exactly where you are.
Still somewhat in no man's land, but they are waiting to see if they can get that info.
Yeah, they see where these players are now on Apex. Got that vision.
No escape.
Last 28 HP. He can't even contend with the cross. Just goes back alongside Safe. They're going to cover off this mid-angle, break the wall as well, just to open up that avenue. But look at the super late play from Avova. We're catching him here from POV. And there's two players coming short, but he's looked the wrong way. That timing couldn't be worse, and it is a strange timing, I suppose, for them to be walking up short.
Yeah, they were all grouping up together. Had to wait out the barrier that was placed. They now go in with an advantage. Batu's still behind, but it is definitely being expected right now, and already the salvos are going to make things incredibly awkward. It may not kill off Molesy, but his teammate's been lost in response, trying to hold the line. But again, we talk about these stellar retakes coming through from the side of Vitality. They are making this look very easy indeed.
Ultimately, Tom, this is the super team that was promised, isn't it? This is the kind of performance that you expect if we're thinking that Vitality can compete with the best of the best.
Apex had to meet them when they're angry. Like it's like cornering a wounded animal. Like they've had a couple of losses, they've got a few cuts, a few bruises, and then they immediately come out swinging. He does take attack from it at the end. It was the thing is, even though
Deadlock is so shit,
he survived.
His rep.
Well, I don't think we'll see Deadlock added into Vitality's comp anytime soon.
That's surprising that he says that, because who's his ex-teammate? Sadak? I think he played a decent amount of Deadlock.
I guess that's why they're ex-teammates.
Oh wow. Oh, wow.
Differing views.
See, normally making that joke would be fine, but you do realize he's in our region now as well.
Well, 9-1, 8-round gap, and you can see that there's not a lot to be said in the Vitality camp. They're responding well, they're conceding space that they need to, and when they fight for it, they fight together. And we saw that in the last round, the fact that they concede everything on the cross. They let them into B and say, okay, we'll fall back, we'll make sure that we have Markin and Pizza control, our teammates will come through short together, two players, not one guy walkabouts, they'll go together. So even if Avova's looking the right way, Tom, he gets the first. You probably don't expect the second guy.
Something interesting as well, just from the cams there, is they have their mental coach in the booth. That wasn't the case before. It was always just faded. So maybe that's something to say about what's happened over the last couple of weeks for Vitality, because we know they have the caliber of players. So I like that. Like, bring a guy in who might be able to just give those little bit of extra things that the players need in those moments. I think they'll be feeling pretty good though now. So maybe wasting his time a bit today.
Remember, guys, don't get too happy. Well, this play coming out from Durka, again, we've talked about his bold pushes, how aggressive he's been at times. He's even going to burn up a second gate crash, his first expired, and he's sticking around. Now, they shouldn't expect him to still be here.
Except for the fact he's already done this once.
It's so late into the round. That's really the confusing factor. But yeah, indeed, they are still ready for it. The trade comes in at least. So the first step from Apex is going very well. Oh, I love this from Batu. Repositions on point, and he knows there's one close by. The stun gives away the position, but Safe won't give away the kill.
Safe has heard the steps, but that's just the fake out running through mid. It does leave Sivov quite isolated, but he's going to rotate back into a much safer position. He's been very good when left alone back at site. No net to catch him this time, and just trying to dodge the bullets within. The only goal from him really is to buy time. I like this. Kix has joined him. Flash through together. Easy pick. That's the spike on the deck. They now have to push forward to try and grab it, and it will be retrieved. Trying to bait them back in, but now the full force of Vitality is ready and waiting. Well, we've said this one before. It's another Vitality retake.
It's just all about the synergy here, man. Like, Vitality, we know they've got the individuals, how every single player here has shown that in different moments, sometimes all at once. But the thing that they're adding to it today versus the other days is they are moving as a unit, with the exception of Durka, who even then often has that backup until he's going a little crazy.
He's a unit. He doesn't need a unit.
But the rest of the squad is just moving in a way that's so difficult for you as an individual to work around, and for Apex trying to get this map control, at times trying to make those individual plays, or even just having that small gap. Those 1v1s, those 2v1s as Vitality are forcing them to be, are constantly falling into the defender's hands. And a 10-1 for your own map pick, this is about as poor of a start as you could get. Now, an opening duel for Governor, and this time not traded out. It gives Apex the man advantage to work with.
Oh, timing. Looked like it could be problematic. Not going to connect with the... Oh, it was just used to clear the corner, but found absolutely nothing. Governor's doing well. Maybe the Guardian is his weapon of choice, hoping for a little bit more, but Kix just again. I think this has to be one of the best individual performances we've seen from him. Just really running riot within the server. Avova is expected. Sivov is watching. They're trying to force these players out of the corner. We're going to see the null command utilized, but eventually runs out. Flash even used to try and help out, but Kix is watching. Sivov holds, and Mitch, it's 11-1. Well,
Durka said it earlier, but it is LeBron James level performance from Kix. He's been phenomenal. He's initiating the aggression. He's the guy flashing them through, calling for the plays, and it's connecting every time. Apex struggling to come up with an answer to Vitality's problems that they're putting forward. 11-1. We'll be back with the second half after this. Well, an impressive first half from Vitality on their opponent's map pick, only dropping 1 round, and that was up against an Eco, where Apex played a bit more direct. Since then, Vitality have conceded space, fought back into it with Kix's utility often leading the charge, and the man himself being right behind his own flashes. For Apex, it's been a struggle to come up with any solution, and now in the second half, they start with just 1 round. The margin for error, next to none. Vitality just a few steps away from going to their map pick of Lotus with a huge advantage.
I think that this is incredibly dangerous territory. This was the map that we looked at and said, okay, if Apex are going to have a chance, it's here. We expected the attack side to be where you can have a lot of those cool setups. They didn't really work. Now they have a lot of potential delay, but this is where I mentioned that Teo is actually almost a direct counter to a lot of it. If you could figure out early where that util is being set, and well, they're going to get caught by some of it. Spam coming through. It's done damage, but it's not found a pick. Eventually, there we go.
Blind fire works, but once they've got sight lines, it's a different story. Kicks again showing up, a double pick, and a pistol round win here. It's the end of the map. It's 12-1 with a streak from Apex, unprecedented. And a 4v2 that they're left in, you know, hoping there's a mistake made from Vitality, but so far, that has not been what we've seen. This team's been playing this to perfection. Halsey's able to isolate one, Avova in with a double, and hold on. It's not over yet, it's safe, left to do it all, and he's put in the dirt. Avova and Halsey in the clutch. It looked unlikely, Tom, but maybe Vitality gave them a few more opportunities than they should have.
Yeah, you know, the 2 OGs, the 2 Ascension winners have given them the tiniest amount of hope at this map, but maybe just a slight vibes boost, which would be nice. I think going forward into Lotus, there has to be a talking point. Up until that Fnatic defeat, there's been an incredibly strong map going toe-to-toe with the likes of G2, T1, beating Liquid, smashing GX.
I know what he said.
But in this case, I think Apex is just getting that confidence back, because we've seen some much quieter things. And the other thing that really worries me in this map is some of the more exciting aspects of this squad has been that double duelist. We're seeing Batu pick up the aura, giving more space to floor. In the Fnatic game, it was a pretty big deal. If they stick to what they played last time, we're not going to see it. Maybe not this series.
Just thinking back to the split that we got to cast with Pal as well, one of the things that he put a lot of stock into was those icebreakers, right? Having a player step up, and Avova and Malzy having that moment, and we saw it in the replay there of Avova's camera. He was getting fired up. I think he screamed almost as loud as Pipson when they win a round or lose one. And that's a good sign to see early on. We want to see Apex get confident, because again, even if this map does seem like it's a long way out of reach, you got to take it one step at a time, and it will benefit you moving into the next map to have that little bit of a mental reset. Vitality, oh, well, they're putting up some fight here. It's a 2v3, but the weaponry for Apex makes this a bit more difficult than the clutch that we saw in just the previous round. Good spam from Batu, a little bit more damage connected.
30 seconds
and both
left.
players having dropped down, full rotations in from Apex. They should all be here, but Kix has got another. Finally, he's put to bed, but safe now in a 1v1. He knows where he is. Not like this for Apex! Oh! It was so close! But in the end, Avova does what needs to be done. Costly though, Tom.
Really?
A little bit.
It sounded like you were sweating now. I had full faith
did you?
that Apex.
Well, I'd like to go to the coaching staff and see if they feel the same.
We're just going to cut, and Danito's just fallen off his chair. He's just lying on the ground facing upwards. And that was rough.
6 HP.
And well, you sort of mentioned icebreakers. I think they're going to be feeling quite warm after that one. Maybe sweating a little bit in the Berlin sun. Yes, I've just said the words Berlin and sun, but it exists, and it's happening right now.
Oh, trust me, Tom, by the end of this month, you're going to wish that you didn't see the sun. You didn't know what it looked like.
From living in London, I spent 23 years of that, so, you know.
Yeah. Do you remember how hot it got last year? I heard they upgraded the AC. We'll be all right in here.
I also purchased my own for my home.
I got about a week into summer here, and I was like, yep, well, we're going to need one of those.
Not used to things being warm.
It doesn't.
Then again, opposite of Les, who consistently says he doesn't believe the sun exists here yet. But then again, it is probably slightly warmer in Brazil. Here we go. Null command already online. Utility will be gone. An immediate rotation will put Floor into the mix. Attempt to try and support the Paranoia is perfect though, and it just is completely synergized from the side of Vitality. This is more like they're running drills rather than actually like executing versus a team.
The dry runs on site have worked so far. The dry runs on mid that they had even better in the last half. Now Vova picks up less here. It's still an uphill battle. One that they might still want to commit to. 12-3 will be a very difficult position to come back from. No mistakes can be made. Carrying these rifles through is also tempting, with some players investing so heavily. In fact, most of them being able to buy up in the next, and the time running so low here.
Trying to hold them in.
Might just fall back and indeed try to make this a bit more costly for their opposition, waiting for a piece of utility. The smoke goes out though. Oh, that's great. If they flash, there'd be a Paranoia coming right back towards them. Instead, they create a little tunnel to escape out of an Avova. I don't think he's getting away with this one. He goes hunting, but he's the real prey.
Yeah, it's ended with an attempt to try and remove their guns, and instead they've removed 0 Vitality guns and lost all of their own. So I don't think that could have gone any worse if they tried. Then again, it's 12-3. I think most of us have written this off for quite a while now.
9 in a row will be extremely difficult to work with, and this was almost a terrifying thing coming onto the attack side, because you look at the last half and they had to play at least a little bit more spread out. They're having fun, I'll tell you that. They had to play spread out in the early fights. Sometimes it's Durka on his own, but a lot, and sometimes in A main as well. 1 or 2 players are taking those duels. But the difference is now they're together. They can group up, and when they were a unit, when they went for those mid crunches and retakes of map control, they were so clean. Doing it here on the attack, where they can set the pace from the get-go, you imagine it will be an even bigger challenge. For Apex, it certainly seems like it was. 1 opening pick traded back, but the real deal here is that Apex only have that 1 rifle currently in the hands of Avova. For the rest of the squad, they have to hope they make the right read, and there will be 3 players A, but the ult
missed again.
Doesn't find anything.
I feel like they almost baited it. They used their Paranoia to almost go, hey, look, we're executing, and then he's just used his ult to try and catch them as they run through. 0 impact from the 1 ultimate that they had in this round, and now it comes down to the pistols. Molesy does well, Governor the same. They're still needing quite a bit more though, with 2 players standing, and well, one of them's kicks.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, the players split up. Scooby-Doo on the round, Governor and Batu. Oh no, they'll rejoin. Rifle recovered by Batu as well gives them a chance, but like we said, Vitality, they played these rounds together. They've done so well when they were the ones retaking. See if they can hold control the same. A problem perhaps with the spike being behind Jenny. They had to take the fight. Zivov swings wide, but Governor's there to greet him. And another round for Apex. Makes it 8 in a row needed. But I think more importantly, like we said, it's about building the confidence for Lotus. That will be Vitality's map pick, but somewhere we've seen them both struggle up against Fnatic. Perhaps they can convert that into some kind of hope.
Yeah, I think the more worrying prospect here is they've won 3 of their 4 rounds with majority
If we win
pistols.
this game, guys, actually, I don't know. No, this.
Yeah, Safe's across the stage. We should probably mute him.
Not making those same sort of deals. I respect it. It's not worth it, you know? 12-4. Les is taking the sort of eco very seriously. Only a classic, not playing the lurk. Basically making the assumption that his teammate is going to go down. He'll get the gun for free. Dimensional drift available for both sides.
Deploying.
And already they're going to look to put the pressure on here immediately. The second the drone gets the catch, there's not really anywhere, in fact, for Governor to go. He's done well. Getting anything from this position, I feel like he should have been gone, but no, Governor survives, and there's Fluorescent to help.
Yeah, and then the ult from Durka, eventually he comes out of that dimension, and well, he's sent right back to it. Malsey with a double to close us out. And Apex, this is what we want. It's not even just about winning rounds, but winning them confidently. Get the ball rolling a little bit and shake off some of that rust before we go to the next map. Again, the longer this goes on, the more likely it's going to seem like they can do it. And, well, perfectly timed, as if on cue, Vitality have called a timeout.
Yeah, I think just wanting to make sure it doesn't get too far out of control. We've had a lot more weird comebacks this season than I think we've ever had. The one that springs to mind is Team Heretics. It's very unusual that you lose that many rounds in a row, especially from such a commanding position. And one of the things that sticks in my mind is, I think they were 11-5 up. They whiff a showstopper, I mean, they being Miniboo, and there's huge amounts of frustration. So I think just having a moment to sort of slow things down a little, make sure that, okay, we're still very far in the lead, we've got plenty to play with, we can wait for ults, we can combine them together, and there's not a whole lot that Apex can do about it. So, as you said, for confidence reasons, for Apex, yeah, getting a few rounds here, showing, okay, we started badly, we didn't have the best map, we know what we're going to get when going on to theirs, although I'll say there's a small chance that maybe Vitality adapt their composition based off losing to Fnatic, but I wouldn't expect that. I think for the most part, I liked what they were running. So you know what you're going to get in the next one. This one you didn't, because Vitality haven't played it all year.
Showing us here, Zilf. Early lineup put into play. Will it be all out aggression towards A main? Well, for Vitality, a lot of players
this
stacked
doesn't
up.
land, I'm blaming Zilf. Where'd it go?
Flying up and over, and it's landed, but no players in that space.
I
You saw 4
Zilf.
players outside that A barrier. It's all Zilf's fault.
That
Saw
would have
4
hit if
players
he wasn't
outside.
looking at it. Just saying.
If they went to compete for that space in the same way that Apex did, then they would have been caught. The chance would be there for that early crunch, early fight. Instead, void of any info bar the... Yeah, it's a horrible skin, Durka. I hate to judge you for it, but I don't at the same time. You made this call.
See, he would have hit that with a normal Sheriff.
100%. Sights on it just don't line up, man.
If he now aces the round, I'll go bold. See, you got to offer things that you're actually willing to do. Not expecting much. 40 seconds. Utility still online. 3 players in off angles as well. I think that if Vitality managed to win this round, we have some serious questions to ask of Apex. Then again, though, Dirk has made into the site without too many problems. The rest of the team a little bit further behind. Seavolf's done well. Kix has found another. That's it. There were 3 players in this site with off angles. They all got caught, and the rotation's being watched as well by Les. Okay, it's a bit messy, but the job has been done. Batu now to try and save the day. First is easy. The next 2, not so much.
Not that he saw him with the reveal and went, I'm going to jump right in front of him. Oh, he won't hit me. Well, he has. Batu with a chance to keep this team alive. The smoke goes down. It's a one-way. He can't defuse it. Knows he has to fight. Here's the jump. Knows both players are here as well. Information to play with, but they're hiding. And the paranoia strikes just in time. Not even a piece of utility available for Batu as he hunts down that extra kill, and they just fade away! Into the shadows goes Seavolf. No! The time is running low, and he doesn't know where Seavolf is, and even now, what can he do? The spike is set to explode. Masterful conclusion to this map for Vitality. 13-5. And this was Apex's map pick. They go on to Lotus next, and no doubt, Tom, the confidence will be sky high. Lotus will be coming next after the break.
Trying to find the knife, bro.
Give your best.
I found him. Which color?
It's a good question.
The yellow. Yeah, the yellow is insane.
Clem likes yellow. I like red. Red is like to kids, you know, when you're a teenager. You're like, I want to have red and black.
You're born in the same year as me, bro.
through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Team Vitality, they're back to their winning ways with a dominant performance on map 1 against Apex. I am your host, Youngsuna, back in once again, joined by Meg and Uli. You both spoke about how Vitality, if they want to have a good showing at playoffs, if they want to be a contender, they have to win dominantly. And Meg, they did just that.
I mean, they did just that. And I have to say, I don't think it was like a specific standout. I feel like the whole of Vitality, they brought something to the table and they really contributed equally as a team. And I think there's definitely a few players that did stand out, but altogether, as an all-rounder, they did a great job.
Kicks, though. Kicks, I think, stood out a little bit more.
I mean, Kick was playing so good today. And it's not, I mean, every single time I see him playing KO, I know it. He's going to nail it. He's going to nail it.
Yeah.
He's really good at it.
Him and Les are the only players in this comp that get to play the things they usually do.
Yeah.
And I think we saw a lot of the impact of that. So let's just quickly talk about this comp, because I don't believe anyone else in the world in Tier 1 runs this comp. This is very much kind of their thing. Do we like it? We want to see it again? Or is it more of a Apex kind of underperformed?
I personally really like it. I think, you know, the KO with obviously the recent buffs, I think is a really good choice. Obviously, the comfortability of safe on Tejo, an absolute no-brainer. Yoru, we did talk about, you know, maybe sometimes his performances on Ascent previously on other teams wasn't so great. However, I think bringing out that op in mid and just shutting down any sort of retaking of space and getting those early frags was a really good job.
Actually, I mean, I have to say that I would prefer to see a Sova in this competition, but Tejo is not that bad. They know his strengths. They were unsafe, obviously. I mean, if I want to see Sova, maybe I'm calling out Turkey on the old times.
Durka safe, Durka Sova, even Durka Sova. But let's talk about the defense real quick, because one of the reasons they were so dominant is because of that defense. And Meg, I know you were wanting to talk about some of the anchoring we saw on A and the fact that Apex just didn't learn.
Well, I mean, poor Les, first of all, because I think they took B once, but everything else was sort of centered around A, and I just wanted to to shout out Sivov here because he just managed to anchor everything so well, whether that was TPing into Wine, getting an early pick, and then TPing back onto the site, or whether it was under Hell. It just felt like that there was always that early aggression, so that even if they did manage to get the plant down, they were doing it a man or two down, and with definitely some damage as well too.
And also want to highlight something important. We've been seeing Derker pretty nice today. He was playing a huge operator, not only getting a lot of mounted kills, he hit, I think, was 4 open kills on defense. With this operator always making control from main, allowing the team to play around me. That is something that Redis was missing playing against Apex. They played around short, always making some splits, faking easily. But instead of that, Vitality decided just to push it out, get information, and we can see 7 kills with operator, and 4 of them were open kills.
I mean, the second he got on that, got the orb, usually it's kind of GG for whoever goes up against him. But this instance, Apex, they just didn't bring the same oomph that we've seen previously, which is why I want to ask you guys, how dire is this heading on to the next map? It is not their map pick, it will be Lotus, and if they lose, not only will their playoffs chances be done, a GX will also be eliminated as well, Uli. So this Lotus is probably going to be the most important map we see this week.
Yeah, it's one of the most important, but at the same time, it's the one who you can try to counter-strat them. Maybe you had something prepared, maybe they are preparing something against a Vitality that, I've been honest, I don't think that Vitality and Lotus are that strong right now.
I have to say, I prefer Batu on Viper as a role, so I think that could definitely be a strength. Coming into Lotus if they do continue to have Batu on the Viper, but I think Safe and Kix, that was a warm-up map for them. You know, we know that Safe is probably going to be on that Tejo again, and of course Kix going in onto that Breach potentially on Lotus. I think, you know, they're going to be coming into this hands warm, and Apex knees weak, arms spaghetti.
Damn, I see Marcus is still with us. Marcus is with us right now. What about you, Uli? How do you feel about the chance? I know you said that this is not the best Vitality that I think we're ever going to see on this map, but it's still a Vitality that they love to play Lotus. They have so many reps on it, and they look at least extremely comfortable on stage right now.
And also, continuing with the line that was saying by Mac, after they swapped from Vice, Fate, and I think it was Jet playing on Race. They swap into Yoru, Tejo, and Breach. They will look much more stronger. That's playing on retake. They know how to flood the side at time. But being honest, I will expect maybe a step up from Apex. Last time we seen them on this same map, they were playing much better. I mean, I have to be honest. I mean, they only win against Na'Vi. And I'm sorry, Angel. I'm not a big fan of your Lotus. I never been. Not even when you were playing with the Brimstone, trying to make executes. Not now when you try to bring the chamber. I'm not a Na'Vi fan on Lotus.
But
I could be on Fracture, but not on Lotus.
We have to talk about, though, that they lost to Fnatic, right? And I think Apex have all of that information going into this, that they know that Vitality have weaknesses on Lotus, and I hope that Apex come into this picking this out.
My worry is, I don't know if you could out Yoru, Tejo, Breach. I don't know if you can outdo that against Vitality. I hate that G2 set this precedent on this map because, you know, before that we had some other variations of comms we could see, but they have to lean into what is meta right now. Derker is looking pretty hot on that op. I want to be able to see some of the other members of Apex to just bring the confidence back. You know, you heard Governor say, we're going to play with no fear, but they look like they played with some fear, Meg, on map 1.
I wonder if we see like a flawed duelist switch up. Has she played Waylay yet on Lotus?
Because if she's played on Icebox.
Because if we're kind of going off, right, Camo, who was really aggressive on the Waylay on Lotus, I wonder if they're going to come into this.
Send it.
And pop her on a roll where she can literally just dash in, do all the damage, get back out and go again.
Just send it. I want to see them get into Vitality's heads a little bit more because you saw the way the Heretics and Fnatic were able to outcall them and to frustrate them, Uli. And I think Apex right now is showing them a bit too much respect.
No, there was too many respect. I will expect, maybe, I'm gonna just drop it. I would like to see a new composition from Apex. I mean, if you want to face Lotus, you know that it's not your best. Playing a mirror comp with the same strength as them is not the best idea. I would like to bring something extra. I remember to see Batu playing on Chamber really good. If they bring a Chamber, I will be happy.
Oh, well, it is not Apex that's changing things up. It's Durke that is changing things up, and this is absolutely ludicrous.
I mean, I'm here for it, you know. I genuinely think this is gonna get into Apex's heads because, like, everybody's gonna be expecting him to play the Yoru on this, and he's coming in with the Neon.
He's never played Neon before because, as you remember back on on Fnatic, it was always Alpha that picked up the Neon. And Uli, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I like it.
I don't know. I mean, I remember even Bowser say that he was the best Neon from the team. When Alpha didn't want to play even anyone, he was playing it on Pearl. If I don't miss it, first time. I'm surprised.
I'm so surprised. I love having a little bit of shenanigan here for this map. But here's the problem. Apex, they have to win Mitch and Tom, because if they don't, they will not have the chance to make playoffs.
It is do or die for Apex.
And they take GX with them.
And
don't forget that part.
GX took themselves there, to be honest. But for Vitality, this is a team that was promised 13-5 on their opponent's map pick, and now a chance to have a fresh breath of air on Lotus, a map where both teams struggled up against Fnatic. But something tells me, let me tell you, if it goes the way that Ascent did, this will be a quick one.
Yeah, I'm quite worried with the duelist switch up. It's a spot where, okay, sure, a lot of the time with the Yoru, you can teleport into space, you can take ground, you can get yourself into solid positions. With the Neon, you can just frag out. You could just get aggro. You can make those aggressive plays. And this is an interesting stat that we've got coming through the support system. So this stat is the person with the highest amount of assists received. So not the person who's getting the most assists, but someone who is being assisted the most. So it clearly shows that, as always, Fluorescent is going to be that focal point, and that clearly the likes of Molesy, Avova, Batu, and Gov have been doing the job well.
Yeah, I think especially Molesy, and you look at a map like this, obviously his Deadlock last map, some good ideas, but the execution perhaps leaving them wanting at times. He's the one to execute Durka to start this off, and on the breach, I think he brings so much value. You will see it as this map goes on. For now, you'll see a man advantage for Apex.
I think this almost plays into what we said last map about the disrespect. Like having that early aggro to push all the way towards your opponent's spawn, they're going to look to put Durka in positions to just out-duel their opponents. Something I expect to see throughout the map. Again, though, it's those fake outs. Utilizing the doors, selling rotations, but Vitality have not given up this A position at all.
Yeah, no, still very much in position. We can see both of those players floating about, and it's the stun held by Kicks that could do mass damage, with Seavoff being the one to swing off of it. The wall goes down. The players are spotted. The stun is perfect. Salvo's fired in, and no chance to re-aggress. Time running down. They try to take space on C, but Les is, of course, still waiting. Even gets himself an upgrade. Now moving back to the B site, but wall is up. They have to walk right through it, and Safe is the one waiting for them. Doesn't quite dodge the flash, and Fluorescent picks up a double. This is looking dangerous, and 3-piece with a knife to finish it off. Apex will take the pistol round. What was that?
I always want to say Gavna in sort of an English accent, and you know the man's bringing a knife to a fight. It really does feel like he's from my hometown in this one. Ridiculous way to close out the round, and around it started very well, but honestly it looked like it was going to be firmly in the favor of Vitality up until the point where Fluorescent manages to get 3 picks within a matter of seconds. A solid win in the early round, but this is only the start. It's also worth mentioning, when you go back to victories, at least for the side of Vitality, their attack side was where they really thrived.
Very important for Apex to build up those rounds on this attacking half as a result. And, well, this one gifted the opening pick onto Durka, and then quite the battle. I mean, Fluorescent put in some work in those last duels, picking up a 3-piece. Flashy finish from Governor as well, and a narrow margin, but a leg up to the attackers. Starting this out, Vitality decided to go for a very, very weak investment. It's classics and a ghost. No force buyback, no confident stance early on. They'll respect the early lead from Apex. I'll give them props for that. Curious to see how this progresses, though, towards the C site. Les, even with just a ghost and his utility to play around, could still be quite the menace. I don't think he bought the poison orb here, though, so it should be that little bit easier to walk it down.
Les almost completely out of the action, maybe hoping a few spam shots from the Ghost can do some damage. Instead, it's Durka to take that aggressive positioning. Les has already managed to find a second? I don't know how his Ghost is already doing this much damage, but Definitely making things dangerous. Bear in mind, the main goal is to hold on to those rifles at least, at a minimum. But with 12 seconds left, somehow this looks possible. An easy kill onto safe leaves Sivo alone. Again, another drop. This is starting to get very scary. This man is ever dangerous with the classic and even hits the shot at the end. But, wow, we've seen that one before. Avova just gets it over the line.
Yeah, Avova alone as the barriers go back up, but Tom, that's a round that we want to see a clean one from. I said Les could be dangerous with the Ghost. Granted, I did mention playing behind his util, which he did not have. Instead, he walks into the site, interrupts the take. Impressive performance with just a few pistols. And even from Sivo there, two kills and a headshot.
I want to see Sivo in a 1v1 versus Chronicle for who has the best classic. Because I don't know who wins. Maybe I'd edge it to Chronicle just because of experience.
He was good on split with that classic. It was causing mayhem. Big old front fluorescent, my goodness! I thought maybe a flash, maybe just the information for the teammates, something. But
can I get an instant replay of the sound that Mitch just made, please?
Not again.
Someone check on Safe's desk. He's going to be very annoyed by that one, because I would be. What is this round? What is going on? Les has just walked and been shot from above. Kicks now back in position once again to try and save them here. Solid stun. But Kicks is going to hold on to position. Aftershock being sent in. Do they realize how far Avova has got? No, it seems like they've got the complete misread. They've just left.
There's still players here, but they're waiting for someone to step out of line. Malzy almost did. Governor's been spotted while information, but look at the cost. Sivo alone against 3.
With an Odin.
Apex. Yes, indeed. Stands an even better chance with that big boy.
It's not best known for its movement.
Well, you know, Seaside could have denied the plant there. Nice little spam onto the head as they stand up after, but... no.
Oh, he can deny it from a position he's not in.
It was close. He was close.
It's not close enough.
He got his knife out and ran. He could have made it.
If he shot through about 6 walls, then I think he would have had it done.
But yeah, that's going to be a 3-0 start. I like the pickup of the Odin for that A disruption, but Apex's idea to take this elsewhere, fight into less, which is often a mistake, but the fact that I think it was Batu was able to thread the needle underneath, I guess just with the chaos as well that Fluorescent was causing, they weren't quite ready for a sneaky play.
It's a very weird round, and for Apex that's great. Like, that's what you want when you have a few pistols or you have a few pieces missing. You want to try and make it weird, make it a bit confusing. It's actually just that the stun missed. That was the reason that looked so odd. It didn't connect, and I think Fluorescent was right at the end. This was ridiculous. But then, yeah, I think just, we didn't see it, but the gap that was found by Batu made such a huge...
Big old front Fluorescent, my goodness! I thought maybe a flash, maybe...
I did not expect them to actually get that. Even with the camera, that's perfect.
Thanks a lot for that, EVS. Be knocking off a beer from the tally.
And I'll be adding 2.
Damn it. Well, 3-0 start. Durka's not happy about that, but he doesn't have anything to say. Malzy with another opening duel against him. Les is the one to trade it back. Found another.
They made him angry.
Les with a pistol is popping off in every fight he's given. A 3v3 as a result with a bit of a fight back from Batu, but Vitality, they're not letting this one go easily.
Toxin screen down.
Hope's still there, but you can just tell that Apex are maybe a bit too nervous to take it. A complete reposition from the players on Vitality, but the idea might be to just try and wrap back around and pick up those guns. Get something to play with. A sniper might not be ideal, but 2 players would be 1 shot to the gun. And I think Batu has realized the potential of them going back for this weaponry. Wants to get into a spot that can potentially deny, but if he falls as well, this round may just unravel.
Poison orb emitting.
So it could be an opportunity. That door's being opened as well. Batu has to turn to look at it. And well, his sleep paralysis demon wasn't able to take him down. Catches Kicks in time, traded out, but Les left alone. 1v2. the time, listen to how quickly the spike is ticking. And of course, with an Odin on the floor, you'd be a fool not to save that to the next round. It's exactly what Les will do. But after being demolished on their own map pick, Tom, Apex have bounced back 5 rounds in the previous map, a 4-0 start to Vitality's pick. But again, like you said, Tom, we expect rounds from Vitality on the attack. So, although it's a good start, they need to keep up with the same pace.
Yeah, I think for Vitality as well, we're actually going to see a fairly early pause. I will say, like,
come.
Yeah, I'd say as well that a lot of what we've seen so far was, okay, the pistol round that slipped away from them. I think the bonus round especially was a weird one where a few players got caught out by some of the weirder, more aggressive plays, and the last round was obviously an eco. So I don't think they're in too much of a dangerous ground just yet, but for Apex, this is exactly what they need. Get a boost at the start, try and get that momentum rolling because you are literally fighting for survival. And for Vitality, they can end the group. Not in terms of who finishes top, which is actually incredibly important. You're talking about potential of only having to win 1 game to get to Toronto, but more importantly, it would eliminate 2 teams in 1 foul swoop. And that's exactly what Vitality are aiming to do. It takes a lot of the pressure off, because you talk about the biggest teams, the teams at the very top. Okay, sure, you could finish near the bottom of the group and go into more of an elimination match, but once you get to playoffs, it's a different ballgame. You get a bit of a break, you get some time, you can work on different strats, you can come up for different counters. The week-to-week gives you much less opportunity. And so Vitality will want to end it here and now and have at least a little bit of breathing room.
We said they have a little bit of runway still to go with that second half in the back of their minds, but Apex, 4-0 beginning. Oh, great start. This time, Dirk is the one that's able to find himself the opening. Being punished a lot of the time on this Neon early on. Now a 5v4, and Apex sent in the other direction. Batu again going to be sneaking his way forward. Looks like there could be some space, but a drone comes in. That's going to be his sneaky play. Spotted and a spam on its way. Up close with the Odin. Seavoff's dealing out death with another and almost takes Governor with him. 4 versus 2 now. And denial across the map from Vitality.
That's another time where the stun has missed by just a millimeter, and that gives an incredibly easy pickup. A stunned Odin player is a dead Odin player. But now they wait, they pause. The remaining 2, at a minimum, wanting to try and make this one costly. The economy of Vitality, not fantastic, but they are moving in tandem as a unit, reclaiming space, slowly clearing out those angles, and if they eventually end up going towards that B site, it will be surrounded.
Stun and salvos online for Kicks and Safe respectively. Plant just now heard. And I love this from Vitality as well. Safe doesn't go back to spawn, doesn't take this 1v1 with the Vova as so many players would. It's a 3-man group up. They'll move together and just clear out. They think maybe there's a lurk or someone trying to make that star play, and it was Governor looking for a bit of extra space, but he's caught off with a Vova left alone, stunned, and salvos blocking him out.
Good luck.
And a bit more utility thrown his way. Yeah, there was no way for him to get back into that site to deny this defuse with 3 players holding it. It would be certain death. And in fact, Durka's running it down, looking for him, but he's gone the wrong way. So presumably that rifle is safe. And a 4-1 as Vitality find their first.
Yeah, the unfortunate truth of that round is that the Armageddon was online in the late, so Governor falling was an issue. That said, yeah, the stun missed by such a small amount, but that was the difference between life and death for 2 players. Wow. The yin and yang. A frustrated Danito. Odorous a little bit more smiley. Still in the lead, still in a good spot, but still with plenty of finances to buy back into this one. 4-player initial stack up from Vitality, but after seeing nothing, let's jump peeking this one. Yeah, that's the info he needed.
The other thing is, I understand from certainly Odorous' perspective, right? He's chilled. It's just 1 round. 1 little hiccup. It's fine. It's what it represents. Dirk has been having trouble in the early round. Let's see if that is something that Apex can put him back into the habit of. The stun slows them slightly. Rolling Thunder, though, has gotten boots on the ground. Avova slipping his way into the site. The ult forcing players back in Waterfall, but an early ult out of less. The Viper's Pit now in play, covering so much of this space. It's going to at least deny deeper control, but the response from Apex, I think, is that little bit better.
Yeah, they're going to hold a lot of that positioning. Salvos for the post become almost an insta-kill, and Dirk is going to go hunting, but he's met with only demise. Molesy already clearing one. The spams through will immediately clear out another. In fact, Molesy's just going ham, picking up the kills onto those low players. Not that it matters, hitting the headshots anyway. And while Batu will help clear up the mess, it is an in-zone flawless that ends up giving them their 5th round, a huge boost to their economy. And for Vitality, even committing an ultimate into that one, that's got to feel frustrating.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once Armageddon comes into play, you can see that Les is worried about giving up all of that space on site. These players can't be contained towards Waterfall. They can't even be contained towards Spawn if Les falls back. So he pops the ult, but it's that little bit too shallow. And because there's a Viper's Pit still online, or in fact, the only ult really, I mean, Sivov, you know, is what it is. The only ult they really had to work with was Les on that ulti, on that Viper's Pit, which was... or not less, sorry, Batu, with a perfect response from Apex, containing all that space. And for Molesy hitting 3 players through, I think 2 of which were headshots, that's something. You can't really account for that. For Apex, that is a golden basket, a gift that they didn't know they would be receiving. A 5-1, a reset on the round they just lost, but Vitality still able to buy. Sivov, as you said, all alone on this aggressive angle, and they're watching it. They know he can be around here, and getting out an impossibility.
Info just not there, and that was almost too easy. Maybe expectation would normally be there's a few more. Safe is the first point of contact. Paranoia will leave him completely blind. Salvo's being expended by either side, forcing them into a fight, but Kicks will win it. It's an immediate rotation though, or at least they're gonna try to sell the idea that it is.
Push up through C. Les has seen no action. He wanted the 1v1 if there was a lurker. Ult committed, luckily cancelled at the last second. Durka was rounding the corner, but Les not expected to be that deep that early. The rotation now as the spike is going to move to the C site, and Batu will try to grab a little bit of extra value. In fact, there's even a further lurk coming in later from Avova. They're very spread out. It offers 1v1s. It offers XV1s for Vitality with Les coming in late. They've got full containment over this site. The only place they can really be is around Waterfall. So Avova's position shouldn't be that much of a surprise, but he wins the fight anyways. And they know where Les is, dodging the Rolling Thunder. It's a great start for Apex.
Yeah, they've cleared 2 points of danger. Rolling Thunder was even utilized by this defensive side to get into the site, but there was nobody there. They were being proactive, and from this position, a defuse seems almost impossible. Looking to try and swing them together, and the trade is stellar. No opportunity for Durka to get anything done there, and again, you look at these mid-round calls, these adaptations from Apex, and they got everything spot on.
Absolutely, with so many dangers lurking around from Vitality, the late rotate from Safe, Les having already pushed up and found one player outside of that A site from the C push, but they dealt with it all masterfully. And this is a hell of a difference to what we saw on the previous map, where Vitality... There it is. Wonderful stuff. Well,
he looks so savage. Like, you don't want to do the thing. Oh, hello.
Someone is a wonderful start indeed, but Durka is fired up. He'd been weak in the early fights, but the only downside of using that ult through a smoke, Tom, is it's very easy to see where the player is.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping that you're going to shred players, but you look at the buy and you kind of understand why Durka is taking a pretty absurd risk into this round.
Toxins going up.
For the rest, not a whole lot to play with, and at least for now, Vitality have not really had a lot of success. Their aggression has been isolated. Their rotations have been caught and picked apart. I think Apex have done a fantastic job at segmenting the way they go through the round. Like, okay, we're going to clear this spot. We're going to take this together. We're going to make sure that the protocols are on point. And what was working for them on Ascent is failing miserably when it comes to Lotus, their map choice. Oh, Governor's trying to sell the idea that There's a bit of a ruse.
30 seconds left.
You throw a drone in on one side of the map and, well, you don't see any follow-up. You might not rotate, and the fact is Vitality haven't rotated. It does not matter, though. Save the last man standing on the site.
Down
And Seavolf a little bit further away.
A little late to the party with his stinger and 3 players to pick up. Definitely not the kind of weaponry you're looking to save. Not the kind of weaponry you win rounds with. Not rounds like this, at least. Seavolf, one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive debut that we've seen. And week on week, it feels like he's putting up these phenomenal performances on the smoker roll as well. But look at the firing squad he's running into. Not getting past Fluorescent with a swing like that. 7-2-1. A dominant display from Apex. And again, I think most stock in this series would go towards the Ascent. You'd think that this is something that Apex can deliver, if anywhere. And the fact that they don't, well, like I said coming in, if it was anything like the first map, this would be a very quick and clean map from Vitality. But instead, they are making roadblock after roadblock. You could look to Durka's swap up as potentially a reason, but I think Apex, they've just woken up, Tom.
I will say, from this season, Batu's voice comes on my favorite by far. He sounds so excited for everything that's happening.
Yeah.
Like the guy who's just happy to be here, but also happens to do a lot of damage on the server as well. Saying that, Molesy currently topping it. 12 and 5 are playing the Breach. Has been a standout so far. He flew the stat that Floor was the one being assisted the most, but it seems like the assistor has taken over.
Floor sent in. See if the stun lands this time. Well, that's a slightly bigger stun. Oh, but the shots still go Les's way. A punish onto Fluorescent and an opening pick for Vitality, one that they will not want to squander. Stun perfectly timed by Safe. He makes it out, slows them somewhat, but the plant will still be secured.
No ultimates to play with on either side. It's just going to come down to the firefight. Governor, from these positions, has normally done pretty well. Happy to play super aggressive. Of course, someone who has been on that duelist role in the past. Utility so far hasn't connected. He goes in front of it, in fact, and does exceptionally. 2 quick picks, puts things back into a 3v3, but also buys a lot of time. Kicks back towards that spike. Back in position, but look at the amount of utility that's still remaining. It may not even be needed. Instead, a little bit of body spam from Batu mid-round, but when you have Molesy for support, you may not mind.
I love that. You know there's someone else close by, but he still takes the time to just lay into the player he took down. That was so rude. 8-1. Apex, again, look, it might hit, but Les hits harder. I don't know how he does that. You know, first bullet accuracy, I'll give him that, but it was the 3rd shot in the spray, making it work. This takes down Kicks, and well, he must have been upset about those Kicks flashes in the last map.
Batu started shooting this guy's body in the middle of the round.
I love that as well, though. Some teams would be upset, like, dude, you almost threw it. Floor's just laughing, like, what are you doing?
She said, no, man. Like, it's almost like your kid when they're being naughty. Like, it's like, no, stop that.
Wait till
That's
after
rude. That's rude.
Wait till dinner. You've finished your dinner to have your dessert. Come on.
Oh, a mid-round dessert for Batu, and well, an early round headshot for Les. 20 HP. As said, coming into this series, even with the slip-up versus Fnatic, I expected this to be a solid display. Durka has had a horrific time on the Neon. But there hasn't been much to write home about for Vitality here. 8-1 down.
No, you can't take credit away from them. This has been a phenomenal performance, no matter what we think of Vitality's attack side. 1 round ain't gonna be enough. At least it shouldn't be. Durka, well, he's got the clone. Let's see if he can take down the man himself. Batu and Molesy in a firing squad, waiting for that peek, a stun, or perhaps a flash. It is indeed ready and waiting, and Durka's down to 4. Got support from up top if they swing wide, but as Seavolf goes down, there's no need to. There's no pressure as players keep on falling on Vitality's side. Les and Durka desperately low, and Governor takes full advantage of that. From this point, 8-1 down, economy on the brink. And a 2 versus 4, it's tempting to go for. It's tempting to save either way. There's reasons behind the call. With Kicks finding that, though, I think that will spur them forward. push on the back of the stun. Les with a big opportunity. That's a second pickup, but the timer is ticking, and the spike set to explode very soon.
Oh.
Back with his antics from Ascent. He didn't take kindly to his body being spammed mid-round. 4 kills and 2 rounds for Vitality.
I say as well, when looking at this team, when seeing changes are being made to the squad, a lot of people look to Kix as that player that could be let go. I feel like at times, yeah, this guy has been not only the glue of the squad, but then you go back to the last map in particular, and he was almost the carry. Like, everybody had a good map. Around the... He was the distraction. That's the worst part. The whole point of his peak there was to give distraction for Les to get both kills. He's the distraction and the show at the same time. 4 for him in the round. A second on the board, and well, Vitality can now build off of this. They're not out of the map just yet.
Well, that's it. Apex aren't in the clear because 4, I said 1 round won't be enough. 4 rounds, a pistol, maybe without it even. There's a good chance for Vitality, and that's a confidence builder of a round, certainly for Kix. And let's see as well what Durka has planned on the attack side when it comes to this Neon. For Apex, they gotta keep going, keep pushing forward. 2 rounds left to play for in the half. If they can get to 10, it looks like they'll make it all the way to Haven. But if it's an 8-4 half, it's anyone's guess. And with elimination on the line for Apex, there's no room to leave things up to chance. Batu delivers onto Safe immediately, an opening for the Outlaw. And they will look to just coagulate, push as a squad into that A site by the looks of things. Wherever they go, let's hope they do it together.
Safe has been having a rough old time. A lot of the time you want your Teo to be getting you information, but more importantly, having that plant denial, having that retake potential, being the first person to fall in quite a few of these rounds. It definitely doesn't feel like a great game for him so far.
Spike planted.
And that deadly duo of him and Durka have definitely been struggling a bit. Post plant, rifles available. Well, straight away, Durka tries to get last Batu, but he hits both as they drop down. What? Okay, Kix is back on the ground and back being spammed, and only player left is Les. I'm sure Batu's going hunting. He wants that ace.
Upgraded his rifle as well. It's only Les standing in his way, and he will block the ace attempt. Even still, though, for Apex, all they needed was the round. 9 on the board now, and a smile cracked by Batu. This was phenomenal. Opening pick, gorgeous. Little jump peek from Safe. He doesn't even get to see around the corner, and he's sent into the dirt. That double, though, unbelievable. Thank you for the slow-mo. It still looks impressive. And then jumping around. He swapped his weapon so he couldn't take it out.
That's my boy.
Just goes for the shorty instead.
This is your, so currently your Viper player and your Breach are just going nuts.
I think Malzy's 5-0 in opening duels as well, and a lot of those have been onto Durka. Yeah, normal for your Breach.
Normal for your Breach IGL support. Yeah.
It's been punishing.
Why can't you just be normal? Oh, 9-2.
Watching here.
Viper's pit utilized. I think that was a weapon switch as well. Making sure you have the stinger within that shroud of smoke and allow the further aggression. Safe is getting just caught every single time. They're not realizing the ground that's being given up. They have struggled around this A site just with Batu being a menace. But that is just ridiculous. He's able to walk all the way up, and as I said, they're completely unaware of what they've lost.
Push through the pit. I'm not a fan of it. It's a big, big risk, and he's just waiting outside of the pit, letting them have the space. Of course, they could have walked up behind him. It's a concern for him late round, but they couldn't have walked up behind through the spawn because look at the stack up from Vitality. They've got numbers ready and waiting. Les pushes through his ult. They're not expecting that. They get caught from both sides with a big pinch. Vitality have left it all onto Batu.
Oh, he's not got time. 11 seconds. I think at this stage, just throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, but what is even the plan here? Just try and pad the stats a little? I think that's about it. Doesn't even have the spike. Well, it will be the time that ends up doing the work. Vitality have garnered a tiny bit of additional hope, but they've still had a rough half.
9-3. Yeah, for Apex, this seems like the bounce back haven on the horizon. But to get there, they still need a few more rounds in the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Well, it was a dominant half coming out of the side of Apex, of course. We know with this map that there is always potential for a comeback. Think back to games like G2 versus Furia. Furia 9-3 up, and then a mammoth attack side that came out of the side of G2. That's what we're looking for here from Vitality, and we know that for them, this is their favored side of the map. Not quite the same case with G2.
3 rounds though, Tom. Is it going to be enough? It's quite the comeback.
They need a pistol. I think that'll be, if they win the pistol, I genuinely believe they can turn this. So again, you talk back to the Fnatic game, I'm looking at that as a blip, but throughout the history of this map for them over the last few months, they have looked very good on the attack side.
Well, one of the things you said, I can't even remember if it was on or off air, but you said that Apex unlucky to be facing Vitality when they're that wounded dog, when they're in the corner. Well, Apex, they're in the same boat, facing elimination and 1 map away. So they come in swinging, but Vitality doing just the same. Malzy, he's been there in the opening picks. A little late to the party on this one, but a double puts them back in contention. 2 versus 3. Avova and Malzy watching from the death cams, and they're saying, well, we would have won this. Now it's your time to prove that you can do the same. And Fluorescent answers the challenge. Kicks versus 2. The odds back in Apex's favor.
Surprised Vitality even go for that. You already had a player advantage. You get the spike down, you play post. I feel like this is done. They wanted to get ahead of the curve. They wanted to turn it. Instead, it's left on to Kicks. But he has been clinical already and will convert this round as well. A Red Bull clutch to give them the pistol. But as I said, I don't think they should have needed it.
No, none at all. It looked like a round that should have been theirs already. A big play by Fluorescent gave them an opportunity by Malzy as well.
It's the Breach Viper game. It's so weird.
Well, the Viper I can see, right? There's especially less if you're pushing into his util, which a lot of the time he's got success pushing them. But for Malzy to have a performance like this, 17-8. Listen, we talk about Fluorescent, we talk about Batu.
Gimme! We're back, bro.
But at the end of the day, Malzy is the one lighting up the server here. 9-4, a gap of 5. Vitality with a pistol may just have given themselves a lifeline and a chance to put Apex into that freshly dug grave. Playoffs will be out of their hands and out of the realms of possibility if they go 0-4. As you can see at the top of the screen, that's just 1 away.
I think Pipson has never rooted this much for Apex in his entire life. The GX tournament survival also on the line here, with everybody in Group A, the top 4 locked if Vitality managed to win this game. And I know you look at this scoreline, you'll sit there and think, okay, Apex, they're very far ahead. They just need a few rounds here and there, but we have seen many a time on the attack side of this map. He still does well, though.
It's another open
found.
But the problem is they ain't got the rifles. They ain't got any weaponry to fight with afterwards. Still, I think this might be the most opening duels I've seen a Breach involved with since Angel tried that agent out.
You said opening duels, not one opening duels.
That's
right?
why I said
okay.
just
I was about to say. The only other one I'd say, if you go back in the tape quite a while, Kesnit did actually play Breach.
Right, okay.
And I would gamble that he has more.
I'd say
and he won more. We'll see. If you're going to go back through those stats, you might have to be scrolling a while. I believe it was on Fracture. If you want to, I can give you a map.
I'm out of here.
I'll probably take a look after the game, Tom. That might take a while to
It's
sift
fine.
through.
We got nothing else to do.
Maybe some of the people at home can let us know. Like we said, I think that's 6-0 in opening duels for Malzy so far.
It's pretty good.
So yeah, not bad at all. He was there on the attack, and he's there even in that previous round here on the defense. But 9-5, the gap closes, and Vitality come into this round. You talk about that third round oftentimes as somewhere that the team that lost the first two, they have the advantage. Well, let's see if I can do this right. That's all. That's okay. They've got 4 rifles in Vitality's hands. Just Sivov, who's coming in with a bit of a weakness.
It's interesting. I wonder, did they lose a gun in the last? Because I see Dirk with extra credits. Maybe they're just looking to have the operator.
Poison's off.
For now, it is a slow start. Avova, you might think is isolated, but has a supportive stun ready and raring to go. Immediately utilize. Avova will pull out the util, but it doesn't matter. Dirk, I think even while stunned, has just spammed away and got rid of that aggressive Omen. The rotation quickly coming in from Fluorescent. And support as well from Governor.
30 seconds left.
The flashes for the retake. They've caught Malzy though. He ends up going down, kicks the one to get that trade, but Fluorescent quickly on him. 3 versus 2. Some battle scars for Vitality. Reposition from Fluorescent sends them running 12 seconds. They need to get this plant in soon. And Batu, well, he's not going to be in a position to deny it. It looks like that plant will be secured. A nice reposition from Vitality gets them a 3v2. And again, damage done onto Safe, but as time keeps on rolling, Salvos come back online. They're now there to play with him. He needs to win the fight up close, and Batu's the one to put him in the dirt.
Yeah, now less is all that's remaining. Normally cool as a cucumber in these clutch scenarios and already gets rid of Batu. An isolated fight, a creation of his own doing. Left onto Fluorescent, a chance to get them to double digits. Less playing so passively and down to just a slither of HP. Fluorescent will manage to find the pick. And the spike is not ticking anywhere near quick enough for this to be a problem. Apex will hit 10.
Talking about economy management though, Vitality have done a great job. Remember, this was round 3 of the half. They came in still with a good amount of weapons, and they're able to bring it down to a narrow margin. That is going to hit home for Apex, as now some players struggle to get a decent buy in this, and Vitality have a chance to fight their way right back into things.
My consistent critique, though, of this team throughout the map is they are over-aggressive. Yeah, over-aggressive in advantages.
3v2, Salvo's coming online in like 3 seconds, and you push up close. Yeah.
I understand it. You want to try and catch someone off guard and end the round, but when you already have an advantage, like if it was the other way around and they're 2v3,
you got to do it.
Absolutely fine. That's what you should be doing. But when you have an advantage and solid util for post, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
One of those 5 rounds in Ascent as well, the big comeback that Apex were able to manage with Malzy and Avova in the pistol, and that was again because players were going up close, setting up these dodgy crossfires where you can't really swing together, you can't really take the fights, and giving opportunities. Apex keen to convert any opportunity that comes their way. Fluorescent, gate crash is gone, has to just take this fight and stick around. Unfortunately, that means a quick trade possible. And it could be worse, but that's one of the few rifles they had to work with for Apex. They're left now with a Guardian and pistols to pick up the pieces.
Normally good for one, although I think realizing the timing wasn't going to work in his favor. Well, the timing did work in Malzy's favor, and an uncharacteristic whiff in this map at least. Governor's repositioned, looking to try and delay them any pressure onto the B site. Well aware of that potential. Rolling Thunder even going to be used here. Vitality wanting to keep this one as safe as humanly possible, setting up Durka for the opener. And he's going to take that space once again.
Well, Vitality, 4v3, up against pistols, Tom. And look how aggressive they are. 2 players up close. Paranoia, all that was needed to bring that into Apex's favor. Now a 3v3. A weapon to be recovered as well, and a chance for these defenders. Apex, they're looking to capitalize on mistakes yet again. But it's still an uphill battle. Ult activated by Durka, spamming through, just looking to tag him up, but we've seen that fire go back in the other direction before! A triple in this round, a double in the post plant, and he'll finish off Batu. Vitality right back into winning ways, and coming off the back of that round 3 reset, Apex, they will definitely struggle in terms of economy, or they would have had they have fully invested into this round. But they came in with a lot of weaknesses. That gives them at least one opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, they didn't invest too much. A decent round for them. And it's weird because normally I'd look at this round as maybe a little bit of a negative because of how close it came, how many players were dropped. But I actually believe that Durka getting that 4K is so much more important. Like, if he can get his confidence back, which over the last few rounds on attack, it definitely seems so. He's now positive in KD. That value worth so much more than just, okay, we kept 4 alive. And there you go again. Straight off the back with a pick. This man is feeling it now.
Yeah, I mean, that might just be him going positive in opening duels now.
Ooh!
That's a mistake from Seavoff, and Fluorescent punishes. That's what they needed. A way back in for Apex. They're putting their credits into this round. They won round 3, lost the previous, but that was a gamble that they could take this one across the line. Elimination in the back of their minds. And Durka again, up close. This time he gets ahead of that retake, wants to fight them, knowing that utility would come his way. Now backs off. And they'll play that late round.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see for a while. They have so much to play with. Snakebite, Salvo's now online, Aftershock as well.
Stunned with the salvos too.
Yeah, they need to clear these players so ridiculously fast. Timing for less couldn't be worse. Wanted to jump spot the angle. Aftershock has been used. Stun from Kicks, needs to find the frags and only gonna get the one. It's left all onto Safe. That time is ticking so fast, I don't know if they've got this anyway. I think that spike might be going off, it will. They bought enough time with that utility. The spike wins the Red Bull clutch for the Vitality side.
Oh, I think there was a bit of panic there. You could see it in Safe's eyes. He was like, do I need to spam? Do I need to get him? Have I thrown? But no, the salvos, and this is the difference in one of the previous rounds, the one that Apex won this half. We saw that salvo comes online, they get aggressive, they lose their salvos, they lose their post-plant util, and it's a narrow margin by which they lose to Fluorescent, taking down less. Well, this time they had their util, and that was the difference maker. They even got on it as quickly as they could. Governor risking his life to the last burst of the salvo. But it wasn't enough. A fraction of a second. Yeah. That is all that it took.
Fair play from Safe. Had his stopwatch out. Fluorescent's going right into the fray. It's the same again. Hero rifle purchased in an attempt to try and do damage. Interestingly, that's Governor on 100 credits. He's been pretty decent with the pistol, I will say. But they really wanted to try and make this round as costly as possible. Avova has retrieved that gun, and I guess with a couple of ultimates online, and if Fluorescent had got a pick, could have put the dimensional drift in a good position. Vitality though, just good orb management. They're just rotating across the map to pick up whatever orbs they can find, and they will then fall back. And if they keep going in this direction, hit a completely empty A site.
Well, a criticism I had before for Apex was that fight outside B on their defensive side. They were often going alone. See the second man get lost, the stun be too late, Governor pushing up and getting eliminated, but this time he goes with Avova. They go together. Another rifle to be recovered. And a real chance for Apex in this round. The Rolling Thunder, even going to be committed, they can feel the odds shifting into their favor. They get ahead of the ultimate. No problem.
No plan.
For this defensive side is now the site is fully theirs, but this could be a mistake. Okay, Governor doesn't put the util out, but he shoots too early. 12 seconds left, and the kills go their way. It's all falling apart for Apex. It seemed like they put up the blockade just in time. They got site control. They had the flank. They had 12 seconds to get a plant in. Less with the time it takes to get the plant. And it crumbles so quickly.
It's less here. Those last two.
I don't know what's happening, but I don't care.
Same, honestly. I can see it all on the map, and still same. A messy round. But again, when you come out on top of those rounds, it's going to put a smile on your face. And you can see that the pause is being called because Apex have now had a couple of opportunities. The last coming down to 0.29 seconds. This one coming down to 10 seconds with no planting. They've had moments. They've had chances. But it's starting to slip away from them. And you have to then bring back in the context of what this means. Elimination on the line.
Well, Tom, you might think the graphics have messed up in a moment. The timeout now for Apex as they take a moment realizing how important this coming round is. They have ult economy to invest, they have actual economy to invest, and an operator, presumably from what we can see, to be brought through. But then, on the other side, they also acknowledge how important this is. Streaking rounds together and knowing that Apex are about to fight their way back. So Vitality call a timeout. Both teams calling them in the same moment. This, if anything, symbolizes how big of a round is coming.
Do you reckon there's like a 2-second gap where they're not allowed to talk?
Mike's muted?
Mike's right, we're back. Okay, carrying on anyway, what I was saying. Or they just started like a whole new pause. Right, guys, after that last pause, we didn't really get to do what we were hoping for, so...
The worst case scenario is they were just in the middle of, and then that is where you're gonna...
And most importantly...
And that's how we win the round.
Yeah. And most importantly, do not forget... Right, guys, good to go. We'll see you back in the next pause. And if you, oh, my mic's still live. Or just like the worst one would be just turning to your coach next to your assistant coach. Oh, I think they're screwed. Oh, my mic came back. Oh, sorry, guys. Woo, this is awkward. I was talking about someone else. I was talking about someone else. The other guys. Yeah,
what we just discussed. Easy game.
Yeah. The academy team. Sorry, that's a leak. You didn't know about it yet. Nonetheless, back-to-back pauses. Waffle time is over. Damn, I'm hungry. 10-8.
Why do you have to say that, Tom?
Vitality. I mentioned it when they won the pistol. This game is not over. This game is not slipping away from them just yet. You mentioned that in terms of everything being available, this is the best chance Apex have had on their defense.
And I mean, you look at the change, though, for Vitality. They're winning the late round clutches that they need to. The tighter rounds swing their way. Durka in the early round having a lot of success in opening duels. He almost had another there. The gate crash saves Fluorescent, but it doesn't save the B site. Overrun. A big ulti put into play. Durka's caught. He can run. He can move fast, and luckily fast enough to get out of the way. Governor couldn't. He's being caught by his own ultimate. Apex, they get the opening pick, but they'll wish they didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't even a martyrdom. Didn't take anyone with him. Just eliminated himself. He's all right, I've had enough, I'm out. And now with the Viper's pit down on the site. Wait, look how spread out the Apex players are. There isn't a way back into this. That is brutal. I'd love for them to have a third pause now. That you have that full talk, 2 minutes from Danito, and then the first thing that happens is Governor kills himself. He's like, well, that wasn't anything I said.
I don't think I called that one. Yeah,
mistakes are made.
It's tough as well, Tom, because typically you're going to laugh those moments off, right? You're going to say, like, it's all good, I messed up. Oh, no. But this is elimination on the line. This is not somewhere that we can... Oh. Oh, I wish we didn't replay that. I really wish we didn't replay that.
Oh my god, what?
He's got the memory of a goldfish. It just he put the ult down and went, there's an ult here! What's going on?
Why didn't anyone call? He was ulting! Oh.
Oh.
Well, get past the salvos early. Lots of space taken by Vitality. Now Apex get a reset because they saved all those weapons successfully. They can at least shrug off that last round somewhat, but they come in without Governor's ultimate, but with Governor, which is a little bit of an upgrade. The fight starts off with Batu falling. No trade from Governor, but it's Fluorescent to take down Durka. At least a saving grace that we're back to even footing.
I thought you were going to say the Governor doesn't have his ult online. Savior for him. Fluorescent. Oh, it's close.
Tough angle.
Come in and get anything done. Kick's making sure that they know he's planting. He's now a couple away from having the ultimate online. I don't know if he jump spot. No, he's not seen of over.
No, he's close.
Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. Oh, he still wins the battle. Governor has at least managed to get rid of safe. They'll keep things at least within the realm of possibility, but clearing these players from position is not going to be easy. Aftershock used to buy them time, but also counted out on the other side. A lot of damage being done. Snakebite goes through, but I don't think it's actually gone far enough. It's not gone deep enough. They're able to just defuse in front of it. Seavoff, though, is there to save the day. From the backlines, 10-10. And we are starting to see Apex dwindle.
I don't understand if maybe they were hit by the snakebite, made vulnerable, but one player was low, the rest. Seavoff, you've got some explaining to do. What key did you just hit? What the? What key did you hit, man? That's ridiculous. What? The first jump, fine, because he hits his head. He's back on the floor in no time. He jumped again! And one mag, 3-man spray down. I want to hear, unmute that right this second. What did he say?
How good's your French?
Get the, not good enough, whatever he just said. Bring out, I need Seavoff interview. I don't care who the interview is. That was ridiculous. What a round, man. And to equalize you, to put you 10-10, to hammer home the elimination that Apex are worried about. And kicks with the trade. Sure, Durka goes down, but this isn't like the first half where he falls and that's it. Nothing to be said. No, there's an immediate response. And on the attack, much better to get those one-to-one trades than when you're on the defense. The map, especially this one, 3 sites. You've now got to cover it with 4 players. And they can push together on one side, leaving a lurk of less. But he spotted 2 and jump peeks it again. He is a brave and bold man.
Well, to be honest, everything he's done so far has worked. 18-12. Kicks up there with him, Rolling Thunder set up. It's only a Vova it could connect on, who could escape, and there's the lurk of Les striking again. Governor gone, Fluorescent trades. Oh, Vova's going to try and stick this one out. It's definitely risky, but he will be unstunned, but not unblinded. See, wow, okay. Well, we saw the stats at the beginning of the day about how maybe his performance last week didn't quite match up to the performance he had on the first week. I'll look at the stats now. 15 and 16, you might be thinking, oh, it's been a bit of an average game. Last 2 rounds, he has been carrying.
But that's the thing, man. I mean, look, also living up to your first week performance with a performance like his is tough, but this is a timeout from Apex, the last timeout that we will see in regulation as we hit 11-10. As we continue to see the stall out from the defensive side. 6 rounds in a row. And I'm glad they called that pause, because Tom, I was about to hit the admins up myself and call a technical pause. Someone check his PC. What's happened? He is phenomenal.
That's why he said, why you pause? He wants to keep this momentum going. Like, I wonder if that was a Seavoff momentum breaker, because you've already had less kicks. Durka coming alive. Okay, Safe's having a rougher time, but you add Seavoff, it's done. It's over. And well, unfortunately, it is starting to look that way.
Yeah, who said on the desk, I think it was Meg, that she's a hater of Safe Sova. I can't wait to see what she says about his Tejo, but then again, maybe she'll have more to say about Governor's Tejo.
I think Meg's just a hater in general. You know?
Yeah, always has been, always will be.
Always so mean to me, all the time.
Yeah, that's what you don't know, behind the scenes. Awful no, I'm kidding. We love Meg. Meg, you're awesome. We love you, I'm sorry. 11-10.
No, I'm kidding.
Whoa,
moving swiftly on.
Tranquilo. 11-10. Oh, another, a third timeout from Apex. Now, of course, that is us out of timeouts. No more time to touch base with the coaching staff. Vitality have taken the lead 6 rounds in a row. Until OT. In regulation. Sorry, I forgot to say this time.
Potentially.
And look at what Apex are coming into this round with, Tom. This is likely to be 12-10 with 2 in a row needed. But that would be 7 in a row for Vitality by that point. Durka, he is unrelenting, but that stun, the blind, it's all caught him and he wins. He wins anyways, yeah.
He also got hit then by a paranoia, as if Governor wasn't being stunned by everything, then also left blind. And they're now just going to the A site. They've walked away, less happy to just try and hit the timing shot, but ultimately, I was going to say should be punished, will be punished.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's not exactly another opening duel for Malzy, but it's a huge upgrade as a rifle can now be recovered. And Apex can approach this together, but look at Vitality. We've seen them hold Heaven, we've seen them peak Heaven, and now they push Heaven. The evolution of this aggression and the success that's going to come with it, we can see plain as day. It's free for Durka. 3 picks, and Malzy returns. He's given the rifle over to Fluorescent, understandably. But hey, Sheriff is the one doing all the damage. And in fact, it needs to do it all with Sivov standing in his way. 12 rounds for Vitality was a certainty.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Obviously, you look at a 9-3 half. You look back to matches where teams have turned it around and you don't believe that will be happening to you, but this is why Vitality are so confident and comfortable with picking this map. They're so good at this attack side, and yeah, the Governor was so screwed, but I do kind of like that. I was very worried about a lot of the aggression they were pulling off, but I like this time where it's Durka at the helm. Like, send him in, let him be disruptive. If he goes down, it's not so much of an issue. And already, early take of this A site control from 9-3 down to 12-10 up. There's been one round since that dominant first half for Apex. They need 2 to stay in with a chance of playoffs.
I think I saw there, Malsey 25 and 15. Putting his heart and soul into this, trying to keep Apex's chances of playoffs alive. Eventually that aggression, you know, it's been one-upped every time. They're very ready for it. He will be sent backwards. 5v5 still. Ult for Durka, ult for Sivov, maybe used late for info. But it's the salvos that Safe is keeping deep into their spawn. It's the stun that will be online to meet them. And Kix's utility has been nigh on perfect so far. Already the numbers thinning out. Avova does his best to pull it back. He's even spotted one, but Sivov is going to trade places, or at least he was thinking about it. But the spike now being tapped in goes the snake bite denial again, and they're forced into the angle. The waiting arms of Vitality wrap around and squeeze any life out of Apex's chances for playoffs. 2-0, the super team has left them in the dust.
Yeah, map number 1 was just back to normal business for the side of Vitality. And then map number 2, well, it was a real fight for the side of Apex. A stellar first half, and I think this has been the story of their season. Yes, this is now them done in terms of making it to playoffs. They'll still be here next week to play another match, but unfortunately it was always close. Like, they always showed potential, showed presence on that stage. But when it came to closing out matches, it's never really been there. And that's where a side with so much experience, so much talent, could pretty much turn things back on its head.
Vitality's approach to Ascent was wonderful to witness. Their concession of space and their retakes looked so difficult to deal with, especially around middle. They had responses on the site, and when you got a man like Les holding your extremities, yeah, you're gonna fight mid a lot. But here, there was more of a challenge than I think we expected. 13-10, pushed to the limits. They're still walking away with the victory. And for Vitality, that's exactly what we expected coming into today. That's what they needed if they're going to be a team to compete at the top.
It's very funny looking at the scoreboard. Malsey, 296 ACS. 2 people have 6 first bloods. One of them is him, and the other is Durka. So that's all you need to know about the way that game was played.
You know, the key thing is that he was 6-0, while Durka lost a couple opening duels. So Malsey doing a lot of damage out there. Tom, I believe that's all we've got time for up here, because waiting down on the stage with Yinsu is Kix.
I am now joined by Kix from Team Vitality. First of all, congratulations on that win. With that win, you have locked yourselves to playoffs. Tell me how you're feeling about everything around. What are the emotions like, considering the previous 2 weeks were a little bit more rough?
I'm feeling really good, to be honest. Like, we had the last 2 weeks some struggles. Like, the Fnatic game was a close one, and it was like a really tough loss on us, and we had to kind of change some things around, and like we realized there's some problems that we hadn't noticed yet, and then we had a lot of hard work go into it before the Heretics game, but we weren't just ready yet. Like, we needed more time, and we've been working really hard this week as well, and we've had some tough conversations, like long days, and I'm happy that we got a win to like show off the hard work we put in, and now like the confidence is back.
A lot of people like to speculate about what it's like to be on Team Vitality and what it's like behind the closed doors. Could you tell me, you know, once and for all, what are the vibes like? You know, what is going on this team?
I mean, you're asking the wrong person, because I'm always good vibes. I'm the biggest vibe merchant on the team. But if we're talking about the whole team, like, I mean, it's pretty chill, to be honest. Like, me and Durka are always having a good time, you know, duelist initiator combo. ZywOo is like really happy to be here. Like, he's just enjoying his time. Les is the most chill guy on the team, and then Safe, you know, might get angry sometimes, but like in reality, he's like, he has the most love out of anyone for everyone in this team. Like, he is the best leader I've ever had, and I'm really happy with everyone.
He's the captain, you know. Somebody has to keep you guys in line.
Someone has to keep us in check,
Someone has to do it. Someone has to be the bad guy. I'm so glad you mentioned the duelist initiator kind of synergy here, because on Lotus, we don't have the Breach Yoru Tejo anymore. We've got the Breach Tejo Neon. So what was the reason behind this? And is this what you worked after the Fnatic game?
Yeah, like, to be honest, we realized that there are some strengths that we're not utilizing yet. And with like limited time as well, like making adjustments in mid-season, like it can be hard to kind of like make a comp work if you don't know the answers. And the easier fix for us was literally just playing Neon instead of Yoru and just playing together, and like realizing that we have really good synergies together. Like if you play like this, that we don't need like all these extra things. Like we just play together and we're gonna win.
And on Ascent as well, very unique comp. There's variation to this comp we've seen before, but this one in particular isn't something that we see every day. I have to ask, because Safe was playing Sova last week, Safe is now playing Tejo. Is it because he's just not comfortable with Sova? Are any of you comfortable to play something like Sova?
Comfortability is, I don't think it's a problem. Like, it's kind of hard to comment on this comp thing because, you know, you don't want to say too much, but also like, it's just like, I don't even remember exactly how this Ascent comp came along. Like we just decided like, we like this comp, we'll see how it goes, and it's been going good, so we just stuck with it.
And last question, of course, you've made playoffs now. I think you guys can breathe for a little bit. As we look ahead to something like playoffs, how different do you think the competition is there compared to kickoff? Because kickoff, you know, we're still kind of seeing how good everybody is. How difficult will it be in playoffs?
It will be more difficult for sure. Kickoff is kind of like first of all, no one remembers kickoff. Like, you know, who cares about kickoff? I don't even remember that we won it 2 months ago. Like, it's whatever. But playoffs is also different than the regular season in Split 1. Like, playoffs is always like a different kind of game. And I remember last year in stage 2, like we were kind of so-and-so in regular season, but when we went into playoffs, we had this like new wave of confidence kick in. And once we won like one game, we felt like we couldn't lose anymore. Yeah. And like, I think now that we won this game as well, we're heading the right direction.
The confidence is back. Thank you so much, Kix, for joining me. We'll see you here next week. Vitality, they've made it through, but the race for kickoff, the race for playoffs even continues with Liquid versus Koi right after this break.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, They gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Meg and Uli here, who looks very, very comfortable, so I'm going to let you chill for a second. And Faded from Team Vitality, first of all, huge congratulations. You can relax a little bit now because it felt like the last few weeks have been pretty intense. So what has it been like to try and get everything back into winning ways?
I mean, I think it's been taking a lot of effort from the team. One of the biggest things is, you know, when you implement a new person in a roster, any new player or any system change, it's always very difficult to find your rhythm and your identity. And I think especially this week, one of the key things that we worked on was, you know, coming from Safe actually, was, you know, mentoring and kind of getting on the same page. So yeah, it definitely is a relief. Job's not done yet. You know, we still have Na'Vi next, and they're a very respectable team. But it is a little bit of weight off our shoulders, and gives us a little bit more time to, you know, keep developing and building. So.
Do you call Sivov Zaiwu? Do you call him Zaiwu?
He's always going to be Zaiwu. I mean,
all right, okay.
Yeah.
If you do it, then we're allowed to do it. But of course, with that result, GX and Apex, Meg, they're officially eliminated. It's always sad when a team doesn't have their own destiny in their own hands, but Group Alpha is kind of being rounded out now.
Yeah, and I mean, it is even more a shame after. It did look so won for Apex, but of course, Vitality did bring it back and win out the second map. But yeah, heartbreaking for Apex and the 5 Giant X fans.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. Uli, you're one of them, right? It's like you, Lembo, Sergio, Bayer, that's about it.
No, I mean, single Spanish is going to be cheating for them. I'm so sorry, Lembo, Hitbox, all the organization. I feel sorry for you. I mean, it's hard to be eliminated already, but hopefully there will be an extra chance.
Yeah, hopefully. We have Split 2 coming up, 2 of course. But for now, the race for playoffs, it continues. It continues over at Group Omega because Koi will be taking on Team Liquid and they have to win this game if they want their playoffs dreams to be alive. Now, we've always been told, you know, in this gaming community, we should never backseat, you know. If you're dead, don't talk. Let the other person play. However, I'm going to ignore all of that today and make sure that we do some backseat gaming because Koi have looked like a team that could win. At those moments, they could maybe take it over the line, but they've yet to win a game just yet. So I want to ask you, Meg, and you, Uli, as the expert backseaters, to tell me what you would do to fix Koi, to get them a win. And as the coach here on this couch, Faded, I want you to then tell me which idea you would implement if you were on the side of Koi. You can backseat as well with us.
Okay.
I will start with, who wants to start? Yeah, I'll start with you, Uli.
Yeah, I always like to talk about Koi. I mean, being honest, I think it's a good time for Koi. They should try to bring some more confidence. I can remember, oh, what a nice match against Foot. They were playing, pushing out for Rubble, getting all the information, facing them. They were confident. They were doing a proper job. It was amazing to see them winning through the defense and knowing how to play Lotus. This is one of the best things that you can ever imagine. What I would say. Then, after losing that match, I mean, obviously you can maybe lose some confidence, maybe it could be hard, but you can prove yourself. But there is something you will never miss, is the knowledge. I mean, you know how to play Lotus. And obviously, if you know how to play Lotus, it cannot happen what happens with Carmine Corp. How the hell we didn't push into Rubble? We lost all the information, we lost everything. There is no thing. I mean, just think about it. Play with confidence, like on Pearl. That time, the Philo was pushing on main. He was getting the proper information, playing around it. They must be confident.
I can't believe what they've woken you up from your slumber. This is how annoyed
I'm not cozy anymore.
You're not cozy anymore, thinking about why they're not confident. All right, so the way that you will fix them is to
they must be confident.
Raise the confidence. Raise the confidence.
Yeah, but you want to talk about confidence. Can I come in here with mine?
Give me something.
First of all, I have tears in my eyes. Let me just get, because that was so beautiful. That was really inspiring. However, if we want to talk about confidence, I'm going to throw something into the ring, because the most confident people, Valorant players on planet Earth, they play Reyna.
Word.
Love you, Reyna mains.
Word.
We need to bring Shados back.
Shayna.
Get Shados on the Reyna, and nothing but success for Movistar Koi.
Okay, do you know what? Meg, you know me too well. I feel like you've maybe studied me a little bit before coming here. As the #1 Gambit, as the president of the Gambit fan club, and as the person that fondly remembers this Icebox Shayna back in 2021 Champs Final against Ascent, I agree with you. As a fellow backseater, if it were me, I would just stick him on the Reyna as well, considering that they like to play Icebox.
Yes.
So why not? That could be a good fit. We're going to see Icebox. Like, we know we're going to see Icebox.
But not just Icebox, everything.
Oh, everywhere.
Literally everywhere. Let's bring back the Reyna days that we've not actually ever had, but like, let's bring them back for Shados specifically.
Okay.
Because I know he's only played Chamber once, and I know the performance wasn't great, so anything can be better.
You had me at Icebox everywhere. Now,
maybe, okay, now I'm second guessing myself, but only because you're...
Yeah, Faded, you're the coach, so which strategy would you implement to give Koi a win? The confidence or Shados on Reyna?
I'll be honest, I think I like the confidence one, because that kind of deal, it was a very passionate.
Thank you.
You know, I think I felt it myself. I think that the reason why I choose the confidence is because it's not just one player, it's everybody. And, you know, it's one of those things where confidence it's easy to talk about, but it's so hard to find. And I think, you know, Flya, you know, I've known him since NA, and he's an insane caller. He's a very hard worker. This guy even is thinking about op lines on different maps to, you know, even the bare bone basics. He's always studying, always developing. Like, I have so much respect for him in terms of, you know, how he even came to this position. The difference is, you know, how can the rest of his team be able to help, you know, give him confidence in what he's calling. You know, maybe he's having a bad shooting day, you know, but he has fraggers on his team. And I think the confidence aspect is, you know, you take those risks, right? Like, don't be afraid to lose. Like, don't be afraid. Don't be thinking about that. Like, think about, you know, being a team and sacrificing and being selfless for your team. Take these risks, take these fights, like, and confidence will build by itself. So.
I'm ready. Should we go?
I think we should go to the stage.
I've got a Koi jersey as well.
Can we play?
No, you're not coming with us.
I'll play
Reyna.
I guess.
You have to be our fan.
I've talk now.
You have to be our fan, Uli. If we go and there's no one here to hold the fort down, but that was, I think you hit the nail on the head. Oh, look at these two. Look at these. Can we get a quick?
You cannot join us.
Can we please make sure all the fan artists, you know what to do?
Yeah.
You know what to do. I want this fan art ASAP Rocky of Uli and Faded. But for now,
my favorite coach now.
Oh, what do you mean now? He wasn't your favorite coach before?
Yeah, he was, but I didn't want to say it.
All right, we're gonna have a little chat, but you guys take a look at this interview with the Team Liquid's Camo. It's a very important day for Team Liquid today. I'm now joined by their star duelist, Camo. Now, Camo, you're facing up against your former team of Koi, so I wanted to ask you, how's the relationship like with some of the guys that still play there? You still talk to Shados and Gravinia?
If I'm being honest, with Groovy it's not that deep anymore, but with Shados we talk sometimes. Like, obviously, no bad blood between us. We're gonna see after the game though. Maybe that's gonna change.
Are you looking forward to this match? Because I think you're a very different player on Koi than you are now. What are the differences that you've noticed?
I mean, it's always nice to play against your ex-teammates. I think the biggest difference between me on Liquid and me on Koi is the confidence I have. Because last year on Koi, barely won a single game. Now it's much different, so I would say the confidence.
It's nice to win, right? You've been to a global event as well. Now you've had a taste of what it's like to go to an event to play against other regions, you know, the environment. How excited are you at the possibility of going to Toronto?
I mean, I want to go to Toronto as well. I think Bangkok was a great adventure. and I'm honestly just excited to see if Toronto's gonna be the same.
Yeah, and you might be going to Toronto if you make it as one of, if not the best Waylay player, certainly one that plays it a lot. What are your views on Waylay? Whose idea was this, you know, and do you see yourself as a Waylay main now?
When the agent came out, I think we tried it out on every map, and we thought like, okay, on Lotus it might actually be viable. And I think at the moment the agent is absolutely broken.
Yeah? In what way? Why?
I think the ability to just absolutely send it is amazing. I think the only issue is that it's not that much of an individual agent. You actually need the whole team to back you up to make it work.
And how is the team right now in terms of synergy with Serial also looking like he's a little bit more comfortable? Are you guys feeling more confident?
I think Serial overall is doing good, joining the team. He's getting the vibes with everyone. I think we are confident for this game against Koi.
And lastly, is there anybody else that you feel like should be playing Waylay? Are the other teams and players trolling not by getting onto this? And how big of an advantage is it for you that you do get ahead of this meta?
I'm not sure actually. I don't think Waylay is that ahead of the meta, if I'm being honest. Like I said, you need the whole team to play around it to kind of make it work. And I'm not sure if other teams in EMEA are able to do that.
You're keeping the secret to yourself. I like it, I like it. Thank you very much for joining me and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Now for Team Liquid, they will lock playoffs if they win against Koi today. And you guys heard of that from Camo, talked a little bit about the Waylay and why it suits their team so much right now. How do you guys feel about Camo's Waylay? Is he wastelaying? He's wastelaying out here?
He's wastelaying. I think you can't argue with the last performance on Waylay with Camo. It was just literally the best performance we've seen, I would say personally, but I think most people would say on Waylay so far.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, one of the best. Now, he also said there, Fade, that in order to be a good Waylay and for it to work, your whole team has to play around this, you know? It's more of like a team agent as opposed, I guess, the Reyna, very opposite scale of the Reyna. Do you agree with that? And do you like the way the Liquid have been playing Waylay?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different teams that have been watching in terms of understanding the Waylay and the implementation. I mean, Jagamo's on G2 is really, really good. I think the way that they layer in order to give him the space and, you know, the creative freedom is really nice. I think the way that Liquid uses Waylay to kind of, you know, set. The thing about Waylay is that you're not necessarily just creating space. Like, you're able to give your team more deeper positions to start off. And get that information too as well. It's kind of like a Silver Dart in a way. You know, as long as you play it.
You guys love the Silver Dart.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
for sure. No, you're right. But I do think that you know, Liquid's the way that they're kind of using the Waylay is, you know, very strong in the implementation. And you know, I've seen different variations of it, but I would say, you know, I've seen a lot of it in China too as well. But I think my top two favorites are probably Liquid and G2. So.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they do have some cool stuff. Let's take a look at some of this cool stuff, because a lot of this, Uli, is as a result of their other stuff being anti-stratus. So they don't have a choice. They have to bring out some new things.
They have to be improving every single way. There is no chance that they can just stuck on something. They are playing around it, and to be honest, we know that Koi must be anti-stratting today.
Yeah, but
what
do you do? What do you do against this Waylay, Tejo, Deadlock, like all coming in? What do you do against this, Meg?
Play with confidence.
Well, I mean,
it's hard. They have to try to, first of all, the basics. I mean, they cannot forget about the basics. I think Koi cannot be focusing on how they're playing, how the other team is playing, which compo they're playing. They have to focus on knowing what they have to do.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, echoing what you said, Yinsu, Week 1, it looked like they were just doing the same stuff again and again, but like, for example, that Deadlock play that we just saw in A main there, everything about that felt like it was there to counter Zeus. And the 13-1 against Foot on Lotus, I feel like just encompasses that clearly they've done their homework, they're trying new things, and whatever they're doing, it's working. But I think it'll be interesting to see if they just bring in the same, because it worked so well against Foot this week, or whether they will switch things up again.
I almost feel like they got no reason not to, you know, it's working, they look so confident doing it as well, and of course Serial's comfortable. You guys have a new player as well, Fader, so tell me about, you know, how maybe easy or difficult it is to implement a player onto a tier 1 team that's never been there before, and you know, the kids, how are you bringing the kids up to speed?
I think it really is, for me at least, I think our team does a really good job of, everyone in the team is working to bring him up to speed, right? I think if it's not just me. I mean, Durka does a really good job being extremely positive and building this guy's confidence. I think Safe does a really, really good job of explaining higher level concepts and understandings. Kimmy's teaching, different roles that, they kind of played in the same way. But I think, and Les is always talking about, the big picture of the maps and how to think about it, how different scenarios will play out. So in terms of bringing someone on, it's a lot of work for not only the coaches, but also the players. And, I feel like the way that Liquid, even from, Cyril's first game and on, you can tell he has a lot of support around him too as well. They're not expecting him to just be a high fragger. He's playing his role really well. And, you're starting to see it develop more and more. So I think that's always the focus, right? I think with Zaiwu or Saibov, one of the key things was, he popped off in day one and the first match. But I think, it kind of playing more for the team too as well is, we're not expecting frags from him, but at the end of the day, like you saw today, this kid can really fight through situations. So, yeah.
And also, it's really good that week. I can remember that I was talking with Durke after the first time that he was playing Seawolf, and he was just saying we were just playing for him. We were trying to make him feel comfortable on stage, because one of the big steps for players that are just coming to here is to play on stage at the same level that they used to do on Prax or any other online match.
And I bet you, Nat is probably that guy, We know how good of a captain he is out here, probably giving him a lot of confidence. But, I mean, if we take a look at the agent pools, on the other side of this, though, it's kind of like, can you outdo the doer? Because back on Tier 2 Ascension, when Soulcast was on Apex, he was a fabulous Deadlock player, moved to this Vice very early on Meg. He is also someone that doesn't need to be comfortable on that stage because he was born on that stage, let's be honest.
Yeah, and I feel like having the versatility in these roles is only going to help you grow and get better as a teammate, because not only do you understand your own role when you play it, but you're understanding how your teammates are playing it and how you would want that to be played off. So I think, clearly seeing here Serial just in stage 1, having brought so much to the stage is sensational.
Yeah, not his role, by the way. It's not like he was doing this in Tier 2. He had to learn to do this. With that in mind, let's take a look at the Lotus comp from Team Liquid. We kind of alluded to it already. They brought out something new, something very fun, something cool. Is this a one and done Faded? Can you do this multiple times? Are there other things that you could bring on this map that could still keep it difficult to read, and more to surprise?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm personally a huge Deadlock fan. I love Deadlock, but I also know that there's a lot of limitations to it. I think the one thing to think about is Liquid loves to be, very aggressive. They love to be unpredictable. And I think, Deadlock is one of those agents where, like, for example, the Ascent comp with, the double Senti, like, in my opinion, the Deadlock makes the attack a lot stronger. You can punish and you can kind of take advantage of defenses that kind of become a little lackluster, right? And I think, with the Waylay, I feel like there's so many ways you can be creative with this comp, even on the defensive side, to take space and be aggressive. And I think it does actually strengthen out the offense as long as their protocols are in sync. And I think that's the reason why, like, yes, there are a lot of things you can do with this comp. It's just, let's see how creative they can be over time, right? So
not a one and done.
Not a one and done.
Got legs. You guys agree?
Agree.
I agree. I really like the Deadlock personally, and just to echo what Faded said about the Deadlock on attack, I just picture in my mind the amount of jumping around on Deadlock with the ult and how much space you can take with them on attack, which isn't normal for the Sentinel role, so I do really like it.
Well, hopefully we see it, because this one's got everything. Playoffs hopes, elimination pressure, and two teams with something huge to prove. Let's send this down to the stage and bring out Team Liquid and Koi.
Don't do it, I said. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said. Play it up, can you keep up? Play
The stakes are simple. Koi, they have to win if they want a chance to make playoffs. And for Liquid, if they win this match, they will be locking themselves in. So once again, much like the first game, the map vetoes are going to be very, very important. Although for one team, Meg, the map pool is a bit stronger.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I was just distracted because I was trying to see what shoes Flyer was wearing after the lucky. I think he's bought a new pair out. But yeah, of course, I mean, Team Liquid here are favoured in terms of the map vetoes. And we do see the Haven and the Pearl coming in. And the Lotus to start, which I think is a really interesting choice after such a standout performance, because this is being picked by Movistar Koi. Yeah. And obviously an outstanding performance from Liquid last week against Foot. And the way that we saw Camo on Waylay, this is...
They must know something we don't.
They must.
What do you reckon that is, Faded? If you were looking at this comp of Liquid.
I mean, I think one thing is, if you think about how Liquid was with Lotus during kickoff, right? They were very, very scared of that map. They came in, picked a random comp, and I'm pretty sure they built it on the fly. And they won, but it was still during Bangkok, one of their tough maps. I do think that Koi probably has an idea of how they want to counter the aggression and punish. Because Liquid is probably going to be pretty explosive with this, so I think if Koi probably has a good game plan, and if they can execute on the game plan, I think they're going to put up a good fight against them.
Completely agree, and also we have to add something. Movistar Koi was the team that was already playing with double Sentinel. They know the strengths, well, not always. They know the strengths and also the weak spot. So I think that they could try to get something on this match.
Can't outdo the duo, like I said, they're the OGs, they got the solutions. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if we will get that Wasteland comp once again out of Liquid and what Koi are going to bring us. Okay, Alpha yet before this was the only player in the entire world in Tier 1 that plays Killjoy on Lotus. And now Soulcast is going to join him.
I mean, Alpha is a trendsetter, I do have to say it. And I think, you can't deny that he found so much value with the Killjoy. And I really do hope that Soulcast can echo that today and find as much value for Movistar Koi as a team.
Did you expect this, Faded? Did you like this?
Not really. Well, I didn't expect it. And granted, we got punished by this comp fairly recently, so I can definitely say that I think people always feel like old meta comps or comps that are kind of not as popularized, lose value over time, especially the new agents. But I mean, Fnatic showed what the strengths of this comp still exists.
Yeah.
I think it really comes down to I'm very interested in how Koi's going to approach it. So
yeah, I can't wait to see this. Thank you so much, Fader, for joining us. We'll see you here next week. We've been backseat gaming this whole time, so let's send this down to the front line over to Pansy and Minnie.
Thank you so much. And yeah, look, Minnie's told me he's going to be backseating this whole game just before we got here. A lot of pressure on Koi just because Minnie is now going to be judging them parlously. No, I'm kidding. But how do you feel about this? Because we've got Liquid with a very creative comp coming in. Yep. We've already seen it look very good. Camo looked exceptional in that Waylay. I think it was like 23-7 up against Foot. Showed its validity. Brilliant. Cool. Tick in the box. Even the desk Faded saying there's some length to this. It has that versatility going forward. But Koi's gone for the switch up here, Minnie. What do we make of this composition? It's one you're probably quite familiar with. You've seen this before.
Seen this one before.
Is it enough to light a fire under the team that desperately needs a positive result?
It's not the kind of comp you expect to be that kind of explosive, weird comp. It is a very standard comp, but I'll argue that it is better than the comp they're running before. It allows them, like Uli on the desk was saying, it allows them to fight a little bit more and be a bit more proactive. And ultimately, their comp before just wasn't working for them. Liquid, on the other hand, they didn't get punished by Foot in that game. Those second layers didn't get exposed, so I like the fact that they're also coming to the table again with the same comp.
I think that's something we'd love to keep touching back in on, is how does that adaptation work? Because their result was just exceptional in the past for Liquid here with this sort of composition. So we didn't get to see it having to be put to test. But for now we focus as Kiko under challenge and under threat, going to be traded out effectively as Patatech doesn't leave him to fight alone.
Yeah, strange for Kiko to commit there, but still gets the frag, and that's what he's been doing all season long.
Patatech running the safe tech of just walking up the drone silently. Does get dealt with, but 3 of them remaining.
A re-clear here with the Waylay.
Ooh, Camo, this is nice. It's actually Nats to claim onto Flyer, and they've just they've kind of re-engaged this fight, right? They were taking that space back, didn't even want to give the main on the way in.
it was a surprising timing, but this is Waylay 101, and what I like from Liquid on this map is using that Waylay reactively, taking the space back with that refract.
Glad you know what it's called. One of us is a professional here, and it is not me. Shados now a 1v4, and you can already see it. I think we saw on the X-ray for a second. Yeah, on the right, that little setup. Really hard to get past for him. Has to face it. He does. Camo farming up nice and early, but Patatek, lovely support from him too. Nice to see that kind of collective effort going through this. Liquid going to claim the first hit. Kicking things off well for themselves as Koi. Again, look, in some of their recent performances, those first map woes have been pretty rough for them. I think it's a very clear way to discuss it. I want to see these guys look... Oh my god, I've just seen one behind me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my good god.
I mean, I was glad I wasn't here last week for shenanigans.
Thanks, man.
But, yeah, that karma hit me.
Well, last time I did a Q&A with chat, which was a bit risky, but I enjoy it. I enjoy it. We don't have the audience. Yeah, we're not going to play noughts and crosses.
Me and you could just play noughts and crosses instead.
I don't think that's going to be the content that's going to get us the viewers. But hopefully we find out what the issue is.
I play a pretty good noughts and crosses, though.
Shut up. I bet you... Yeah,
I'm just
you're just straight lying. Well, I feel like this is my fault. They're investigating we don't know what. A mystery, perhaps. I'd like you to make a wild guess as to what's going on.
That panda called the tech pause.
You reckon?
That's his panda, yeah.
Okay, classic. Big shout on that one. Bellyache, got it. I would say, I'm looking at which admin's over here. Who's moving closer? Okay, it's the Koi side. But he's smiling. He's smiling.
How dare they smile during a tech pause?
Don't you dare be happy. If I'm miserable, so are you. We'll find out. Hopefully the little bit below us will keep us up to date as we go along. But chat, time to have a chat. Let's get into it. Now I can be as parasocial as the others.
I could talk about the game.
No. Why would you do that?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Talking about the game. Who do you think you are? If there is a couple of key points, though, do actually lead us into it, because we do have now time to actually yap for a bit. So I'll get some questions. You give us a talk about what we're seeing.
I just wanted to talk about that round we just saw.
Yeah, go for it.
We saw that the deadlock was used on that rubble fight and then left the wall deep.
Okay.
And Koi should know that that is what Liquid are going to try to achieve. But they didn't break it or kind of go back. And that was, I was going to say after, before we saw the tech pause, I was a little bit worried that maybe Koi didn't have the strongest game plan to deal with some of the stuff, and they're planting some seeds in my mind that I'm going to be looking forward to once this tech pause is over.
If it ever ends. Hold on. Potential game issue.
There he is. The problem.
Look at him. He knows what he's done.
Eyes.
People were theory crafting your height was apparently a reason.
My height?
Apparently.
That's just mean.
Okay, someone did ask which players/personalities are the best singers. Singers at like a karaoke, like a Boaster.
Karaoke.
Boaster's a killer at it because he puts on a show.
It's not me.
Really, I was thinking Mariah Carey was next to us, but turned out.
I did Britney Spears.
Which song? Toxic?
Yeah, of
course. Little dance with it, is that as well?
No, I was trying to book my flight at the same time.
Right, yeah. Trying to escape as quickly as possible. Got it. I'd say Boaster. I'd say Boaster for that.
Who was good on the show? We did it with Paper X, and some of the Paper X. Forsaken is good.
Can legit sing, can't they? It's just like, wow.
Yeah, no, Jason is very good.
Yeah, no,
he can do everything. This guy's flexing agents.
This is a bit of a niche question though. When Slicky dies, bit morbid.
Yeah, that's not
do you think he goes to heaven or hell? He is old. The greys are coming through.
Heaven or hell?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I know, it's a bit of a mad one.
I don't think he actually has done it. He's not left his house enough to do anything to warrant
minimize his threat. Do you think that's also like he's watched Final Destination a couple of times, now he just fears leaving the house? You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Could be. There's a new Final Destination coming out. I was like, the new generation will be also traumatized. Every time I'm behind, like, you're on like a highway or a motorway, there's that like truck in front of you, the lorry, there's probably the lots on that.
I know it, but I've never seen it.
What?
No,
really? Oh my gosh. Okay, we are getting ready to check, so we're getting closer to game start, so thank you for bearing with us here. How do the cables taste? Well, okay. Go away. Delicious. Do you prepare content at home in case of a tech pause? No, because I err on the side of optimism, and then when it goes wrong, I make the best of my possible. Someone from SEA, is 23 degrees really already too hot for people in Europe? Yes, we are very pale.
I feel happier today. Like
yes, because you went in the sunlight.
Yeah.
First time for everything.
It's weird. Hopefully this game doesn't bring me back down to
No.
the tech pauses don't bring it back down.
Ooh, best 5 stack from casters / talent. Like, who would be the stack? Because
I'm now in. I'm now
you're
in.
Yeah, you're locked in. You're absolutely first draft. You know what I mean? Like, who's claiming Mini? Get him on board.
Who's good?
Baller
was good, right?
Yeah, Baller.
Good.
Mike was
Mike's
very good.
okay.
So that's at least 3. Do I have to be on it? I don't know if you want me on the team, but I'll put myself
I
there.
think you talk about your COD days as if, you know, we gotta get you on just to see.
I'm really good at talking trash as well. That
is a positive.
Yeah, absolute I-Series warrior coming through. But luckily we are back in game, so thank you very much for the questions and the interactions. You guys at home are a valued member of the talent now. So welcome on board. But we kind of highlighted a couple of those key issues that could be returning here, but this round probably won't be the one that we see too much for, but I'd love to see Koi go for a little something a little different. Give me a little look here. You only have classics. Why not try and
Just
work
see how they
out?
deal with the rubble control that Team Liquid is going to do every single round. They're going to be fighting for this rubble control a lot with the deadlock and with the Omen sometimes. And what can Koi do against that?
And is this going to be like a prep thing, or is it just an in-server kind of pick it up as you go along? For now, it's going the way we'd expect, very clean from Liquid, they'll be happy. But as I said, is that something you'd lead in with as a kind of theory crafting how you'd like to handle it, or is it something that you just can do live on the server? But you're probably quite aware you're coming against this comp, so surely you'd want to put a little bit into it, right?
Absolutely a server. Rubble specifically is one of the few times where we'd actually load up the game and kind of go in the server together and kind of fight each other and see how it felt. Rarely we do that, usually we just speak about it, but Rubble specifically, there's so much micro elements and like tiny little details that you need to kind of figure out.
We'll see if that does come in. This would be the round.
No. If I look behind me.
Every now and then. Yeah, no, we're back. Well. Yeah, that damn panda.
I did curse it because I said it could be a fairly quick day today.
When did you say that? Did you say that?
I said that's the makeup people always ask. I gotta tell them what my thoughts are. I can't lie. Lie? Yeah, okay, I could lie. Yeah.
Come on, that is literally our jobs. Well, this is a day.
Lie about what? What do you mean lie?
Oh, it's gonna be 6 map a day, like, and then when it isn't, you're like,
true.
Exciting! I can see sunlight.
Yeah, what a beautiful day to
be stuck in here with me.
Even the panda's depressed. The pain behind the eyes.
Tech Pause Panda. Can we get a mascot for it that isn't me and Mike? You know what I mean? For like the Tech Pauses.
But it is just. I think it's. Oh, I see.
Yeah, because obviously they got like the panda.
But if you're casted and it's.
Do I need to make a plushie of myself? Like, come on. I mean, maybe I should.
Wait, what's the goal of this?
Well, just because I feel like I want, a little mascot for the Tech Pauses. Someone to blame, someone to, bring out.
Like a stress ball almost. Are you going to beat up your own plushie?
I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, absolutely. Actually would be the case. Hopefully, I do feel like this might be a reoccurring issue, but once I get the nod from production, I think we are there. We're actually going to head over to State of the Meta with Tom and Mitch. So we're going to throw it over to that and hopefully get a couple of seconds on our side, and then we'll be ready to go.
Welcome back. It's been a while since we last caught up, and with some pretty hefty changes to the map pool and another agent added into the mix, it's time to get you up to date with everything that is currently going on within the meta.
To start with, our map pool has changed. Bind and Abyss have sadly been taken out of rotation. In their place, we welcome back Ascent and Icebox. For the most part, we've seen minimal changes to the maps themselves. But for all you B main wallbangers, I have some bad news.
The main difference, however, is how the maps are being played. Both maps have cult classic compositions, however recently we have seen a lot of teams coming in with fresh ideas. On Icebox, this variety has spiced up the map to a new degree. Last episode's focal point Teo has had massive impact, with every single team on week 1 running the agent. With impressive plant denial on defense and the same in post plants on attack, it's really not a surprise. A little more surprising is the other agents being picked.
Clove, even after the nerf that we'll talk about a little bit later, was picked up by BBL, and more impressively, we even saw some waylay on waylay action when Team Liquid took on Gentlemates. On Ascent, we're seeing some fantastic usage of Deadlock, with Malzy being a shining star in his matchup versus Team Heretics, where he gave us a perfect display on how the Gravity Net becoming a signature ability can be used alongside a huge depth of different setups.
As I am sure you're all aware, Waylay was released just after Masters Bangkok, and it has to be said, the reviews from across the scene are incredibly mixed. This ranges from Jorgamo calling her the new Jet, to some saying she may even be the worst agent in the game.
She excels a lot on shorten the distance. You're gonna see her in that situation.
I don't think it's bad as op. I think you can play solo op. Like, I feel like it's easy.
In my opinion, it's definitely not the Jet killer, or like the better Jet, because Jet's just a better op agent.
This, however, didn't stop our EMEA superstars from trying her out in week 1, with appearances on Icebox and Ascent. It is safe to say, however, that the impact was limited, with Miniboo probably displaying some of the most interesting usage in this clip on Ascent.
Troll.
Immediately using the saturate and then diving in towards.
Her ultimate, Convergence Path, also seems to have some pretty decent value, with a very large area being covered. However, what we expected to be Waylay's most impactful ability, her Refract, actually ended up as a lot more of a risk, especially when up against someone as competent as Floor.
Pressure might be on for Batu to find him. Oh, cross! Never mind! Fluorescence there with the op.
Back at kickoff, we were raving about the introduction of Teo, with questions of how impactful this agent can really be. Well, with extra time and a lot of work done by teams that didn't attend Masters Bangkok, it seems we were right to be excited.
Teho has a 50% play rate in the first few weeks, making him the second most played agent so far. And it's no surprise when you look at the combinations of utility possible alongside his kit. Breach and Yoru's play rate have also increased, with the potential for a lot of extra information combined with flashes, stuns, and salvos. It makes a deadly combo for anyone to deal with.
Another agent on the rise is Vice, with her wall and vines causing mash issues for teams while entering onto the site. Many are calling her the best delay in the game right now, and honestly, I can see why. Entering a setup like this must be a nightmare. With these changes, it does, however, mean we have seen the drop-off in some of our historically most popular agents. This has to be the lowest play rate we have ever had for Killjoy in the current meta. These have been some of the major updates within the game, but just in case you missed anything else from the patch notes, here's Mitch with a speedrun of the other changes.
Clove's metal has changed. Their smokes recharge slower, and they have a longer health buff, but less of a speed boost. Deadlock's Barrier Mesh is no longer a signature ability, and has been replaced with GravNet, which now has a 40-second cooldown, although it is slightly smaller than before. ISO can only have one undercut, but it now suppresses enemies alongside vulnerability. And you'll also now get more of a movement tag when you're shot with double tap active. Teho's Guided Salvo now does 50% damage to utility rather than the 100% that it was at kickoff. KO's flash now pops 0.8 seconds after bouncing off a surface, with a unique wind-up sound cue. Underhand flashes last longer, and there's a neat new minimap icon to help you track his flash in flight. Yoru's fake out cost went from 100 to 200, and Vice saw a big nerf with her Razor Vines and Wall now lasting 3 and 2 seconds less respectively.
Of course, it's still early in Stage 1 for the meta to truly be decided, but with playoffs fast approaching, we are still seeing a mass amount of clever adaptations, with Fnatic still running old faithful comps on Lotus and the Turkish Jet as prominent as ever. It truly is blessed times in VCT EMEA, with seemingly unlimited options for teams to choose from.
For all the action, make sure to check out VCT EMEA on socials, and we'll catch you this week.
Beautifully said there, Mitch and Tom. But of course, we are in the middle of a tech pause. League officials are currently investigating a potential game issue. We will keep you updated, and also the ticker. How nice is that? How nice is it that we have that little tech pause thing down here? I love it. Other regions don't have it. We're the best.
Yeah, I'm nosy, so I like to know what's going on.
Me too. I like to know what's going on as well. And it's almost like Mitch and Tom knew what was going on, because they said in that video at the very end that teams, well, the only team, Fnatic, have kept to their old Lotus comp. They just don't like to change anything. And then we've got Koi over here, Uli taking a page out of their book.
Yeah, they're just swapping the composition. Even though they were playing with a double Sentinel, they move into something much more aggressive. We're talking about we want much more confidence. If you want confidence, you have to have someone to play on a potential role like is Raze, trying to fight up, fighting for rubble, trying to get everything, and also playing with information, because something that they lacked when they were playing against Karmine Corp on this map is playing with any info. I mean, they were just playing defensive, passive, and nothing else.
Yeah, I sometimes think there's a lot of pressure when you have these new agent releases to kind of play into the new meta, be the first people to try something, play something really cool and different, but sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think Fnatic have kind of, you know, shown that you don't need to be necessarily playing all of these new agents and following the meta to actually win games.
And I love the way that they've all spoke about this, right? Alpha was saying, Lotus is not that complicated, just play the game, I think is exactly what you said. But this Killjoy, once upon a time, this is like, of course, there's a Killjoy. You guys spoke about the Sentinel already. How exciting, we got 3 different Sentinels on the server. Don't see that every day. But now this, all of a sudden, Meg, is weird. You know, this Killjoy pick is all of a sudden out of meta, but there's a reason why that this comp works so wonderfully, especially on the defense, right? When you want to go see having all the Killjoy stuff there is never the most easiest way to get onto site.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that we saw Soulcast actually playing a different Sentinel previously, and he was quite back. He was set back, and he wasn't sort of fighting for the site, and he didn't have enough utility to hold off those pushes. So yeah, I like the Killjoy.
Well, I can't wait to see what he's going to do, because we're getting back into game. Pansy promised no more tech pauses.
I feel like that was a lie, but you know what, we'll take it. Also, big news, breaking news. Mini doesn't think he's ginger, which is wild to me. I was like, oh, there's a lot of gingers on the broadcast.
I didn't go grey, I just went more ginger when I coached. Before coaching, I was...
True, you were like, yeah.
You know, a normal human.
A normie. Now the soul's
now
gone.
ginger.
Yeah, the soul left with Fnatic. I assume we're going through like the last rounds of ready checks, just getting everything sorted, and then we're diving into game. I can already see the countdown on my screen, which you will now see. Now, there we are. So hopefully all good to go. We'll keep you up to date as we go forward. But the bonus here coming into play. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. 2 rounds to Liquid, and they looked very, very robust in it. This composition still looking solid. Haven't really seen Koi address this rubble control yet as to how they want to approach it.
Seems like they got a bit of a plan here where they're listening for that control and then immediately pivoted towards BC side of the map. At least they're understanding. Reclear here though.
Pico taking a real risk on that one. Filu's going to punish him on the little bit of a glance out from B, but there's a lot of bodies to B, so it's almost bait in a weird way. It's almost kind of welcoming you in, but there's a lot more behind that.
Yeah, I want Koi to now explore that rubble side of the map. Like, go re-clear it, use this Viper wall, and make sure that Team Liquid aren't stacked B and C right now, which they are.
I'd love to see them try and go through that information game, right? Get those protocols right, go through that really robust list. Now it seems like, okay, a little bit of a investment towards rubble. That Prowler went down, but that was about it from Shados, but they are still glancing towards that C side of the map.
Yeah, and Liquid weren't confident here, so free sight for Koi, it looks like. Gonna have all the time in the world to sub for this post plant.
Yeah. Liquid will be here quite quickly though, you noted it, it's kind of stacked towards B, but with a quick rotation through CT from 2 of them. Stall coming in as well, going to deny the, I assume, plant on the first attempt of things. I'm curious to see what the next layers to this are. You've still got Camo sitting pretty with his util who can go in denial. No pressure towards Waterfall either, nothing to dissuade them from doing that. So Nats, oh look at this Cam as well, that is tasty, isn't it? Yeah, Camo gonna find Flyer, and they're gonna try and take the fight forward. 10 seconds, they kind of have to. Panatek waiting, has support as well through CT. Oh, Koi! This is a nightmare come true. Feel's down so low already. 47 HP ain't enough. Boombot there, maybe a little bit of a kit to play with. Spacing great from Panatek. Gets that swing off the back of Camo dropping. But Mini, what the hell just happened on the site, mate?
To be honest, I caught it completely wrong. I thought Koi had all the time in the world of post plant, and they couldn't even get the spike down. Team Liquid had a really nice setup there where they knew that they could stall, and they knew that they can spam. But that kind of protocol, like you were kind of alluding to, usually when you're getting spammed out like that, you'll see teams immediately start fighting.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure on it. Yeah,
making sure that the plant goes down, but Koi seemingly not having that protocol.
And that worries me. It really does. Got to say, though, love the Cam that was in play there. I mean, it's Nats, right? The guy is legendary in the role, but nice seeing that there, just kind of keeping the information flowing of when we commit, when we don't. Just kept that nice balancing act.
Completely new to me, to be honest.
Oh.
Should do one round and then...
Yeah, just then we get to really break it down. This is the analysis dream. Yeah. This is it.
This is what I live for.
Stay with us, guys. Stay with us. I mean, no one's happy about this. Obviously, they'll be trying to fix it up as soon as we can. But we can kind of talk about what we've seen so far. And let's kind of then roll it back to what we were discussing coming into this as well. When we were talking about Koi, we want to see them come in with a couple of ideas, be up to date on how they were approaching this map, especially against this composition. Maybe taking a couple of lessons away from those that Foot series that Liquid played, right? You've got recent tape here, same comp. How do they then manage to maybe get into it a bit?
The problem, though, is I kind of highlighted this, is that Foot never got past that initial layer from Team Liquid. They never actually had to go into these deeper setups. And immediately we see that Team Liquid have some spice on those deeper setups that Koi probably couldn't prepare around. At least from what I remember, I didn't remember seeing a cam and a spam. I didn't see that in my prep, so it's nice to see that Team Liquid are bringing, like, because for Team Liquid, they are the team in EMEA that's played the most amount of maps.
Yes.
They have the most amount of footage on them, and to see them go to those global events and come back and still have the time to kind of pivot how they're playing, even between series, it's a strength of Team Liquid.
It's huge. It's a little bit underestimated, I guess, by most, but I think for us, because we see such a common trend of it, be it in a coach or a caster, it's that they'll have that one big event, either bring out something a little bit quirky, a little bit different that hasn't had, maybe prep for it to the same extent. They hit, the European leagues or any other leagues after it, and everyone knows what you've been doing. It's always been the kind of curse of whoever wins. Everyone's seen what you've got. If you do deep runs in tournaments, everyone's seen it. So it's nice to see that there's still layers to this, right? Nice little kind of finishing touches that we're seeing as we go on for Liquid. This is only 3 rounds. It's still very early days, but we saw that nice little adjustment on that C site. Beautiful, tick in the box. But for Koi, I do want to see them start problem solving here as well. Start them, getting into this, because I can see it just to give you the run through. Shados, Fly, and Grabino yet to get off the starting block. Sat on 0 so far. Soulcast with 1 and Filu with 3. And it's not a massive point, but you've got a cold start here too. You're not feeling warmed into the game. You kind of need some of those rounds to just get feeling like you're warmed into it a little bit, get that hot hand building. No one there yet. And really for Koi, where do we put this level of expectation? Because we were talking about it earlier. I'm yapping, by the way, folks. If you do want to make a cup of tea, now's the time. Get a Red Bull, get whatever you fancy. Now would be the time. I will be yapping for a second longer. We will go back to questions in a moment. But I was kind of discussing the pound for pound with other teams who are sitting either on that 0-3 or towards the lower end of, at least, let's say, the groups. And I was kind of looking at Apex, who've they've claimed a couple map wins here and there, but yet to really put their names on the board. Obviously a rough result for them today, but they looked competitive in moments more than I felt Koi have. And I hold Koi to a higher standard when I looked at them, right? If you look on paper at this team, you look at the sum part, you're like, okay, this team, I'm not saying they're going to top out the groups, but they should be picking up maps here and there, looking a little bit fired up. I'm worried they're just capitulating a bit here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think some people had them as a potential dark horse team because I think a lot of it to do with their coaching staff. Their coaching staff was brought in, promoted last year in Vitality and got them to champs.
And
did a good job.
Impressive, really impressive.
And I think that people thought that them coming to Koi would ignite something, create a system around it, and it just has fallen a little bit flat, like on multiple fronts, in my opinion. So for me, I'm the same. I hold them to a higher standard than Apex, but yeah, it's not
pretty so far. And I feel like this game isn't going to go much better for them going forward.
But I want to see that passion that the Koi fans have and that passion that their content creators have. Uli's on the desk, giving it his all.
In the jersey.
Like, I want to see that. Like, they can lose today, but if I see a bit of fire from them today, that would be what I'd be okay. That's nice. I don't want to see them feel sorry for themselves.
That is, and it's something that it's weird to quantify, obviously, right? You can't see it on a scoreboard, you can't see it in those sort of things, but there is something to be said about, if you going down swinging, you know what I mean? Like make them work for their dinner here. Liquid so far have had absolute free reign. They felt comfortable. I don't think they've looked pressured yet. I think it's looked very good. Again, 3 rounds. Not going to call it quits here. But I'd like to see what Koi can do when there's pressure, when they are up for the challenge, and what they can do with it. However, because people are sick of me. They're sick of me. They've had enough. Where's Brennan Sideshow? I miss Plat Chat. That's what, it's happening. I don't know, I'm making
that supposed to be?
Chat. That's my impression of chat.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's like either Reddit, VLR comments, all in one. That's the voice that I go to.
That's nice.
Yeah. It helps me when I'm deeply depressed. But because of that, we'll give you a break from me because you'll be hearing enough from us probably once this gets started. We're going to go to the desk who are standing by, so thank you, and let's head over to them.
If it helps, Pansy, I have never once in my life wanted plat chat over you, so I got you. And also, I think she's right. In these moments, she gets a lot of slack. So I propose that we start beefing with Mini. Now, I have a couple of things I want to get onto here. I'll come to you in a second. First of all, earlier he said it's his fault that this is happening because he said it's going to be a really quick day. And Lauren is like, who did you say that to? The makeup people. The makeup people, they have names. They make us look beautiful every day, Mini. Learn some names. I have more things on my list, but what about you, Meg? What's on your list?
I just want to say that Mini literally looks like the Ed Sheeran of Valorant. Like that man is
he's not ginger.
He is ginger and in denial, and I think you just have to accept that it is what it is, Mini, and that being ginger is sometimes a great thing, and it's in fashion right now. There's never a better time to be ginger. Yeah, embrace it.
Uli, you got beef with Mini?
No, why should I beef Mini? He says something good about me.
Oh, come on.
I love you, Mini, but next time you're talking bad about Ko, I'm going for you.
Oh, he's always talking badly about Koi. Yeah, he's out
here.
He
has most teams, to be fair. I feel like he's got beef with
every
everyone.
single team.
I can't believe you're not
he only
gonna
talks
beef him.
good about teams he's coaching.
Oh, so just
even
the one.
then, I'm
just
like
the one. I see you have a Koi shirt.
Yes.
I would like to match you. Sorry, Meg, you're a bit left out.
It's okay.
But Soulcast kindly gave me one of his jerseys before this game.
Thank you. You're such a gen.
So I've got the Soulcast jersey. Does this now make me all of a sudden really good at lineups? Oh wow, yeah, it looks good now. I like it.
Now you can play Killjoy.
I'm a Killjoy main already. I can play Vice.
I play
now
with
I can
you.
play Vice.
Killjoy with an Odin.
Yeah, are you an Ode in or an Ode out?
Ode out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's only used in tilting like situations, and it always does just that.
I am an Ode in. Uli, what about you?
If someone has played a lot with Mitch, Odin out, please.
So you're an Ode out?
Because of Mitch.
Look at Mitch. He's going to be on the TP of Pine, shooting around every single round, not making nothing.
I will say that I think my Odin is better than Mitch's. I just want to...
But that's easy.
Yeah, and I want to say that one time I went 3-3 against Durke, and I was Odin only, so...
Unbelievable.
I want to see his history. But let's talk about something that we can unanimously say that we love. We have no beef with. Pure admiration, of course. It is Cats. Kiko and Nats. We had Blore earlier. We have Cats now. Meg, are you part of the Cats Nation?
I am, because I feel like they've really stuck together, you know, because obviously they were together on Team Liquid last year. Wasn't a great year for them. I'm kind of labeling it as their warm-up year, which I think they would probably do the same, because now they've already made an international event. It's already looking better, but I feel like just the synergy that they have, you know, I think is definitely one to talk about, you know. I'm saying you know a lot because I'm hoping you all know at home, and you have seen and witnessed in many situations Kiko and Nats coming to life on certain maps. But yeah, they are just an unbelievable little duo.
I like them so much. After 1 year...
Part of the Cats Nation?
Yeah, Cats Nation, obviously.
Yes,
I mean,
let's go, Uli.
After 1 year, they've been playing together. It's amazing how many synergy they have evolved. But for me, the most important thing is how Kiko, after role swapping, is shining the most. He's one of the best players from VCT EMEA right now. I mean, is there any other player? Maybe Goods. Goods could be, but Goods is also playing sometimes duelist like him. Is there any other player that is not playing a duelist that has the top stats of the competition? I think must be Kiko and Goods.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess you could say their claws are out.
Meow. 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 It's getting derailed. We're getting... Damn, I didn't expect you.
That was good.
Uli, you're welcome back every single week just for that. I guess
we're champions.
Maybe we talk about the first couple rounds just briefly, because Mini was mentioning there, who by the way we still have beef with, that Liquid have already brought out some new things that we didn't see before. Where do we sit on this? You know, constantly having to reinvent, constantly having to have a deeper strat book, because of course once we get to Toronto, they're gonna have to do even more, and they have to keep up with this and go to champs and so on and so forth. It's great if they can do that. Yep. But Uli, sometimes we've seen teams, you know, towards the end of the year that they might really kind of run out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest problem is that there is too many teams that focus into just performing into some strats, micro, something that they've been practicing. I think the most important thing is to have players that are smart enough, that they're playing enough and know every single micro that they can play with their teammates, and try to sometimes play around it. It's not only that, okay, I knew that these pistol rounds is gonna work. Sometimes you have to be smart and just to play with it. And Team Liquid has, I mean, Kiko is a smart player, Nats is a smart player, every single one of them is someone that can just be improvising sometimes and come with something new. And that's the most important thing, because you cannot have always your coach saying, okay, do this, that. I mean, that's too much. They must be smart.
Yeah, I have to say, I think they're not intentionally doing new things, because I think that would maybe be a bit silly right now. I don't think this is the time that they need to be pulling all of these new things out of the bag. Maybe it's happening accidentally, a little happy accident, but we're already also seeing the repeats of, you know, what we mentioned earlier with the deadlock, you know, taking the A main with the Vice Wall, popping down a deadlock stun, and then just backing off and chaos ensues. But yeah, I do think that you do have to save some of your strats here for the games later on in the stages and into playoffs. I think you have to really pick and choose your time to bring them out, because
just the saving strats thing is it's a meme.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
it's a funny meme. It's a funny meme.
It's a funny meme.
Well, it's a little bit toxic, right? A wee bit toxic.
I like to bring, whenever Fnatic lose, I'm like, oh, we're saving strats.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay,
there we go.
I am the meme. But I do honestly think, like, Team Liquid now, especially after their performance on Lotus last week, and unfortunately with the way that Movistar Koi have played stage 1, I don't think that they need to do anything too jazzy here. So again, I think they're happy accidents, and they are gonna hopefully
save the strats. The strats are being saved. Yeah. Let's take a look at the pistol round. We have time. And let's just revisit, in case you guys missed this, in case you just tuned in and wanted to see what's up here. We do have a pistol. You are a caster, Uli. You want to do some casting?
Let's see. Okay, I can try my best.
Yeah, hit me.
Let's see, Flyul now is stunning. The first wall is coming out.
Wait, can you do it in Spanish? Because I think it will be amazing.
Obviously.
Please
Vamos a ver cómo lo quiere hacer ahora. Filu, que está preparado. Va a tocar rápidamente la puerta. Estamos viendo ya la rotación inminente por parte del conjunto de Movistar Koi. Wanter en ángulo corto, rápido la apertura. Filu que golpea la primera, pero Patite junto con Kiko consiguen unas kills muy importantes. Es una situación de 4 para 3. All the advantage is gone right now. It's Movistar Koi just holding up, trying to get into C, but it's going to be really hard. They seem to try it, but it's not going to be easy, because right now, Cypher, Tejo, and also is Waylay holding for it. It's gonna be a swinging. What a first one for Nuts. Y ahora vemos ya directamente cómo sale Patite para hitear con la segunda. Solo queda Shadows con vida. Y lo siento mucho, pero nuestro neurocirujano en un 1 para 3 o 1 para 4 lo tiene completamente imposible. There is no chance for him.
Vale.
Absolutely no idea what you said.
Vale.
Every single second.
But don't you call him? You don't say Shadows in Spain.
Yeah,
you call him, don't you government name these players? You call them by their government names.
Well, we call him Shadows, but sometimes we call him also Bogdan.
Yeah, his name is Bogdan.
Bogdan is his name.
Yeah.
I mean, Spanish casters like to use a lot of their names, and
can you give me
so personal.
My favorite is when you say Durka's name. I get
Nikita Sirmitev.
It's so good.
It's freaking amazing.
But in like a hype moment, I'm like, oh, like is.
And also Nikita Sherenichenko.
Yeah.
I just started sweating whilst you were doing that, because I was like, this is genuinely the best moment of my entire life.
It's so hype. It is unbelievably hype. And that, you know, Mini could never.
No.
Mini could actually never.
Mini could never do it. Because Mini doesn't even speak Spanish.
Oh, that's
Mini,
true.
you want some classes?
That
I can give you
true.
some lessons.
I think we should do that. I think we should all ourselves collectively educate ourselves on. I could do a Quattroca.
Yeah, you can do it. Okay, give me your best Quattroca.
Yeah, but all the Spanish I know are really, really rude.
But only Quattro.
As you know.
Yeah.
They're all swear words.
That's not my bad. Meat is my bad. You're not my bad.
Oh, I could whip out a ballet. I could do a ballet. How's your Spanish?
Pretty awful. I'm not gonna. My French is my sort of best second language, but you know, Brits, us as Brits, we don't tend to make too much effort learning other languages, because we're so entitled that we're like, everybody else speaks our language, so pretty much it's kind of awful. Although I do know some from Dora back in the day, maybe a bit here and there from. Dora?
Dora la Exploradora.
Oh, I thought you were like my maid Dora. Like you should just. Oh, like what are you talking about?
What did you
my
learn from Dora?
Where her map is, where her backpack is.
In Spanish.
This is turning to a Spanish lesson. I mean, Koi are playing. You know, we could keep this relevant.
It could be.
speaking of, what's like, we have no crowd here today, unfortunately, but if we were to go in the crowd and cheer for Koi, Uli, what do we say? Do they have chance? Do they have like...
Wow. I mean, they have plenty of them.
Yeah, what's a good one? How do we support them?
It's hard for them because everything, I mean, they don't have anyone that is easy to learn.
Oh, no. Are they rude? Are they swear words?
No, they have a lot of songs. I mean, don't you hear them? Every single.
I've heard them, but I don't know what they're saying.
2 weeks ago, no, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They were amazing. It was there is a lot of them.
On the bus, they came on the bus. Yeah. Oh no, they came from Malaga. They came from Malaga or something
Madrid
like that.
to Mallorca.
Oh, Mallorca, you're right. Yeah, Mallorca.
Because it was cheaper.
Can I offer one up as a new one? Yeah. I've just thought of it in my head.
Oh Lord, here we go.
And it's giving it's giving like someone in the UK in a football stadium.
What do we think about Koi? Okay. No, I'm kidding.
Koi, come on the boys. Koi, come on the boys.
Can we get a single on this? I feel like we didn't go again. One more time.
Koi, come on the boys. Koi, come on the boys.
I did it.
Oh my
Everyone is cheering for Koi right now.
You know that it's an extended tech pause when we're bringing out the shenanigans, which, by the way, I can tell you guys, it is a bit of an extended tech pause. It's only 8 p.m. Usually we don't start singing until like midnight. So I think we are ahead of ourselves, which is fun. Should we have a little bit more fun? I have more fun prepared.
You have fun prepared?
I do, I do.
Like it.
So if you look underneath your desks.
Oh, what is that?
Oh my goodness, what is this? Sorry, there's a lot of LEC stuff going on down here.
This one?
Oh, here we go, I got it. So you have a red flag and a green flag, of course, as you can see. And then I'm gonna give you some statements, and I want you to tell me if you think it's a red flag or a green flag.
Okay.
Okay. Or I mean, maybe neither, but you can waive it whatever you think it applies. Let's start with a nice and easy one, which is having no comms in ranked, as in, you know, the guys at the little like, you know, the little the icon that they don't even have that. They can't hear you and you can't hear them.
They're completely mute.
They're completely mute. A red flag? It's not as passionate of a wave as before.
The passionate wave for when people have comms on and they choose not to use it. I think sometimes you have to lock in for yourself, and maybe switching off comms is a good thing. But if you have it on and you're listening to what I'm saying, and then you're not responding or doing
that's
anything,
worse. That's worse.
Yeah.
But
okay.
If you're just taking a time out for yourself, then I'm like, still a red flag.
I'm in between. I mean, to be honest, I think it's a red flag. I like to come. I like the people who's playing with me is communicating, but I can understand that not every single person is the same. Some of them maybe are shy, they don't want to communicate, or maybe they had a bad experience in the last game and they just want to focus on the game and play. If they communicate at least through pings or maybe typing, green flag. If you're not making any communication and you refuse to communicate and you refuse to play with your team, red flag. This is a team play.
All right, okay, we're gonna keep with the ranked theme. Telling your teammates that you can play smokes and then instantly locking in Clove. Is that a red flag or a green flag? Any map.
I'm gonna annoy some people here because I know that there are a lot of Clove haters out there. But first of all, I love them. Second of all, I play them. So
yeah. So yeah, green flag. Green flag. All right, Uli, you went with red here.
As an Omen player, Omen main from the alpha.
Okay, flag.
I'm sorry, if you're taking my role in any map and playing only Clove, and maybe some map we need a Piper, or even we need an Omen, or Brimstone, red flag.
I think I say red flag just because if you tell your team I can play smokes,
you can play
and you insta-lock Clove, you can't play smokes.
Wait,
you can't play. As in, you can't. But if you just lock in Clove without saying that, I'm like, that's fine, boo, you do you. But if you say to me,
I can play smokes, I play Jet.
Because I can play smokes.
No,
so if you're telling me you can play smokes, I'm gonna give up my role for you. And you're gonna
if smokes is your creme de la creme of agents,
it's not, but I can do it.
Then lock them in straight away. I have to say, because
not to the insta-locks. No to insta-locks.
Listen,
you're insta-locker.
Let me change your mind. I'm not an insta-locker. I'm not.
Coy.
Come on. Please let me explain.
Yeah, you explain.
Okay, this is for all my Clove enjoyers out there. I've got your back, okay? Because I think sometimes you have to play selfishly, especially in ranks, I would say below Immortal. You will have people lock in Reyna, and you will have people lock in and Jet, and they will just play for themselves. So if you have an instance like that where you have people locking in, no, they're not giving any indication that they're going to comm, I will pick Clove because I'm like, I at least want to be able to facilitate my own plays and be aggressive if they're going to do that. I will go Omen or a different Smokes player if everyone's talking and I want to help sort of help them get onto sites and play controller properly.
Okay.
That's my piece.
Still red flag.
Reina player.
Still red flag. Do you know what is a green flag? Is getting an update on what's happening with our game. So I can tell you guys that League officials have confirmed we are experiencing a server issue. Due to this, they have made the decision to move the game to a different server. Thank you guys very much for your patience while we set this up and get back to the game. And meanwhile, feel free at home to play along with us. Yes. I know Sliggy, you're watching. I don't know who else is watching. Maybe we've got maybe we have Melange.
I think Sergio Ferrer is watching us for sure.
Oh, Sergio, doesn't he have to watch a Spanish stream?
Yeah, but for the analyst.
Okay, hi Sergio.
I mean, I'm Spanish. He's looking at me.
All right,
now.
F Sergio, F Sergio.
Also, Masa.
Okay, let's carry on. I want you guys in chat as well to play along. So, bringing this to VCT, watching VCT and not feeling like that Pansy is your favorite caster. I think that's a huge red flag. I think hold on. I'm just asking you questions about my personal opinions at this point. It's not even like
I
legit
like
opinion.
them all.
Yeah, I like them all.
But Pansy's left.
Yeah.
I mean, Pansy is unique. I mean, Pansy is one of the best on every single game she does.
Yeah, but she gets nerfed by being with Mini, so like that's how much she has to go through.
That's true, red flag. I mean,
she
being
has
with
to
Mini...
go through that much, you know? She has to go through that much. And when it comes to other things about VCT, a red flag or a green flag, Harbor Enjoyer, not in ranked, in VCT. Not in pro play, not in ranked. Is being a Harbor Enjoyer in VCT a green flag or a red flag?
I love
Harbor.
In both senses. I just think they're really fun and I don't understand why they're not played more. I feel like they're essentially, in my mind, in my ascendant mind, they're a Viper that you can move. Do you know what I mean? Like his wall, it regenerates and you can move it.
Have you ever had a conversation with Sadak? I feel like you two will get along.
Every time I see Sadak play Harbor, I'm like, yes, king. Eat them up, eat them up.
Yeah, okay.
I just think Harbor's really fun. I think the cove facilitates a lot of plants that, you know, we're not seeing a lot of gecko at the moment. And I do think that it helps enable them to get that plant down safely. We're seeing a lot of wall bangs and spraying through smoke still. So I like the safer way of doing things.
I have to say, I like it in Icebox. Icebox, I really like it. I mean, you can get the plant easily. It's gonna do some job properly, like maybe the Sage all times. And also you can try to get smoke and also play with it. But on any other map right now, it's a huge
but
red
it
flag.
sounds like you are an enjoyer though. Like you enjoy watching Harbor.
I enjoy watching Harbor. I enjoy when they are using it on Haven and they're just denying any operator pick or even when they're playing it. But right now, I mean, you cannot get rid of Viper. Viper is the best because she's gonna have... No, you cannot. Viper is the best. And there is several maps where you cannot play anything that is not Viper.
Maybe if you're Batu. I do like Batu on Viper. I feel like that does share that narrative. Like, if it's Batu on Viper, I agree. Anybody else, disagree.
Not Suigetsu?
No.
Not Sui?
No.
Sui? I feel like there's some very good Viper players. Nats?
Nats?
No.
Batu over Nats?
I mean, you could even say Chronicle as well. No.
Oh,
not Chronicle.
Oh, I would put. I mean, Kron's a great Viper player, but Nats, right?
I mean,
feel,
Nats
is this not
amazing.
a red flag to not think Nats as Viper is the best?
Red flag.
Is that or less?
Actually, no.
Less?
Because I would like to say that Tombiz, and I'm being edgy and quirky here. Like some of these, I'm not actually thinking about what I'm saying. But Tombiz did bring up the lack of not versatility, but changing up the way you're playing Viper on split with that.
Is he slagging off Nats? Is that what you're saying?
He was. He did a whole bit in last week's segment about his Viper ult mid, and I have to second that.
Wow.
I think he's getting a bit predictable on the Viper, so why not bring out the Harbor?
I cannot believe that Tombiz is not part of the Cats Nation. I think that is that is one of the few. Well. But that is quite one of few red flags that Tombiz has.
Yeah.
That is Tom's biggest red flag, I think. Not being a Nats Viper. We're just out here slandering the poor guy. Okay, we'll bring it back to we'll bring it to something a bit more topical. Changing a player mid-season. Is that a green flag or a red flag?
Oh, that's it.
Can I go for both?
You can, yeah, go for it.
I think
what does this make? Orange? No. Yeah, orange, right? Orange flag?
I respect like trying to change something if it's not working, but I think middle of the season is such a risk. And I think week 4, when you are already out, am I catching the drift that we're dropping here?
I wasn't dropping anything, but I'm picking up with what you're putting down. Yeah,
when you're already knocked out, well, I would say no fault of your own, but it is. But like also because Apex lost that game. I just don't see much point here. Maybe it's to get in early for then to make
like reps, get the reps in.
Get the reps in.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that's still on the cards.
I will normally accept any kind of decision, to be honest. But for this one, it's a huge red flag.
Ooh, why?
For me, it's a huge red flag. I mean, as a team, you have at least 6 months to try out, to try to mix the best. I know that sometimes it's going to be hard, and sometimes maybe you have to make a replacement. It could be, because maybe you thought that it's going to work, and finally, when you get into the stage, the player is not performing enough, and maybe you need to make something to work. But if you need to swap roles anytime, if you need to look for a player that's going to play on another role when you already know it. I mean, I'm going to give you an example. We've seen that for the next match, GX is going to swap players. They already announced it. And it was like, okay, so...
But if they beat Fnatic tomorrow, would you green flag this?
Yeah, I would still green flag.
You still red flag.
I won't. It's going to steal red flag. I mean, Purple last year was... I can say it freely. Purple was one of the best Sentinel flex player out of tier 2, out of VCT EMEA. And he came into the league playing as a duelist. Has he ever played a proper duelist on stage? Not really. And he's a really good player. When we seen him probably shine, when he get out of the duelist, when he was playing on an Omen role, when he was playing on a flex role. And to be honest, I think that probably they knew it before. And you had 6 months to reach out and find out any other duelist to play on that role, and you didn't. And now you move Purple into another role, and some players are getting out, and you're getting a replacement. That his replacement, who is going to play as duelist, is a young player without experience. I mean,
This passionate about this.
This is giving backseat gaming. Uli is hardcore backseating.
Uli for coach.
Yeah, I do feel like that there are specific things that we all feel very passionately about. I can feel the passion from you here. For me, it's probably either like Gambit in general, just the fact that they don't exist anymore. I feel a very immense amount of rage towards this topic, and then just people missing lineups. That gets me. Every time somebody misses a lineup, I get so pettily bitchy, you know.
But everybody makes mistakes and everybody has those days, which was a lesson that I learned from a very young age from Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
Shout out Hannah Montana in the chat.
We could always find our way back home. We could always find our way back home. Yeah. Which, by the way, is written by Taylor Swift. Oh my goodness, we brought up Taylor Swift again.
Big win.
Everyone in the chat is squirming.
I know, I had to do it at least once. But for now, I believe we will. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say I have a really big red flag. You were saying about lineups. For me, there's something that pisses me the most, and it's when a smoker is using a belly smoke. And for anyone that doesn't know what a belly smoke, what it means, is when you are smoking and the smoke is having a belly and getting over. I mean, just to people that is new to the game, you're just giving space to freely open into any single angle. Please adjust and fit your smokes. Please.
Unless it's a boaster smoke, I guess. That's fine. That's allowed.
I love
I mean, if it's an attacking and you want to get some space, I'm okay.
The
I
little
love the
troll
smoke.
That's like a peekaboo smoke.
Yeah.
Like, hello, I'm here, but you can't shoot me.
It's a mini size smoke. not mini, you know, like, my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's take a break here. And hopefully when we come back, we have some more updates for you guys and get back into game. We'll see you in a jiffy.
Let's go.
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up.
Welcome back, my patient fellow viewers. We are going to be jumping back in. League officials have changed the server and done the round rollback. We'll be going back in with the score being at 3-0 to Team Liquid. So once again, thank you for bearing with us. Fingers crossed, all is good as we take our time just to get this one started back up. But as said, a quick reminder, it is that 3-0 lead towards Team Liquid. And we'll be going into really the first big round here. Now, there was something you've highlighted there, Mini.
Yep.
There's a glowing icon on our screen that we can see. Vilu.
Yeah.
He's playing Raze.
He is playing Raze.
He's playing Raze. Now, he's done well enough. He's got that rocket ready to go, right? Right? So we want to see something maybe built around that or utilized in maybe a proactive way. Something around it. We'd like to see it used.
The last time I casted Koi, they did a
obviously for you.
They did a very good job of making me annoyed that they didn't take the easy out and use their ults.
Okay.
They were trying too hard to not use their ults, it seemed like, and they've had a long time to think about the round.
They've been staring at that silently.
I'm hoping that this Raze ult is something that they're going to plan around.
Hopes.
They don't need to start with it. Just,
no.
I want to see it used this round.
It's there. Give me at least 2 rounds, please.
We also have Serial one away from ult on defense, and it'll be interesting to see if, with this Rebel control, if they're able to snatch it away.
Okay, let's see how this looks going forward. Not good is how it looks so far, but we hope it gets better than this. Clearly a couple of audio issues here that we'll work towards resolving.
Yeah, Team Liquid again with another weird setup, like something I've never seen before. Deep Trip, Deep Cam, and an Omen and Cypher playing together a Mound. So more looks from them already.
Bear with us, folks. We are aware of the issues. It's going to be worked on as we speak. Clearly not going how we would have liked, but for now, Liquid making it past the first hurdle of keeping everyone standing on this pressure building towards Mound. Filu, again, you've heard it, and now we will see it being invested. Rocket Pop, does it get used for any value here? Just going to be taking space with it. So in reality, at least going to be using it to claim that C site.
And hopefully now, Koi do protect the plant this time. You can see, they're looking towards that waterfall.
The cancel there, because you did hear the deadlock ult coming in. And actually did manage to catch. Going to be denied at least this bigger reward here, but a battle breaks out. Liquid with the pre-take here. Fighting back in, and once again, stability not to be found for Koi. Down to just 1 here in a 1v3. Soulcast has a lot to deliver on, and this is an incredibly hard situation. You're desperate for a pick. That's what you're after. You're really wanting something on your side, but you've got Util still there with Patitek investing it from the Teo. Soulcast at least going to get the plant and the time on his side. But the challenge now coming through, Soulcast has to isolate. Beautiful! Takes away Serial. Anyone else fancies to go, oh, 1 by 1 they tried! But Nats, the full stop to the sentence, denies that going any further wrong. But there was pressure on that site, Mini. There was a back and forth.
Beautiful from Soulcast, unfortunate at the end. It seemed like Koi this time overcompensated a little bit, but it was off of the back of that Team Liquid getting that deadlock orb and getting that ult. Playing for that ult. They're very good. This is what Team Liquid are good at. I think to contrast with Koi, I think the ult usage from Koi can be a little bit rough at times, but on Team Liquid's side, they know when to collect these orbs, they know how to play the setups. Playing a bit weaker towards C in this mid-round, but having that deadlock ult to retake and flood in.
Okay, so if you are just tuning in, it is 4-0 in favor to Team Liquid. We know the UI is in the current state, so we're going minimal here. It's like you're in the game. If anything, we're just immersive here in EMEA. Yeah, it's like you're back in the scrims, you know? Rolling back the years now. But obviously for Koi, economy now is going to be up against it. I'm sure if you do want to know the full economy, Sliggy did say live he was going to be writing out the exact figures on the screen, so do make sure you check that out.
I don't think he needs to write it out. I think it's all in his head.
It would be nice for the people.
Every player.
It'd be nice for the people, obviously, and the ult orbs as well collected. So huge shout out to you there, Sliggy. Make sure you keep it.
I'm going to get a stream up actually, just
as you should. Yeah. You'd need that info too. For now, for Koi, it's looking for opportunities, maybe getting a bit of a read of how this game's looking. A little bit of a spot coming through.
A lot of
Nothing much gained here, but yes, it is space more than anything.
And just having that Viper pressure towards the A side has weakened C up, but Team Liquid seem more than happy to give up the space on C every single time so far.
Yeah, and I kind of like the tempo of that pre-take almost that we've seen from them as well, kind of toying with how they want to approach it. This is a different look for Koi though, starting their walk through towards Waterfall. Plant being tested, but no one challenging from Waterfall. This time a higher focus through from CT. So sadly for Koi, a little bit of a, I don't want to say a misread, but I like what they've done to try and take some space, be proactive in the post-plant, but away we go. Liquid now back towards the side. What do they have to deny it? The pressure from Waterfall has to be there. Flyer doing well, but it is Liquid cleaning up. Just one really remaining, and you look at the spacing here. Grabino, you've got Kiko just holding him basically, and that's what he's going to do. So another round on the board for Team Liquid. They will be up to 5.
And you can see how paranoid Koi are about that Waterfall spam now, to the point where they're just sending 4 players to go deal with it. Unfortunately for them, nobody there this time. Nats is repositioned. But nice to see some of that thinking in those, a lower economy round. They have to take some risk.
Certainly do. And then I need to see, I assume this is a round we're going to see a little bit more of a fight back from Koi, hopefully. They've learned their lessons throughout these early rounds. Do they have what it takes to get even past Rubble? We've been seeing that Liquid are solid at holding this.
It's interesting they group up with 3 Koi outside Rubble, because it seems like if they get pressured, they usually run away. This time, Grabino's thinking about it, but out quite quickly. And again, Team Liquid with the heavy mount setup, again, leaving that trip deep on the mount side. There's layers to this Team Liquid. Like they're both sides of the map right now. You can see leaving Sentinel util deep. If Koi aren't gonna go through the process of getting all this out, they could be running into a stack very easily.
Feels like they could be running into a stack every single time. Already gathered up as 3 here for Team Liquid, kind of bring themselves back towards this B side, still having a decent amount of faith in the deadlock utility and the presence on A. And just that cam on the C side, that seems to be enough to keep them there. And again, we've seen it. Happy on the retakes, happy to kind of work back in. Haven't felt too much pressure from it. And a stall of an ult coming in, buying time for rotation. Not going to catch anyone, but it has cost them a couple of seconds. And I'm looking at, I think his Kiko's down very low here actually already. Down very, very low. Speaking of low, Filu as well. HP dwindling, a little bit of a battle breaks out. This time they're willing to challenge on the C side, feeling there was enough stall. Not on top, but a beautiful shot from Filu. Going back for a bit more. Koi actually having a bit of battle on this. Kiko's battered and bruised at the start of this round. Flyer on the flank. We are seeing a better look here from Koi. Kiko gonna have to try and do this. I don't think it's gonna be happening. That's the first for Koi here at 5-1.
Yeah, and as I started speaking about getting rid of that Sentinel util, immediately you saw Koi get rid of both. Team Liquid reacted with some kind of B pressure, but Koi handled it well, attacking that C site with composure.
One enemy remaining.
Nice to see that lurk as well coming into play. A couple of layers being shown here. Solution being found, at least in that essence of how they want to approach maybe that C site now. They've got a little bit of a rhythm in their mind, but I don't think they'll be able to get away with it. First real challenge. Oh, hey, we got the HUD back. Don't know for how long. Sorry to put you out of work, Sliggy. Back to your usual business. You can react after the round. Mini's got this one.
It seems like to me, Koi keep grouping outside of A in case Team Liquid don't take Rebel control, but Liquid are doing it every single round. So it seems like almost a waste of time to leave those players there for the start of the round. I'd rather just go else in the map and come back to A, which is what they're doing now. So Koi having a good read here that they can re-clear A.
But I do still like that Liquid have explored over towards kind of B main. They've already pushed out towards Mount. They should have a good understanding of this, maybe still considering it could be a pivot towards that B site, playing out of Blue Room, kind of keeping bodies around that. And just leaving that waylay in the hands of Camo to be locking down towards A, or at least one of the approaches, but this pathing through tree, it's allowing them to get pretty close here. Okay, well, that's Camo gone. Philo again using this to secure space. Wondering if it will find a player. Padisek could be in trouble here. Yeah, he is. Caught off guard. Beautifully done by Koi. Applying it in the right way and securing this post plant now with solid number advantage. Still have Soulcast's ult as well. Nats and Kiko joined by Serial. Now losing out. Nats have a world of trouble ahead of them. And Serial can't do much about it really. Koi starting to find a rhythm that works for them. 1v4 is a lot to ask for here. He'd need a couple mistakes from Koi, which I hope they're not going to be making. Shot, but timing is starting to really run low, and the others can play to that time.
Should just be a save here. Liquid's economy is not good enough here for him to go for more. and the damage isn't worth it right now. I like this approach from Koi though, using the tree side. I was talking to you about this just before. Like teams have started re-clearing out of blue room, is what you called it. Hobbit for me, you know. Blue room. And so teams are avoiding that re-clear, especially with the Waylay. The Waylay can refract and kind of go out and kind of re-clear. Teams are starting to use the tree a lot more on the attack. Completely avoiding camo there.
We've seen the impact already on the finances. Decent enough. Kiko, the one with the Vandal remaining. Everyone else down to Sheriffs and just a Ghost for Nats. So now we have to see that answer back from Liquid. A couple of rounds in succession here for Koi. A couple of ults coming up. Audio, couple of seconds behind. All good. And it looks like they want to try and utilize that Vandal, kind of, I guess, player forward.
Yeah, they're almost baiting Aggression on B, but they're baiting Koi to destroy that wall, and then Kiko is going to peek behind. But Koi having another bit straight into the B site.
Filu, yeah, nice. Nice so far. Not afraid of the challenge. Camo with a quick reminder, but Koi putting bodies behind it. This is solid. This is the big gun, and this boy's got some space. Kiko, got to be kicked. Oh! I thought there was a chance on that, but Kobino really catching it back in hand, and that's going to be a formality. Well done to Koi here. I feel like Mini, we're very critical of them when things aren't going right, obviously, and fairly so. I think we've been asking a lot more of them. The last couple of rounds, we've started to see some of that hit home, it feels like.
Yeah, they're listening for this rubble control, seeing what's happening. If the rubble control happens, they're getting out of there, moving away. And when they feel that rubble isn't being pressured enough, they'll explore that area. So, very simple Lotus gameplay, but some of the teams in EMEA right now aren't doing that, and Koi are.
Let's choke them.
Where are Again, let's see how this unfolds. It's going to be those early tells we're looking for.
Yeah, Liquid are now switched. I'm surprised that with Koi hearing the lack of rubble control this round, that they're not exploring it. Because Team Liquid have swapped to a more traditional Sentinels towards the C side of the map approach.
It's quite the vast amount of utility in the way, so it's going to be, if they go late, it's going to be rough there. But they've already cleared the util towards B, which is pretty valuable. Gives them a pivot option later on if they do want to explore either through door or straight through main. They have that there. And even maybe a look back towards A main.
I think Team Liquid are trapping now. Yeah, you see, the Waylay's got the ult ready. If there's any trigger at all for Team Liquid, the ult's going to come out, and we're going to see salvos, we're going to see maybe a paranoia, and we're going to see a big fight towards rubble now.
Does Koi maybe expected? It feels quiet here almost, right? A little too quiet. No challenge on this. Just the Prowler. And nothing else behind it.
I believe I've seen Team Liquid do this. I've seen Team Liquid do this before, so it wouldn't surprise me if Koi feel this is happening from the preparation and know that C should be the place to go right now.
They've got the right read, but there are bodies here. Nats both waiting, so this won't be easy. Filu is going to be hindered from the way in, but he keeps his life. It's Flyer to find Serial. Nats on the trade out. Already captured there, going to be keeping one with him. Beautifully done by Nats, composed as they did try and flood towards the site. Oh, the cross is being dominated. Nats in control here, and time being a factor. It is a 3v2. Soulgas and Gravina trying to work this one out. The ult going to be utilized as well at some point here. Nats again, just powering forward. Very well handled, almost funneling Koi around the map.
Yeah, I said that C should have been the site they go, but at the same time there's a Deadlock and a Cypher, and Deadlock's got an ult. We saw Serial use the wall to delay, and then it's able to get a nice little Deadlock ult off. Without that wall, maybe there isn't like as much of a funnel. But yeah, textbook Nats Sentinel hold.
It's lovely to see that from Liquid though, because it did feel that Koi were really trying to test the waters wherever they went, getting quite a nice read, but those traps being prevalent wherever they went. As you said, there was that reactive play that could come in on towards that rubble side if there was commitment behind it. Here again, early control does of course go to Liquid on this, but it could be re-explored. But speaking of explored, Filu, once again, having a glance towards B, we can see what's on the other side. 3 players there.
Again, Koi should feel that Rubble's quite weak again. They've thrown that early fade eye and it's seen nothing. So I think Flyu can call people back to explore.
I do quite like this back towards middle. It's coming this way, doesn't it, Camo? There's a little presence, but slips back towards the site, but you can already hear the util being invested. This then once again forces the hand through towards Tree. We were happy to do this before.
Yeah, the problem this time is Flyo has Viper ult. So if Team Liquid aren't quick here to try and deny the A side of the map, and Koi are quick enough here to get that Viper ult down, it's going to be a very difficult situation for Liquid to deal with.
Is only him so far. Camo gonna be cautious, falls away towards top site, gives up the site. Feel going walkabouts. This is a lot. That's 3 players. Reward is there. Nice follow-up as well. Controls the space and the Viper ult in play as well.
The
Here
lurk
comes
again.
those lurks. Yeah, last time around we saw it being Flyer. Cass looking for his timing. Don't know if he's going to get it because you can see this. Nats outdoes him. Late to the party, but fashionably late. Oh, Kiko! That's outrageous to find that in the dark. Flyer going to be kicking himself a little for that one to be called out by the spam, but it's Shados now in a 1v3. No util to bank on. Does well. Does so well. If only he'd kept the gun in hand, if anything. The time's there for Nats. Liquid again, yes, pressured, but out on top at a 7-3 scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's a VOD review round for Koi. Viper ult in post plant, I wouldn't feel happy losing that. The spam through was unfortunate though.
Sure.
That was ridiculous. But Flyo should be safe.
Tucked in, safe away. Yeah, let the others kind of take. There it was.
Player standing.
Oh, that is going to be a real bitter one.
Oh my god, I killed 3 people in the smoke.
Yeah, it is quite wild. And hey, look, we were, I don't want to say critiquing, but we were keeping our eyes towards the ult usage. Feeling very close to getting it back now as well.
Is that 3 ults now he's had?
I think so, yeah. I think this is the third back on. He's done well. The first 2 had worked wonderfully. Camo with the operator, that's something new. This controls the line forward, makes it very difficult for Filu to work up here. Gonna be forced off the angle by the Prowler. Hold on, pressure! We were complimenting these ults, and that's why. Filu does it well. Takes the space away, but Camo gets it back. Plays it from Blue Room as Kiko. Rewarded on the angle as well. Overwhelmed in the end, but they've got control until then. Tipped away by Serial falling. The sight is not theirs. Nat's trying to thread the needle on the timing, but Camo barely alive. Been caught by the ult as well. They had to fall off from this. Really, what option does he have here? Operator on a retake. Just doesn't feel good.
No, and the economy's low. I don't mind if Camo's going to look for one. It looks like if he gets it, he'll commit, but should be saving if he gets nothing.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, Soulcast going to deny it. And it felt like Liquid for a good amount of time there actually had the benefit of the trades coming in. This was a great opener, but the fight back was great here. And again, the double in from that Blue Room, beautiful, but well controlled by Koi. They're keeping up in this game. 4 rounds for them now. This is when it tipped over.
Yeah, Soulcast, I think, was the one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very influential. Nice for
I
him.
like the call from Koi. It seems like Team Liquid have done a lot of re-clearing of that B space, and knowing that, you know, numbers might be there, and Philo could get that ult off potentially. Another janky buy for Team Liquid, forcing up as much as they can on this final round. Nice little B exploration.
They've been proactive, but they've never gone this far.
Strange, they have a good read that the Killjoy turret isn't there.
Who plays behind? Nats needs to try and play his life. Go, I don't know if he's getting... He is alive! That is quite surprising, because Koi... Well, they're knocking at the door here. Soulcast, a challenge on his hands, though. Paranoia, gonna force him... Oh! There's the Scrim Soulcast coming out to play. Camo backhanded. And now Patek becomes the kind of, I guess, big guy with the Guardian to play in. But Kiko is going to at least be able to pick up that Vandal, but they don't have that same access point, but they also don't have a plant yet.
Yeah, Koi have the gun advantage, but they feel very isolated right now.
Doesn't feel favorable. What a shot! Belting shot towards Filu. Now they can be a little bit divided on this. It gets tricky. Grubino now pressured, but he comes out on top. This is the tipping point. The scales firmly in hand of Koi, who navigate the threats. They keep their composure and get up to a 7-5 score.
Yeah, I think after how good Team Liquid came out of the gates here, I think Koi will be not over the moon with this, but happy.
We take what we get, and we are going to be going into a normal break, so we'll see you after this.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know it's
It was a great start for Liquid. 5 rounds looking solid, looking strong, but Mini, there's a fight back here for Koi. They've found whatever they needed and they've strung together 5 rounds, and in good fashion. It didn't feel like it was just quirky or, you know, out of the blue. It felt solid 1 rounds. Going forward though, does it still apply on the other half?
Well, Koi are usually much weaker on their attack sides. So I think this is where they should be a bit better. It's Lotus, so it's always hard to say that they should be better on defense. But starting this game off with 5 rounds on attack is a lot better than they usually do.
True.
So for me, they're in an okay spot.
So very similar early investment here for the pistol. Ghosts all around, barring Zero with the light shield, obviously, and then on the other side of things, Rubino. And that's about that. We dive in, and so does Camo. Decides to get out of there, though.
Full kit used already.
1 minute 28, by the way.
But enough information for maybe Team Liquid to start accelerating towards the C side of the map.
That's pretty telling as well. You've just seen some real committed
I mean, the
utility.
paranoia should be enough to, you know,
Soulcast had to
speed
be
things up.
quick. Yeah, had to get out of there. But it looks like Liquid are aware of that waterfall position that was the bane of Koi's existence initially.
I'm interested to see how they deal with it.
Well, they swing.
You can see.
Night and day, isn't it? Totally different in approach. I'm just going to put Koi on the back foot for a second. They have to kind of reconvene and gather themselves back up to take this space back.
Yeah, Waylay Lurk, not something I've seen before.
No.
Turret will spot though.
Yeah, it should do, but maybe in all the mayhem it could go not unnoticed but unconsidered. Patatek certainly wants his name in the ring of things. It is just going to be really Grubino and Philo to fight back, and sadly for Shados, he is locked out of here. Still got to go on this. Woo! Patatek, you are a brave boy here. Oh, switching up to the 1 bullet in the Ghost is brutal. And now into the post plant. What are you meant to do? You got Patatek's position. He's got his util back online here. Didn't need it, because Nats will be there to secure the first in the second for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I've really got to praise Team Liquid's pre-plant and post-plant understanding there. In the pre-plant, making sure that Waterfall is covered, making sure the spike's going down. And in that post, we saw them call like a 3-2-1 fight. And you can see them all just going through smokes together and isolating out Koi.
Good job, boys. Nice direction. Very good. Keep up the communication. Nice, Patrick.
I presume Patrick might have called that. Is Patrick? Is that Patatek's name?
I believe so. I've really just taken a guess on that one.
I'll guess that too.
Yeah. Ooh, Camo. It looks ridiculous. Rewinds back. Takes away Grubino. I mean, this is classics, right? So you're looking at them farming up here. You're looking at, hopefully, for the Liquid side, not losing any of these weapons. They're trying to be disruptive. I like it, but Camo again, still doing well here. This is nice for him. Confidence builders.
Yeah, I like this use of the Waylay. It's a little bit like when we see Chambers on attack. They can just run out immediately, kill my teammates, and then get out. Sorry, I got PTSD. I got PTSD from games. It's fine.
Have you been playing games?
No. My team lost to Chamber. Anyway, so yeah, the Waylay is just able to do something that, you know, you don't love having to use big parts of your kit early into rounds, but it's a look that they can have in some of these rounds.
It's good to set that expectation early as well. It's something that's going to be obviously conditioned into them. Whether or not they do it again, who knows? For now, Koi looking to try and be a little slippery, but Kiko, apparently this man and Smoke get on real well. Kiko's just been finding people through smokes, no sweats. Oh, Cass, lovely. No more to be had, but as it stands, just Shados here. And really, options looking quite dire.
Yeah, he's looking for that cheeky one.
Do you reckon he gets it?
No. Wasn't even nervous.
No, you got to get not even a little bit. I was nervous when Hannah Montana started to get mentioned on the broadcast. About Dora the Explorer, Hannah Montana, really going through it. Okay, bonus.
Camo again, I didn't realize he's 16 for 9.
He's farming.
Maybe, like, absolutely, right now, the best Waylay player, I think, in EMEA.
I'm 100% in agreement. Camo's been having a belting performance. Last time he was here as well, 23 kills. So it's not like it's a one-off. He's shown some real diligence. Obviously, we see in other regions a couple other players looking fantastic on it. I think Jorgamo being mentioned earlier on. You can't help but enjoy that. But Camo's showing some real versatility, yeah, and commitment. It's stunning. Shados was just set up to fail, it felt like, really. That paranoia, perfect, everything good. And another brawl breaks out. It's Camo still fighting the good fight. Grabino, that felt a little too far cooked, but this is the bonus. They're willing to brawl out like this. That feels desperate to me. Oh. Well. I don't think this is going to go. Oh, Nats is going back. Nats, I don't know if we needed to go that far.
Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, that was a very un-Nats thing to do.
Yep.
But, I mean, with Patatek's reposition, it is a very hard round for Soulcast to do much about. I think he's off ski.
Accepting fate here.
Yeah, he's out of there. I mean, look, that was a bonus round. Maybe you can take a couple extra risks if you're Nats or whomever else, but I'm surprised that Koi was so willing to be so brawly in that, so risky. I don't mind the fight back, but it feels like you're taking kind of coin flip fights, which is a lot to ask for in these rounds.
They read the round well. They sent 4A, and if you can't win a 4A round when the other team goes rubble, like, I mean, if I was to run it back, I'd be happy for Koi to run back a 4A, making the read correctly. The refight, the initial... they got caught out by the initial deeper dive by the Waylay, and then the refight didn't look pretty. But
this is it in motion.
Nice pick.
Really lovely.
That's one of the things. Team Liquid haven't shown their attack side on this map because they beat Foot 13-1. So they don't know these micro things, these micro angles. Like when I said earlier that they'd be on the server practicing these rubble fights, you can't practice it because you have no idea how Team Liquid are going to take it. Maybe you can formulate some kind of idea.
Craft, but yeah.
But if you were to say round 1 is going to be dash on top of rubble, you're probably going to be like, don't think so.
Surely not. Well, for Koi, it is timeout time. This has been a bit of a rough start because, again, the 7-5 half always feels very competitive, feels solid, and it feels like that gets broken in half if you get those first 3. Converting the bonus just breaks the spirits because the finances are going to be lacking, to say the least. And again, that bonus conversion, they are really building up some bank for Liquid, and for Camo, got to be confident starting to come in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he ummed it a little bit that Koi should be happy, but ultimately it's defense side of Lotus, and this map is a map where attack side is going to be where you're putting up most of the numbers.
Yeah, let's see. Koi, let's see what you've done in this timeout. All eyes on you here. Maybe not even for this round, but the one to follow. I need to be reminded why this was your choice. This is their choice of map here to kick off on Lotus. Really, the only one to do damage in this one would be Philo. You've got Ghosts to supplement, a little bit of util here and there.
Yeah, still the outlook for Nats too. Can be a field day for him too.
Farming. Let's see. Be right back. Good, very direct in approach, not really convincing their words.
Yeah, made the read again.
Again, it must be nice to have someone like Nats just being on these calls. It just feels like he has like a cheat in the game. It's wild. Just such good reads on the opponents.
Reads with his lurks and now reads as an IGL.
Camo bonking head up against the window. Whoever made that noise, absolutely trolling. Camo though, trying to be towards the forefront here, still util. Yeah, again, you don't even need to look at just one. It's so many. Patatek there with a little bit more stall. You've still got the deadlock util to layer in, the paranoia to try and set this in motion. Kiko, Patatek making light work of all of them pretty much. Soulcast has gone down. Yeah, Shados gets one consolation prize at this point. Beautifully handled. Liquid, simplistic in approach, and they don't need to do more than that.
No, direct approach, but again, open sight. Easy for them. Koi did what they could with the retake, but too much util from Team Liquid. They didn't have to use too much util to take that site. Have it all for the post plan.
One enemy remaining.
Felix does have the Razor back on.
Yep. So they were good on attack.
Certainly were. And this would be hopefully what that timeout was for, to get them locked in for this. This is now 4 on the bounce for Liquid, though. Momentum's starting to build, and they have Patatek's ult. Hopefully not going to pull a governor. That was hard. Thilu up for the fight. He loses, and they lose a big piece of the puzzle there. Would have liked to see that maybe utilized in a different way, but early damage done. Soulcast clean with it. Patatek and Serial go down, and the B side gets controlled. Grubino re-establishing presence over towards Rubble. Every fight going their way.
Yeah, it was a nice, it was a little bait and switch Rubble distraction, but Soulcast has done beautifully this round. Gonna be a difficult spot for Cats. Thoughts on Cats?
Swarm grenade out.
Okay, I don't think Clancy's well.
I'm not against it. I'd just like to see it do something. Now it's just Nats, so
okay.
Don't know if this is going to go well for him. Soulcast has had a bloody round. 4 kills, it was the first
even at the end there, like, him kind of, it felt like he's like, I'm good enough to hold this angle. Nice confidence there from Soulcast. Hopefully that might be something that Koi can run with. But yeah, I think that Team Liquid are doing a very good job of, like, there is this debate whether Waylay is good or not. And I think that Team Liquid are showing enough here for me to think that they're helping me in my debate that I think he is actually a pretty good agent. Maybe it's not quite as useful as Euro across the board, but I think on certain maps, absolutely fun.
Circumstance can allow. They've got 3 ults here to play with. Oh my god, Camo, you are quick today. Pace is the name of the game, it looks like. Camo, going to be leading the charge, but Flyer unaffected by all of this. And no one seems to be aware. A massive gap in the approach there that seems to be well read. And once again, Soulcast is the one to hold this back. Liquid running into a brick wall.
Yeah, it's like they've never seen a Viper Orb before. Just, you know, can we go through this? Can we not? The answer is no, you cannot.
It's not Cats this time. Pats.
It's Pats, yes.
Now, Pats, huge fan of.
I'm not extending this one.
No?
No.
Afraid of...
Yes.
Got
it.
Yep. Presence found from CT, not a big surprise. Oh, big ult though, that could be quite nice. Filu, Belter. Oh, and a follow-up too, Koi. Just trying to fight back, they're just shooting.
Yeah, a very strange decision from Pats there, using the tail into this round. 2v4. I like, genuinely, I'm a big fan of the way that generally Team Liquid use the ults, but this round I think was textbook how not to, I think. The early, they were using the early dive from Waylay, going into the ult after, but straight through a Viper Orb, and then in a 2v4 using the tail. And now on the other side, Koi are getting their ults up. Killjoy ult, Raze ult, we're close to Fade and Viper. 11-7, there's a few rounds to go, but some ults to play with is good.
Yeah, they've got options here, Koi. I'm a little on board now because it feels like they've reminded themselves that they can just shoot back, which is lovely to see. Filu and Soulcast having a field day. Soulcast towards the top of the board, Filu only just behind. They've got both of their ults ready to play as well. Finance is looking a little bit dreary for Liquid. And, I mean, they've still got Serial's ult on the deadlock, but it's not exactly an instigator in the same way you'd look at the others. So, for me, this could be another step in the right direction. 8 rounds is not an impossibility, but first big timeout for Liquid, though, coming in here. First usage as well. So, for them, looking to see what the adjustments are, as there have been some curious decisions being made.
Yeah, curious, yes. And I think in games like this is where Team Liquid should be ironing out some of those mistakes. I want to see the discipline there against the teams that they are expected to beat, because those habits, you know, creep in.
They do.
For, you know, if Team Liquid are going to another global, that they're that caliber of team.
Spot on, I guess we do. I'm still having to get my head into the right mentality. Hold on. There's a little bit of a stall out on this. Going back out now. No. It's been won over. Koi, once again, establishing and putting their authority towards that rubble control. That's been in their hands now more often than not. It's Liquid left to explore the rest of the map now.
Still waiting.
Yeah, and Koi have options here, whether they want to still hold for sites or whether they want to use their ults in the retakes. So the options are all theirs, as long as they don't give away silly frags, basically.
Hopefully they're going to be disciplined about it. You can see the Liquid are very patient in approach, happy to take their time, no particular hurry. Maybe looking for someone to overstep, find an opportunity to get that early pick.
Drone going out.
Looks like it is towards rubble. Everyone kind of congregating back over this way.
Yeah, maybe setting up some kind of B split. They've inserted the 2 players towards the middle of the map.
Don't know if Rubino got spotted here. He's got the chance to be the end of this round, and it looks like he is. Does very well in this, but it will be traded back through. So now we're going to be seeing Liquid somehow tilting this back into their side. Keep in mind, Kiko and Nats only have the sheriffs, but now have the upgrades. Back on the rifles. The side control towards A is in. The pressure from B is there. The post plant could be tasty too with the util. Shados denied. A way forward, held back. He was looking for any sort of avenue in, not to be.
Yeah, deadlock trips in the post as well. Going to be difficult to deal with.
Oh.
Killjoy ult is on the tables for Soulcast, but I don't think there's enough time to maybe warrant using it.
Well,
he is going to go for it though.
Going for it. Shados light on bullets, but hoping for the right time at least. This does clear through towards tree now. Serial going to be forced to go forward. Their patience. Where was the patience there? They had to play forward, sure, but Serial so ready, and Koi looking a little stunned that he went for it.
Yeah, he had to with the way the plant was. I didn't realize it's very safe. So that Killjoy ult would have been amazing if it was able to complete, because there's no way for them to spam back.
No one ready for the swing.
Yeah, I think that round, honestly, Kiko with the... We've been looking at these lurks on B from many different players. Kiko, finally the one to find success with that lurk through.
Got a couple of ults here. Proactive start, this time prioritizing and furthering
Yep.
from Mount.
Not going to get anything from it, but nice little kind of Ascent Gelato inspired play.
Palitech still going to be forging the path, and Soulcast on the receiving end of this. They carry on here, a lot of stall coming in.
Yeah,
a lot
Koi
of
have a
util.
lot of numbers now.
Yeah, they certainly do. But Serial knocking at the door, and he's just come off a brilliant round. What's he do with this one then? Just so close by as well. Oh, fire, where did that come from? Camo's just gone down. That was over towards tree, so yeah, fancying their chances towards the B side, but it's not going to be subtle. Shados should hear all of this.
Ults now from Koi though on this retake. The Filu's Raise ult, Shados Fade ult do come
Oh
into
my
play.
god, Serial's pocket to play in though. Oh! Flyer, very nice. Checks on that. Maybe just feeling something was afoot. Nice try on the jump approach for the trade, but actually the spacing not quite right for Soulcast. But the run and gun works out well. Puntek goes down, and the numbers sit with Koi. Kiko couldn't hear it, but he knows it's happening. Has to go forward. Oh, it's stunning. Shados, he's the one to keep it. Koi getting half and him closing it out. Koi are back in this with 8 rounds.
It feels like finally, like Koi in those kind of late round, kind of clutchy kind of situations, finally getting one over.
Oh, he was actually showing through the smoke.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he'd have a little bit more of a room to play in. Oh, damn. Too thick. Unfortunate. And now the buy, I mean, it's not good, is it, for Liquid? So this could be a little bit of a run back for Koi. They got ults still to play with. They got options. They've got gunners on their side now.
Just whether they feel that pressure of having no mistakes able to be made now.
It's true.
Ooh. That fade reveal hit. Unlucky there, no Odin spam.
Unskilled. Ow. Oh, Filu. Oh, catches Camo. Oh, it's gorgeous from Filu. Beautiful work from him. Confidence builder for sure. Koi, another correct step now.
Weapon here.
I think that's Filu's 5th ult of the game, and I think every single one of them has
been good.
Pretty good.
And it was well timed with everything else as well. It wasn't that just solo effort.
No.
That was really, really lovely to watch.
I think Team Liquid do have another timeout to play with. I'm surprised we don't see one coming in.
Coach Mini would have called the timeout, would he?
I mean, if I heard the calls and I liked what I was hearing, I probably wouldn't, but...
Okay. I decided to put you on the spot.
I called timeouts too late, but it was tactical.
Spiteful.
Spiteful, yeah. Generally, I had a higher, like, I thought that Boaster was, yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
Boaster was better than the other IGL usually, so I didn't need to get involved.
Fair enough. Sadly, once again, we have failed the challenge of Mini not mentioning Fnatic in the cast.
I tried.
It lasted 22 rounds, folks. It's probably the best
felt
we've
a
done
lot
so far.
longer than 22 rounds.
Yes, working with me does feel like a lifetime of pain. And so does the Odin.
Yeah. I mean, I like the little bait, like, usually when you see the Odin spamming like this, it's... Oh, no, never mind, it's not a bait at all.
Ooh, that was just tailor-made. Bilu being escorted out the door.
Liquid read that like a book.
Damn, and they even got fire at the same time?
Yeah, Patite got a timing into C.
Takes a lot of damage for it, but he's still done so much. And spots out Soulcast here. But he's been big man so far, Soulcast, but he's going to have to respect the utility. Patite forging the path for the boys forward. Deadlock util on top just to secure him, put him back in his cage. And they've got the plant because of this.
Yeah, tough retake here for Quaid. Not really much to work with at all. C's and a smoke. And Grobinho is the other side of the map still.
It's one of those happy rotations. The vintage reference that 4 people get, but Soulcast stepping into the ring. It's Camo, gets cleared, but it's Kiko to hold it together, and Nats to sign it, seal it, and deliver it. 13-9, but Koi looking much better than I've seen until this point. Even in Lost, we were asking, what is he competitive look? That was competitive.
Yeah, their first maps are usually not this close, so I'm happy that Koi got it this close. I want to see what their preparation was like on Split, though.
We're going to find that out after the break.
Chicken, la 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 ba. Chicken, dunk 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 sahur. Chicken, tasty as hell. Tasty as hell. Steve's lava chicken and tasty as hell. Tasty as hell. La 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 ba. Chicken. Steve's lava chicken and it's tasty as hell.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Bro, so me in a past tense, yeah, going money fast.
Team Liquid are one step closer to making playoffs after that performance on Lotus. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Uli and Meg. Got a little bit dicey there towards the end, but Liquid, they managed to close it out. And Meg, we heard it from Fader. You could still do a lot of cool ideas with that comp that they showed us. We saw some of that, and I think this might be their new home ground. They just look so good on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as dominant as I was expecting from Team Liquid. I do really like the way that Movistar Koi really brought that defense back. I just think it was a little bit too late, right? And I think you still have to look at the amazing space taken from the Waylay with Camo, how strong they all looked individually, and it was the reads. They seem to just have all the right reads. You know, after that timeout, they expected maybe the adjustment of the Killjoy and the Viper on C, so they just went B, you know, and it felt like they were ready to counter everything that Movistar Koi brought to the table.
And it's been a wall match. I mean, we've seen the first round they were playing always strong into Rubble, Persian making the wall from Deadlock, just holding up and then making fire rotation, but they also, I was predicting the B push from Flyu, also on C. Next round, it was round number 9. They predicted they're gonna move into C. They directly set up that Deadlock into C. It was amazing. I mean, Liquid had all the rates.
Yeah, and
one step ahead.
And they also had a lot of enough rounds on defense, so they didn't have to worry so much with the side switch. But also, Cats Nation were eating good because Kiko, we saw Nats last week reaching 1,500 kills in EMEA, and today with that map, Kiko has hit 1,000 kills here in VCT EMEA. So massive congratulations and shout out to Kiko here. But it was very much his teammate, however, that stole the show here. Meg, you mentioned the Waylay already permanently just slaying left, right, and center. And Camo, he talked about confidence. I think it's even more than confidence right now. I think he's just a fantastic Waylay player.
Yeah, you can definitely see how comfortable he is on this Waylay. And it felt like, you know, we saw Movistar Koi, they started to take that aggression towards A. And the way that they would counter that is like, let's just send the Waylay in and let's counter that and be aggressive back. Let's just hold for a second and then Camo, go shoot, go kill. So yeah, I have to say, we were expecting it. Of course, there are things outside of the sort of match itself that can affect things. Maybe the timeout might have as well. But no, Camo still looked on top form.
It is at the time that we were talking about confidence, about having a win could swap completely team. It happened to Liquid on kickoff. It happened to BBL last year. And Camo definitely did it. I mean, he said it. After some wins, he's confident and he's shining again.
It's a Liquid way though, right? They look a tiny bit shaky on the first match and then they get better and better and better as time goes on. So this Duelist head-to-head was so interesting. We had two completely different comps, two completely different ways of playing this game. And this is not the Duelist, but like I said, Cats Nation, we're eating good, you know? Even when I want to show you something else, we come back to this. But going back on the Duelist here, Uli, on the other side, Filu, who played so much raids before Tier 1, made that debut, and it was good. He is not the reason why they lost.
Obviously, I mean, we've seen him playing properly with this race. He knows how to bring the space. And I can remember him playing on Ukam. I can remember him playing on several Tier 2 teams. And he always had one of the strongest races from Tier 2. So it won't surprise me to see him shining, to playing properly. But obviously, if you are only facing and dropping Filu into try to do, say, Filu, go and kill, it's so hard. I don't think that he got a proper support every single round to try to bring him into a proper carry.
And Filu's ults were so strong. No Rosa ults were seen here, everybody. I do think this is as well, maybe, yes, Lotus didn't go Movistar Koi's way this time, but I do think this is something that they can build off for their Lotus in the future. I do think Filu was incredibly strong, and maybe they could start to build around this for future matches.
For me, it's such an important game today, you know? I agree with you. There were definitely some really, really nice things we saw from them, but at this point, Koi just feels so cursed. How many years have we been in the exact same position? Uli, I know you've been in the trenches with Koi, so let's cope a little bit. We are going to head to Split, where Liquid look really good, but Uli, I need some of that Spanish passion. I need some of that hopium for this team. We got to rally behind them, because if they don't win Split, once again, they're going to be eliminated from playoffs this early on.
I mean, something that proved every single match from Movistar Koi is that they normally start with the first map going slowly, and the second map they are always close to win. But today they were close to fight on Lotus.
Ooh.
It means that we're close to win on Split.
So we moved the timeline up.
Yeah,
right?
we move it. We move.
Moved
Right
up.
now, we're already awake. Everything is great. First round, pistols. Remember it. Koi is winning pistols. Movistar Koi is winning pistols. It's going to be PABA. That means pistol, anti-echo, bonus, and anti-echo. It's done.
Quick maths, quick maths. I have to say, just real quickly on this one before we go into Agent Select, Team Liquid are 2-0 on this so far, and we haven't seen Movistar Koi play this yet, so...
They've become the meta slaves. They have become the meta slaves. What do you make of this?
I got surprised that they're playing meta. I expect them to play a double duelist maybe. Or if... No, well, actually, Philo as only duelist is the best way to do.
I mean,
maybe 10.
No changes, right, from Team Liquid, though. And again, I had no expectations for Movistar Koi coming into this. So like you said, Sue, I think it's going to be really interesting that they're playing into that meta here, the Taeho Breach combination. I do really think with them choosing the starting side here, they have to build up momentum. And they have to build up rounds. And I'm not talking about momentum like we've seen from them previously, where they get 5 rounds on the board and then suddenly it falls off. It has to be consistent, continual momentum throughout this map.
And some of you might be thinking, Shadows Breach, he has done this before. This is not totally new for him. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to adapt to this, now playing very, very meta picks, because Pansy and Mini, they ain't got a choice. They have to win here.
Spot on Yunzu. It's do or die time really for Koi here. They have to deliver in this situation, Mini. And this is a good map for Liquid. They have looked strong here. Is this comp change enough in your mind? Do you like this now coming into it?
Comp change?
Well, the adjusted roster coming out from Koi.
Oh, sorry, yeah. We haven't seen Koi on this map, I don't think, so far. So I do like the comp that Koi are running. I think it's the most kind of standard meta approach, but like the best approach, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Some teams are leaning, EMEA are kind of leaning into the double dive a little bit more that Team Liquid have on the Raze Yoru side. We see globally, though, the Yoru solo with the Taeho Breach being more popular elsewhere. I like it, though.
Okay, this is a lot of pressure now on the Koi side. And to do this in this map is not going to be easy. But as the desk was saying, that you didn't hear, because Minnie's out there socializing.
You know, hey. I'm a professional.
Well, we'll see. As the desk was saying, though, Koi did look more competitive in that map 1, right? They are building back into this. They've shown signs of life. This is a hard game, though. Koi now going to be on the defending side here, leaving Liquid on the attack.
Yeah, immediately Team Liquid taking middle this early against the Vipers, great sign.
Oh, belting shot as well, Nats.
But not so good on the ramp side.
No, so he's been found, but this crunch scares the life out of me here.
I do like Koi taking this B main space. This is something that we saw, sorry, but Fnatic doing a lot and having success with so far this split. Kind of, you isolate the split, taking this duel.
Serial, he's got so much on his plate, right? He does go down. Grubino's there to claim it, so that's exceptional for them in that 2v1. It looks like Hiko wants to find an answer back by pushing the extremity here. Nice for him. Does need to overstay his welcome, but he wants to! And maybe that's why. Huge damage now, and Philo has to readjust his course. They know where the other two were initially. They'd seen them over towards main, and that cross is being watched. Camo with a great shot, Flyer with better. It's all down now to, well, a 1v1. Camo up against Flyer, who's low. His HP's only down on 10, and Camo trying to toy with the timing here. The timing is on his side. Liquid get it started right with the first.
Unfortunate for Koi. I think that Kiko was the reason that Team Liquid was able to push that round over the edge. I liked what I saw from both teams this round, to be honest. I think both had good ideas. We saw the quick reactions from both. So we could be on for a good game.
Enemy remaining.
Fingers crossed. We'll see. Going into this though for Koi, we don't know really the depth of it, right? This is not something we've seen particularly often, so...
Yeah, I think that's the context. Team Liquid are one of the best teams in the world at this map. Not just the EMEA, but I think globally.
Yep. So there's tape there, right? There's a lot of tape to be watched. They can prep for this, and Koi get to come in kind of the unknown quantity, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a slam dunk win. It's still very hard. That's luck did get identified though, which is good. That's part of the checklist, right? You're playing up against Liquid in these scenarios. You're gonna know he's gonna be going walkabouts. This time around, he's gonna have friends coming over though.
Yeah, and Koi already gambling towards the A side of the map, which is good. I wonder what Camo is doing outside B though. Maybe gonna create a little distraction or fake, but there's no one there to buy.
No, so I wonder if Camo rings the alarm bell when he gets out B completely free, and if they continue like this. Spike is with Patatek, and yeah, the alarm bell gets rang. Something feels off. Camo's made it this far with zero pressure back. That's enough of a problem.
Yeah, I call that the Benji Fishy. That's Benji Fishy's Heretics approach down to Ecos, walks out with a ghost. Boys, they're not here. Come back to me. Or he just kills them all with the ghost. The other
Either
half the time.
Yeah, so this should at least facilitate a plant. They've got a lot of security on space here. Camo not only checking quite deep towards CT then, but also now positioning up towards heaven. 25 seconds, but no issues when it comes to timing. They know the red carpet had been rolled out. It's all good. Plants in. And really for Koi, what are you meant to do now? This is a tricky one. You don't want to give out orbs over. You don't want to make it too easy for them to build up the economy off the back.
I think you go for it. Use salvos and stun. Ultimately, the orbs are going to be transferred either way anyway. Just try and make sure it's not someone too useful.
See who gets the lion's share. For now, they are waiting. This might be on the back of this. Hello, that's a lot of players. Well, he finally found him. Camo was going walkabouts for what felt like a lifetime here, but it's going to get messy up towards heaven. An opportunity made, and Flyer and Grubino now with a little bit of room to work in. The time is going to be low. I think with the util from Serial, with hopefully Nats and some util, there wouldn't be many opportunities. No, there's not. So I'll give it up towards the clock.
Again, it's those little things from Team Liquid that I'm keeping track of. Not just this game, but over the split. Those little lapses of discipline in those rounds. It could have been like a very clean round. Economy got slightly hit there with the kind of unnecessary over peaks. In this game, it might not matter, but, you know, it's almost like poker to some degree. What is the better play? And that was not the better play.
It is interesting because, again, it's always one of those things that only really gets punished in the bigger games to an extent, right? Like, as said, are Koi going to be able to take that away from you completely? No. Was it a big issue? No, but if you are one of the teams that are probably going forward into internationals, you do have to think bigger scale here, where teams are very dangerous in those anti-ecos, will always min-max results, at least hopefully. But into bonus, it's looking pretty tasty. Only Patatek the one down on the Ghost. Everyone else pretty well geared up. And for Koi, it's everything.
Team Liquid just making a little distraction at middle, keeping the two players there, and then immediately going to be bursting into B. And they've made a great call here because it's quite weak.
Grubino, a lot on his plate here. It's so hard to hold from Pillar. Grubino does get out in time. It looks like he has found some semblance of safety towards CT. But there's a lot of bodies here quickly for Koi.
Open plant here is big for the post-plant Team Liquid. This site is already quite difficult to retake for Koi. Having that open plant means that there could be relurks coming through.
Sticking around here though, you can see where Kiko is, you can see where Patatek is. Ooh, little cubby to play from for Kiko, that is lovely. They are stalling him out. Unless they get something fast, they're not going to get anything at all. Kiko going to be forced out of his comfortable position. Nice from Soulgas, nice from Filu. Perfect until Nats fights back, but Camo gets cleared. The flood was exceptional. The layering of the utility just uncomfortable to hold, forcing them away from these positions. And Koi finding the fight back.
Yeah, in terms of the macro game, I think that Team Liquid completely outplayed Koi that round. But if Koi have a nice little set retake, come in, and it's unsuspected by Team Liquid, then they're going to take that.
Beautiful.
Good job. Exactly like we talked about. Good job, okay?
Maybe had that in mind.
Some plan, yeah.
Yeah, again though, we've said it, right? Liquid have a lot of tape on them on this map, so if there's any repetition or something that you can identify when you're coming to this game, going through those protocols and being rewarded by it this early on is a huge confidence booster for Koi as well. Tournament life really on the line for them now.
Now Koi expecting another B main default from Team Liquid, ready with a trap.
Bring them down.
Nothing this round. Back to middle for Team Liquid.
They've already slipped ahead of this one. Camo, let's check towards vent. Spots nothing.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning that Team Liquid get vents so quickly, but in reaction, Koi already have B main, so it's not like they're just losing space. They are reacting with space of their own.
Looks like it's building towards this A hit. Still some versatility, but they have no one towards B main. It feels almost like too much of an unknown to try and bank into it, and look at the amount of players funneling through these vents. Very much hoping for this A approach. The extra body here, but can he hold what's coming his way? Yeah, Shados opting against it, gonna give up Heaven Control and maybe try and complement the cross. Does Grubino get to live as well? Another question, a lot of pressure, but they have been able to kind of gap close towards it. Still staying alive here, the C's fantastic, but unconfirmed damage now. Grubino still trying to find anywhere to go. Look at the amount of support coming in here. The util absolutely primed. Soulcast, Flyer, and Filu behind the curve now. Full control in play. And that's his position, the slow lingering death that can creep up. Is there Camo gonna spot them all out? Does Nats fancy a go? Patience is normally the name of the game with him. It's gorgeous from Nats. And that should really be the round sewn up.
Yeah, gonna be a save here. Needs to be. Economy not great for Koi. Again, this round I think that Koi didn't rotate appropriately. I thought with that B main information, the information happening around the middle of the map, I thought they'd be able to get across to A a bit quicker.
Three down.
Maybe they don't get the save off.
Yeah, it is just Soulcast left, and he'd love to keep that Vandal. Don't think they're going to go too far for this, but Nats is considering it. I think Soulcast might be safe. I don't think Patatek can get there in time. No, it should be fine. But still, yeah, it kind of talk me through that one.
Yeah, so... Sorry, my mind's gone completely blank.
You were discussing the rotation,
I was going to the
so you were hoping they'd kind of rotate in maybe a particular way, but it felt like...
so Team Liquid opened up the middle, got vents quickly. Koi, in reaction, took B main. And usually when you have B main, you feel a little bit more confident that you could rotate away towards A, because reverse clearing that space is very difficult. Yeah. We saw it the round before, Serial was by himself. But to talk Team Liquid's credit, those people on site, on the A site, they were utiled out for like what felt like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was just non-stop. Going into this, the buy for Koi is a little bit weird. Flyer is going to be the one suffering, obviously down on the Stinger. Everyone else kind of at least getting minimum Bulldog. Flyer taken again. This looks very similar. Pathing straight through vents. This time around, though, you can see that they have the additional, almost, I guess, default hold towards that deep B main space. You still obviously have Nats holding that back A space, and it just feels like the pendulum swing. You're looking at Nats now taking a lot of space on the other side. He's walking up towards A. We've got a battle breaking out towards the mailroom. Filu trying to go walkabouts here, and he's been caught. Soulcast that time, very heads up.
Koi ready with 3 people here.
But Fire banged out by Patatek. Little late on that one. Kiko already ahead of it, and Liquid making it past all the checks, all the hurdles, and just an awkward position for Grubino. I love this ability to be so versatile in attack, having this kind of 1-3-1, playing off those extremities, taking that map space, and then it felt like they lost out on that A because of Soulcast's nice positioning, good timing, and very heads up. They went, cool, we can pivot over towards B. We still have that B main lurk, or that B main at least presence. We're good to go for it. Yeah. Really well done.
Yeah, it's your standard approach to split. And despite the composition having that double dive explosivity if they need it, they're running a more kind of double sentinel approach where you just have the extremities on lock. If you get pressured on middle, you can unlock on the extremities. If the extremities get pressured, you can unlock towards middle. Right now, Team Liquid are taking middle a little bit too easy for my liking. Koi did react with having Filu and vents, but just the Euro and vents alone isn't going to be enough to get through, you know, all the util that Liquid can throw them. You know, when you got a breach and a tail, you're usually thinking about traps. Like, once they get to vents, is there going to be a stun,
like a little
tail
set piece?
salvo, something like that? I think that would be my approach. You see, Soulcast has the tail ult online. Well, I can see the tail ults online. That's the kind of thing you could do. Bait them into the vents, tail ult across. I don't know if they'll do that on their economy situation. They're a bit low money.
It's an option. But again, it's not like Liquid have reinvented the wheel with this. It's your standardized 1-3-1. It's very well done the way Liquid are doing it. But there's plenty of ways, I don't want to say necessarily counter it, but there's a lot of different ways that you can get around it. Be it fight on the extremity, take one of those spaces away, right? We saw that earlier on with that double stack towards B main, or as you said, little trap piece towards middle. There's plenty of options here for Koi, not probably in this round. So it's kind of keep your minds for one coming up.
They also have to be cognizant that ults are coming online for Team Liquid too. They're not going to go into a slow 1-3-1 default as much and try and take vents early. They'll probably end up prodding out a little bit and then just using ults too.
Filu thinks he might be in trouble there. There's a lot of players on this side of the map actually. 3. The Koi side. And a battle breaks out. It's Soulcast to find Nats, but quickly traded in. And all the fights so far, waving the banner of Liquid. Heads-up fights. You're not going to win them out with Classics, but it feels like get this round out the way. Let's focus on the one we had that timeout for and get ready for it.
Yeah, even min-maxing here, Camo getting the orb. Should get the plant here as well. Ult will be on lane. Lots of ults for Team Liquid to work with next round.
Which is tough, right, for Koi, because you can, I don't want to say anti what's been happening, but you can have an idea of how you want to approach it, but this then adds a real spanner in the works, because one, Liquid could go completely direct. They could go for a more standard, like, say, okay, let's just go for like a nice A execute, whatever you want to do, there's options there. They then have the opportunity now to kind of answer back, right? They don't have to let this be dictated to them by Koi.
I also want to compliment Team Liquid. When they have these ult strats, it's not like they just do the one. Like, you'll see the Yoru B split that everyone loves to do, but they've also do Yoru ults on A. They're capable of faking with their ults. So I like Team Liquid's odds for the rest of this half.
I'm with you. It feels like the operator's been added in as a little bit of a touch here. Surprised to see it over towards the A side, because that's already got 2 other players towards it. I was wondering if maybe they'd want to supplement somewhere else.
I wonder if they got a false sense of security about their retakes on B. Retakes on B, I don't think are that strong. You know, we saw it work well once, but how many times can that work?
Yeah, maybe a false sense of security in it, or confidence. In our patient round. Letting this one simmer for a second. And there's the ult pop. That's going to be towards middle. Camo, looking for the information. Spots out one towards vents, and spots out one towards heaven. And it looks like the standardized kind of Yoru approach here. And there's the crunch with the util. Grabino, can you live? For now, has to fall away. Eyes turn towards heaven. Good information there as well. Very comprehensive. Now, lurk-wise, you're looking at obviously Nats. Post up towards mailroom. That is unforgivable at this point, because it felt like there was some awareness as well from Flyer there, but Soulcast just wanted to come back around. It feels a little bit short-sighted, but they're winning out on the gunfights here. Flyer this time takes away a couple more. Kiko called upon. 1-for-1 trade not enough, but Camo! 2-for-1 discount in the end. Filu and Grabino punished. Liquid, even when the odds look against them, still come away with the round.
Yeah, and I was critical of Koi playing retake towards this B side, but they do keep coming in with firepower.
Yeah.
But I would argue that Team Liquid there, I don't think Nats should be lurking when he's got a Viper ult.
Fair.
Use that Viper ult for the site when we got the plant down.
Oh man, he was coming over with the ult there as well.
And then also this open plant.
Enemy remaining.
Team Liquid could just play safe and re-lurk later. Don't need to be stuck in mailroom that early.
Yeah. Well, this is where the problems really start to begin. You've got a couple of ults and a bit of a shaky buy, but Liquid are firmly getting in control here, and we have to reiterate, this is a chance for playoffs. This is a lot on the line for Koi. This is everything that they've been going through would have been to make a fight for this one.
This is old school approach to the Viper ult, using it in a space where it doesn't actually get you the site, but puts a ton of pressure on the defense.
Doing anything else at the same time? I mean, we've still got a bit of presence towards A, but super passive. That's going to be Padatek over there. Really passive hold towards middle as well. That's what? Camo? This is, yeah, really interesting.
So, like, they want to fake the extremities a little bit, it seems like. But Nats is going out. It's an overcoat.
It feels like it, but this contact hit might have worked, at least for the find on Flyer, but Grabino's able to control... How's he losing that one? I thought that was his every day of the week. This feels really disjointed, but it's actually rewarded Liquid. Just kind of contacting in off the back of the drop. The Viper's Pit feels bizarre, but just the element of surprise enough. And now Shados and Soulcast both have ults, but is this the time to use them? Let's see. Camo drifting in no man's land.
Atitek's on the biggest flank ever.
Yeah, what is
He's already
this?
Close.
They
thought
about that? I don't know. I mean, there was maybe a Prowler. Yeah, that is wild. Serial now. Pressure's on. 1v2. They're already out. They're already on site. Oh my god. I thought they had another one, but no. Koi finally tipping it into their favor after what felt like these retakes were just not going their way.
So I think the approach from Team Liquid there, I think they kind of fumbled what was supposed to be a nice idea, where they used the Viper ult on B, and then Padatek was supposed to make all the noise on A and make it seem like I'm on A, and Nats drops the ult to make it feel like, oh, we're going A.
Yeah.
But it didn't quite work, but then still worked. So, idea okay. Nice retake there from Koi.
Idea okay. Participation.
Idea was decent, execution poor.
Still plenty of ults sat here with Koi. Be it reactionary, they wanted for waiting for that ideal scenario. You can see Soulcast for a couple of rounds was trying to find the right time to use it. First one off the rip is going to be Flyer, so that's going to be straight down middle. We were talking about addressing that mid pressure that Liquid were leaning on quite a lot in those 1-3-1s. Looks like maybe that's a solution here, but Camo, under scrutiny, has to take the get out of jail free card and back away.
I was about to say, we're not really seeing too many of these breach tail kind of crunches or traps, but right there, immediately, reaction, ramp in control of Koi now, by Koi. And Team Liquid, they seem a little bit lost right now. How do they approach? They know that middle, they cannot touch at all, but how do they work out where to go? Where's going to be weak?
Feels good on this angle as well. It was cleared by Camo, but it felt a little after the fact there, so they've won out on at least the A extremity, so it feels very directed towards B now. So Grabino's going to be prepared.
Cover going out.
Reinvesting and reinforcing the smoke towards B main, has the help as well. I believe it's Shados on the site, yeah, but that's not to be dissuaded by a Viper's Pit, apparently.
He's found a little corner. He'll take that timing after this beat.
Oh my god. Oh, Grabino, that feels awful, but Shados is there. We noted it earlier, he was in support from the back of Pillar, stalls out the time. Buys a little bit more time. Flyer, the patience, paying off. Takes away Nats now just down to Panitek. And that's just simply too steep of a curve. Koi controlling things. That Viper's Pit being so impactful in controlling that middle space.
Yeah, controlling that middle space, but that re-clear on ramp early to get rid of what Team Liquid were controlling was very good. Liquid looking a little bit disjointed in that mid-round, I'd say.
Let's keep it rolling, keep it rolling.
Economy weak now for Team Liquid. They do have a little bit. But that Outlaw, it does have 2 targets that you can go for that clean kill.
Looks like it was kind of like a half bite-ish anyway. Puts him down to 900, but
that's not
Grabino, what are we up to? The paint shell. Oh, Grabino! The tag was just, it felt like the death sentence, and now the investment of the ult on top. Just, it keeps the site secure for a while. It would be a blind post in the end, but still. Liquid will love this. That's a plant. It's going to take some time, and Soulcast is going to invest. Do we get the pre-take going at the same time? Trying to get that crunch coming in. Liquid trying to stabilize. Hold this down for a second. Camo forced forward. You can see the util here. It's not in sort of complementary positions, though. They've got a decent amount of space now. Kiko spots out 2 here. He's one of the ones with that Phantom.
Buying time for Nats here.
You can see the paranoia down middle. They're already checking on it too. Flyer has a look there, but he doesn't find his target. Nats does find his. And away we go. The pressure now on top. Nats just needs to stay alive, really. He's a nuisance. He's that thorn in the side, and it's lethal as well. Take it down, Soulcast, putting Flyer in a very tough position. And it all started with that tag and paint shell. It opened up everything.
Yeah, I was kind of planting the seed of criticism about buying an Outlaw against 3 full shields, but it was enough to chip away and have a... That nade was like perfect. Again, Koi in a retake B situation, and on this map I don't think that's what you want to be leaning into.
Wow. I'm a little surprised they got away with that one almost. That could have been a huge gateway round for Koi to try and keep this scoreline competitive. You know, that 7-5 felt fantastic in map 1, but obviously they only ended on 9 in the end, so you need that buffer here. Liquid are exceedingly good at this map.
Yeah, they're finding these crazy lurks through A all the way around to B as well. You know a team's good at this map if you've done that 3 times, I think, already.
Camo, ult, Filu, ult. Mid-walk, though, for Koi like this.
Yeah, and Team Liquid don't have a Sentinel, so if they wanted to continue with this, I'm all for it.
Don't know if Flyer hears steps, but enough's been given away. There was no
I think
presence
he
mid.
has, because the stack seems to say so.
Who's next?
Comes in. Flyer. This could be everything. It's great towards Nats. They turn, and he's dealt with. Could have maybe played the time a little longer. Bit of nuisance from the back lines, kind of like Nats was, but now we find on the side Camo. Devious in approach. A back and forth trade, but it's still numbers up for Liquid. They should be able to get partners. Grabino a mile away. Kiko's heard this too.
Great position, open plant.
Step away. Oh, might catch part attack. Yeah, he does. But the trade, instantaneous. Liquid very in control here.
Yeah, and it felt Koi were completely in control of that round, knew exactly what Team Liquid were trying to achieve, and you feel really bad on defense. When you know exactly what the attack is trying to do, you've stacked it and you still can't beat them, it feels rough.
Last player standing.
Again, just the trading so good.
Sorry, Patty. I should call for you that he's over.
I think this is a must-win round for Koi.
I'm with you. And close rounds feel great in the moment, but at the end of the day, it's only 3 that have been converted for Koi, and the chance is starting to dwindle, and Liquid looking to lock in here. Focus up. They invest the ults, they get the information, and away they go. Camo, so clean. That time outdone. Shados rolling back the years. Catching 3 on the push-up. Now they gotta respond. Kiko and Serial gonna be pretty far off from this. Koi, we asked them to dig deep, give us a round to believe in, and maybe they just found one. Flyer, don't do this on your own. Please don't lose this. Oh my god, oh my god! I'm breathing a sigh of relief there. Koi, gonna get up to 4.
4-8. Doable.
Doable. It's not over. It's not over,
Team Liquid
Mini.
are great at this map, and I think they'll be more than happy with 8.
And look, qualification in their mind here to playoffs is on the line. This is what they're fighting for, and they have a very solid lead.
One enemy.
Team Liquid sitting on 8 rounds, solid on the half, looking comfortable. A couple of pressured rounds from Koi, but overall keeping well above the line here, looking ready to go. Give me some hope for Koi. Give me a couple of things, a couple of key pieces here, Mini. What would make the difference now for Koi? What would be enough to maybe keep them closing the gap here? I need some hope, Mini. Tell me something. Tell me something.
I need to see some Breach Teo stuff that we've not seen before.
Okay.
Like, that's what we need. We need some explosive execs that Team Liquid cannot handle because their comp is mostly an attack-sided comp. They got the Astra to deal with some of that explosivity with the Gravwell, but overall, they will struggle a little bit with the explosivity.
So, Soulcast, Shados. Set me up something pretty. Don't want it to look anything other than beautiful for now. Very direct towards A here, though. No taking any detours, no pressure down middle. It's all towards the A side. A little bit of, oh my gosh, this spam.
Damage.
Yeah, Paddy, unconfirmed obviously towards Grabino, but...
Soulcast and Grabino low this round. Softened up for this retake.
Soulcast. I didn't even see that. 15 HP. How long has he got on the util? I'm not too sure. But again, he's playing very passive, probably just playing for those salvos, if anything. But already the pressure sign him out. The Prowler sent towards the pillar. They do need to start building towards the site now. On. Gotta go off some of this util. Gotta go eventually. Oh, first step. Kicks in the door. Paddytech laying the pathway forward. Kiko, follow up. Nice. Philo on the fight back. It's Soulcast finally gets his util on. But it's a lot on his plate now. Oh! He's got the util, but he's got to send it now. Timing. Oh, nice try, but again, just off on the timing. A split second away.
Nice attempt from Soulcast, but I think I got to praise Team Liquid for choosing the better site to play retake on, in my opinion. And their retakes on A, whenever I watch them, they look very confident in them. And same thing there.
Gutting though. Soulcast, it felt like it was so close, but he was just under so much pressure there. Couldn't get past Serial quick enough to send them in. You can see it really close.
Nice, Patrick. Very good call.
Team Liquid, they were even, to praise them, I got to praise them somewhat, they were even re-clearing vents, reverse re-clearing the vents for a lurk. Like, these little details are things that I love to see.
They are the more advanced team, it feels like, in this regard, but this is a big investment here for Koi. Starting to really try and draw on anything they can. Stingers coming out.
If they can get past the grav wells, they'll be in a good spot here.
Zero's going to start ringing the alarm bell though. Players on the way, he's not alone, but Philo going to take over towards the backside. Look for the drop down in spots one. Zero going to try and readjust towards the front. Really nice readjustment there from him, but now Chaos kicks off. Nats in unison with Kiko, keeping things on their side. Philo left in a 1v2. Philo brings it down to a 1v1. Camel's only got a judge. This is tricky now, 50 seconds.
I got the spike.
Get a plant. Camel opting for the pistol. It looks like silently closing the gap and a big upgrade. Flash in.
Planted.
Falls away. Philo unawares. Gets out of danger. But Camo too. Just so quick with it.
Was that sick? Was that, like, did you see the flash? Was that a fake flash? I've never seen that before. He's thrown it towards CT to make it feel like he's retaken from CT. I think that's kind of sick.
Let's watch it again. Is it intentional? Maybe.
You can't see the flash until it pops, right?
I think so.
One enemy remaining.
I'm not sure. I think so.
Okay, so what happened? He threw it into CT,
Yep.
and it's not visible until it pops.
Yeah.
And so he's completely outplayed him there.
That's actually kind of
Fake flash.
very nice. I've just been throwing my pistol all this time. Crazy.
The Heaton?
It's a classic. It is a classic. Literally, it is mostly a classic. For now, double digits for Koi.
That was the round of Koi, and now they're back down to the Ghost Sheriffs.
I mean, you're starting to see the writing on the wall. You can't ignore it. And Kiko starting to hit bangers. Serial again, looking really comfortable, even under all of this pressure on Chaos, and they cut off the other two. Shalos and Soulcast had to respect the utility that was eventually invested, isolating the players on the side. Serial's comfort just comes into its own here. And now just Soulcast in a 1v5. And that's going to be 11. Chances falling by the wayside. An in-zone flawless here. And Koi, this has got to be heartbreaking for them, but for Liquid, a positive step in the right direction.
Usually for Koi, I would be a fan of this simple B approach against Team Liquid's comp. Quite often it's going to be weak on that B side of the map, but the problem is an Astra can immediately do that grav well, and you've seen, I think in both rounds now, the impact of that stall.
Filu's got, I'm just looking at lifelines for Koi here, right? This is the round. If you lose this, you're kind of saying this is done. And this is their chance to even make it to playoffs here. This is everything that they've been playing for in those last games, those losses that Koi suffered. Is this where it starts and ends? Flyer already fallen. Filu trying to backfill the space, but spotted by Kiko. Filu takes the evacuation cord out of there.
I'm surprised we didn't see an acceleration towards B here.
I'll handle this.
But gonna get it for free anyway, potentially, unless Liquid decide to flood in.
Stalled again, though, up from heaven. The util coming in. Nat's going to make it difficult. Eagle Eyes trained, and Grabino light work towards Serial this time. But Nat's still with the shot. They're just pulling bodies away. So they're going to try and be proactive here, Koi.
Need to do something in this disadvantage situation.
Quite like it. Conceptually solid. The necessity cannot be stressed enough, and Shadows can't really fall here. They can't invest their utility. They have to wait, and it has to be everything at this point. A 1-for-1 trade, not enough. Grubino, are you still in this fight? A 2v2, they've won out on the site. They can accelerate towards you, or they can hold him back. Kiko waiting. He's got the ult there, buying time as the defuse comes in. Grubino can only watch as his chances are ripped away. 12 rounds for Team Liquid, setting their sights towards playoffs.
I think it's rounds like that just show Team Liquid are one of the best on this map. Right out of the gate, you saw them taking that A control, punishing the solo lurk from Flyo. And they're more than comfortable to deal with the kind of pre-flood retake.
Nice, yeah.
On the B side of the map. It's gonna need a miracle.
No timeout? I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know it's not looking good, but nothing.
If they've got a plan around the tail ult, then they've got a plan around the tail ult. And if the vibes are okay, you'd presume they wouldn't be amazing, but...
I'd be taking a timeout.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I'm taking a timeout. Mid-ult going to be coming down from Nats there. Viper's pick going to be flooding. Ooh, nice attempt there. Quick trying to catch towards Camo. Patatek also going to be considered. This is information. Thielu walking up ramp. Gets real close to this one. Oh, this could be big for Thielu. Ah, outdone by a Prowler. Bye-bye.
It's the same we saw on the other side. It was the Teo and Breach re-clearing that space. This time it's the Fade and the Raze.
What have you got? Hello. Shados. I know what you're up to, Nats. All too familiar with your ways. But that's a pick. They're at 35 seconds. They still need to decide where to go with this.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they do have 2 players towards the A side, but they're more than comfortable to play these retakes. They're probably going to have to.
Patatek falling all the way off the Camo. He's up for the challenge. He's again in the fight here. Going to pop the ult just to get away safely, really. Keep control on what's happening now. Plant's going to come down, but we're in a 4v4. Eco taking the route back through vents. Oh my god, and Flyer going to find Camo. Hold on. Big Eco's got a little bit of timing on this. They're mostly on the site now. Still tough to clear with the player disadvantage. 4 up to the good here for Koi. A chance to survive, to extend play a little. Kiko goes down. Patatek and Serial should be outdone, but maybe not. Patatek in a 1v2. It would be miraculous. And it would be unlikely, but a nice try. But Soulcast keeps hopes alive for Koi now.
Yeah, I think Nat's doing a little bit of troll in the middle. Probably set that one off. I think if Team Liquid focus up, take it a little bit more seriously, I think this is going to be fine.
That was a lot of ulto from Liquid, wasn't it?
It was, that is true, that is true.
3?
They did overcommit to that 4v5 retake. Euro ult used to try and get out. I liked it from Camo, but then the Astra ult used in a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's one of those where it feels like we're being overly critical. They're up 12-5, but still we're holding them to
No, that's true. Yeah, like I did say about that discipline, and using ults in these kind of situations, these are the openings that a team will want to come back into a game. 12-5 is a lot, but...
It is, it is. Oh.
Gets the ding.
Flyer gonna be heads ringing around. Kiko doesn't win that fight. Oh my god. Patatek shouldn't have won that one either. No, Kiko didn't win that fight on the other side. Shados is gonna get his numbers. That was the push out towards B, but Patatek, free little upgrade. Sick.
Yeah, Philo just walking through a smoke with no util.
Bring them down. Poison orb emitting.
Okay. Probably a little B split coming in.
Yeah, Patatek did get info outside of A, so and there we go. Confirms it. So going to be able to rotate towards A.
He's got his ult as well.
Team Liquid in a decent-ish position.
Zero's only got the Sheriff, so I guess on contact, pops the ult.
Yeah, Serial's got 3 stars now. In front of this B lane.
A little bit of a trade out. They're going to run low on time here, though. 30 seconds. And there's bodies on the site. I'm getting nervous. That's fine. Again, Zero can take risks here. And Nats gets the reward. Punishing the cross. You'll not be meant to be the one to get to. Flyer was the one who got the damage early on. Down to 2 HP. This would be heroics. He's got 10 seconds.
10 seconds
He has to face his fate here. As this one looks done for. And it is. Patatek secures it. Team Liquid 13-5. Playoffs bound, looking locked in. Sadly for Koi, falling short.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, I wonder how they go from here. I presume they're going to be aiming for that #1 seed.
Yeah.
I know that Meg was memeing a little bit about the saving strats, but it'll be interesting to see what approach they take for the rest of the games.
Yeah, I tend to agree because, again, we're starting to see layering to their capabilities, right? It feels like we're seeing a little bit more depth to them. Not flawless, though. There have been a couple of oversteps, but I'm not going to judge them for dropping a round or two.
No.
when they're up like 12-5 here. It's just something, if we're going to be keeping them to the same standard we look at like Fnatic or your Heretics or Vitality, and got to keep them in that lens. But right now they look good. We've seen some very nice looks from here. Koi, I mean, first map felt competitive, Mini, but I mean, Split was always really gonna be Liquids.
Yeah, and I think that it's probably going to be back to the drawing table for drawing board for Koi.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't had a win this year.
Yeah, if we're being honest, that's just not good enough. It's not enough for them. It might be time to rebuild, but I heard you like cats. So right meow, we're going to hand it down to Yinzu and Ulysses, waiting and the post-plant.
Meow, 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 meow. That tech pause is still in us, I guess. But yes, welcome to Post-Plant. Pansy was right. We will be joined by Cats in just a moment. It is me and Uli here for now. And Uli, with that game and that result, it brings the end, really, to Koi Split. They will have one more game next week, but it doesn't matter at this point. You know, they will not be going to playoffs. And what a sad way for them to end here, because they had so much potential.
Yeah, it's sad because they don't even have win any single map right now. And that's completely sad, but at least they can focus right now. There is no pressure, there is nothing to fight against, just to maybe try to bring some championship points, but also to improve, get that experience into the stage that some members were lacking, and also they were saying on socials, with lack of experience, we didn't have that much matches. Let's see with maybe next week, they can improve something for the next stage too.
I'm so glad you mentioned championship points, because that is actually still incredibly important. Every single win counts, and by the time we get to the end of Split 2, as we look towards champs, you know, they're not going to want to be out of the race because they couldn't win one game in Split 1. So not the end at all for Koi. What a story it would be though, right, if they make this comeback.
But it must be mostly, I mean, it's not impossible, but I think they had to make maybe top 2 in order to secure chance to go champions. Oof. I mean, I don't think that they're even thinking in playoff. I mean, they have to think on playoff, not think on champions or even Master Toronto. That's too much right now for a team that never secured a second win.
And for me, the decisions they make, it's never a bad decision. You know, the comps they chooses, the roles they're giving their players, it always, on paper, it gets us excited, right? It's a good decision. But I think you're right. Maybe with some reps, they can maybe come back stronger.
Also, I don't know if it's pressure, confidence. However, we've seen that they always struggle on one of the maps, and mostly on one of the maybe strongest side for them. It's like, how you did it? How is going on? I mean, today, obviously, they have Team Liquid facing them. It's always hard.
It's not easy when it comes to having to face Team Liquid. And speaking of Team Liquid, I am now joined by Kiko and Nat here in the studio. So please welcome Cats here to the couch. Hello, guys. Come and sit, take a seat. I'm glad you brought the panda, Nat. I wore this today. What do you think? It's like 3. I don't think the camera can pick it up, but it's like 3 rings that makes a panda. Yeah, look, it's 3 separate rings that.
Comfortable.
It is really comfortable. Do you like it? It's cute. I'll find some for your wife. I'll find some for your wife. You know, we can match. But congratulations today, you guys. We didn't get a chance to speak to you last week, so I'm glad you guys are here now. Playoffs again. This is becoming a regular thing. How exciting, Kiko, is that?
I mean, it's definitely a change from last year, so you know, it's going to be interesting and fun. So I'm happy.
And Nats, I wanted to ask about the Lotus super quick, because how did you guys go from never playing the Lotus to, you know, showing us the Clove stuff, and then taking away the Clove stuff, coming back with this new look and being incredibly consistent on this Lotus? How have you had the time to make all these adjustments and make it so good? The glow up is crazy.
I don't know. Honestly, it's all about the Riot is changing the game. So I think it's just whoever is going to try to understand the meta. But I think it's more about that. I don't know. I mean, we didn't practice it that much. And it's whatever is happening is just happening on the server right now.
You're just that good.
I don't know. I mean, the 2 games went fine. We'll see whoever is going to face us on Lotus. If people wants to face us, let's face.
Oh, wow.
I don't think anyone, right? Surely.
I don't think so. I mean, you're playing pretty good. I would like to ask both of you, and first of all, Kiko, it's been a long time you make your role swap.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now? It's been 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you played mostly 8 to 9 matches already in a new role. Now, so you get to play against the best on Bangkok. How you feel?
I think I feel really comfortable. The team makes a lot of sacrifices to make sure I'm comfortable, so I'm happy for that. And yeah, just big shout out to Evo for helping me a lot.
Which kind of sacrifices?
How can you
Which
be
sacrifice
forgetting
are they
Daniel?
doing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just there's how would I say? Just like making sure I'm just comfortable on my role and just teaching me like a lot of different positions and a lot of like letting me make a lot of mistakes in practice and learn from it. I think that's the best way for me to learn. And yeah.
Still get to play Raze though.
Yeah,
Not totally, like you still get, you get to mess around for one map. Yeah.
You can still play.
Yeah, you can.
And also, Nuts, I would like to ask you, I mean, we've seen you not only as an IGL, more like a leader. Every single timeout, every single time I hear you talking, it's like, have you read any kind of book or something preparation? I mean, you all have the proper message. Well done, Patrick.
Yeah.
I like it. Keep it up. Come on. Yes, well done, Kiko. How you do it?
Who's your IGL? You're their IGL. Who's your IGL?
So answering about the books, I don't think I finished any leadership book yet. I'm reading a lot of different books. I'm reading one book at the same time, so it just depends from the mood, kinda.
Nice.
But about the leadership, I think it's coaching stuff helps a lot. Our performance coach, Leandro, helps a lot. Honestly, I think if the coaching stuff wouldn't be how it is this year, I don't know how it would go, because they help a lot, they give direction, they say, it's kind of as him, I'm learning a lot on the mistakes, and yeah, I think it's just like a lot. Evo is helping a lot, Daniel's helping a lot, performance coach helping a lot, Eamon helping a lot.
Even Eamon?
What do you mean?
What's he doing?
No.
I mean, he's so experienced.
Oh, Kiko disagrees.
No, Eamon's not doing much. I don't know. To be honest.
Are you?
I hope he's listening that right now.
He will. Is it fun? Are you having fun?
I'm actually enjoying.
Yeah?
Honestly, I'm enjoying being IGL and leader more than player. Honestly, I mean, maybe last 2 years it wasn't like something new as a player, and now as IGL I'm keep learning. I kind of like to learn a lot, and maybe that's why that fun. But yeah, I'm just enjoying, honestly.
Soaking it all in.
Yeah.
But as you guys know, you have a very dedicated fan base for Cats Nation. They're always behind you. They're out here. I'm sure they're watching. Are you guys aware of this? You like the Cats Nation?
Yes. Yes, I'm aware of Cats.
You say me what is it?
Huh?
You don't know about Cats Nation?
It's a collaboration. Every 2v5 IRs we're winning.
Collaboration.
Boom, exactly. I mean, how many 2v whats did you have today? It felt like it was always the two of you. Give us a bit of insight. How have you kind of reached this point of having the synergy? What do you do in those situations? Is there just like a natural chemistry going on in Cats Nation?
You want to answer?
You can answer.
I think overall it comes from the previous year, since we're together from previous. Even honestly, for previous year we weren't as working with each other as this year. I think it just naturally happens. Honestly, the way he plays, the way he sees the game, the way I play and I see the game, and it's just most of the time we just cover the gaps pretty naturally without even saying. I think we're both on the same page most of the time. I would say it's just naturally rather than something on like set. Naturally.
Yeah. What about you?
I mean, I think that we both really play on instinct, and I think that's like the most natural thing. And if you listen to our voice comms in any 2vx situations, they're incredible.
Yeah, give me a reenactment. What's
no, I cannot do.
Like?
No, I cannot do a reenactment.
Is it like I got this? Yeah, go on, Ayaz. You get your.
No, your voice you can do. Try my voice.
Yeah.
No, I cannot. It's just just constant stream of talking, and I think we're on the same page all the time.
Yeah. So now you're aware of this community. You're gonna give them some content, because they love it when you guys like clutch together. When you guys interact together, they love it.
So should we just bait the team then to have more clutch situations?
Yeah, you should make sure it's just only you two.
It's the only thing that matters. Winning.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Cats is the only thing that matters.
Make sure it's only you two. Only you two. Cats. I mean, we're a big fan of Cats. The Cats duo.
Yes, we are, obviously. How not? I mean, I already told you more than one time. Every single time you were coming to the Spanish broadcast, I told you I'm a biggest fan. And now you're with Kiko. I mean, Kiko is always trying to punish every single COI member, always killing a lot. We know it.
Oh no, he's getting
it. You hit today. You hit 1,000 kills, and I swear to God, that probably it could be 200 against Koi.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 kills.
It's what your
And for me,
1,000.
it took 3 years to point 1.5. Wait, what am I doing wrong though?
Yeah. So since the partnership era,
Oh,
you've
but
reached
franchise
1,000. Yeah.
No, but now you're cut, so it's 2,000.
Combined. It's combined.
better.
Yeah. It's combined. Everything is gonna have to be combined. Your mistakes are gonna have to be combined as well.
No.
Speaking
I'll see
of
your money.
speaking of, one of the narratives, one of the things people like to discuss is the way that you play the Cypher, the Viper, because you've always played the Cypher and Viper, and you've always been the person that plays this beautifully. Do you ever feel like on maps like Split or places where you've just done this so much that you are forced to do something new? Does it still work to just play the 2021, 2022 way? Or do you in your brain think, oh, I gotta do something else, they know I'm here, the timing is not quite right?
I mean, even if they know, they still need to kill me, right? I mean, it's
Surreal.
like I can't be doing the same stuff for 5 years and I'm still, I mean, one day I'll be getting punished a lot for it, but as I was always saying, I think it's all about adapting against some of the certain teams, some of the certain comps. It's just not gonna work out. And for me, it's like you can have 5 setups and you just need to understand when to use them.
Instinct.
I mean, yeah, because I mean, you can have 30 if you will not understand when to use them, they're not going to work anyway. So.
And how did you guys adapt to that Lotus comp that Koi brought out? We were very surprised that they just, it's an older comp, We weren't quite sure what they're going to do. So how did you feel about that?
I mean, they just played the standard comp. We played this like a lot, and it's very defaultish. It's not like something new to adapt to, I would say. And I think they're quite behind in terms of the meta. I think that this old style comp gets really punished by a lot of the new things that's happening on the map with Teho, with even Deadlock now and Vise, for example. But I think we didn't really face anything new today.
You guys are so cheesy though. You're so cheesy on Lotus. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Shout out Yao.
Yeah,
incredible
it's great
setups.
for us to watch, but I can't imagine having to play against all that.
I mean, I really like it when you were pushing out, getting rubble every single round, just walling up, setting out the deadlock traps. And by the way, talking about deadlock and also talking about Serial. I mean, he just came into the team, you are trying to adapt into him, and now you're playing with a double Sentinel. I mean, he used to play Sentinel on tier 2. How it's been for all of you work with Serial in order to get him ready to compete on VCT EMEA? I mean, it's a huge gap difference in between teams. Maybe it's not skill issues, but always on how to adapt into it.
So I think it's a question more to me. I mean, since we had already system in the team, it's a bit easier to just bring, because we were searching for the player, as we were saying on the podcast, that we think will fit.
Shout out to the podcast, sorry. Thanks for the plug, Nats. Yeah, carry on.
I mean, I have a brain, I know how to YouTube channel. Am I allowed? Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
No,
you say whatever you want, mate.
Yeah, so we just knew who we're going to pick up. We knew that he will be fine in our system. And I think it's more time goes, naturally he feels better and better on the server. It's like it's not 1 week thing, not 2, 3, 4 weeks. It's still going to improve day by day, week by week. But I think it's going better. And it's going good.
Who took him to the barbers? Who took him to get his haircut? He had a haircut, right? He looks new. Did any of you go with him? He went by himself?
I think Eamon had a suggestion.
Oh. Wait, he told him to get a haircut?
He told him the place.
Recommended.
Oh, none of you guys went with him? All right. I thought you might.
He went so far away, though.
Oh,
we live
I
quite
see.
far apart, so.
Oh, you don't all live together in Berlin? So what's the living situation? Who lives with whom?
I mean, we cannot say on the broadcast.
No, I don't mean like where. I mean like, are you two living together, for example?
No, one by one.
Ah, okay.
You're cats. How are you not living together? You should.
I can't believe it.
That'd be quite weird.
You should be living
I
together.
have a wife by
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like your little brother.
Oli, wife is more important than cats,
Nah.
okay? Let's come on.
Okay.
Ah, Kiko disagrees. Kiko's trying to get
Now
him
you
in
would
trouble.
like to play a 2x5 win serial.
Yeah, you're trying to get him in trouble. I think
What is going on right now, guys?
going off of the, I'll bring it back to earth. Going off of the serial question that Uli asked, how are you integrating him outside the game? Because as you guys know, moving to Berlin when you're young by yourself is really rough. That could really affect you even mentally. That bleeds into the game. So what are you guys doing? Maybe like team bonding, or how are you making sure that he feels included and grows a bit faster?
You want?
I mean, okay, he is living with the staff, so I think it's like a lot easier to transition from last year. We were living together, but now this year we decided that we're gonna live alone. So I think that him living with all the staff, I think it's it's easier to integrate into the team, and it's like more comfortable, because last year was a bit scary even when I moved here. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
The food, the
Yeah, the
weather. It's sunny now. It's starting to get sunny, which is really, really nice.
Good.
Yeah, the weather is great. What is also great is you guys making playoffs. So let's take a look at the standing, because with your win, a lot of things are now a little bit easier when it comes to permutation. So Group Alpha, we have the 4 teams locked for playoffs, and yes, you guys are correct in assuming that even though Na'Vi are 1-2, they actually have a chance to make Seed 1. They just have to win both their games. And
Giants and Apex is gone, right?
Yep, they're completely eliminated on Group Alpha. But in your group, you are the first to qualify. And if BBL beats Gentlemates tomorrow, then that locks in Foot and Casey and BBL. So that's a very big game for tomorrow as well. And I remember a lot of players sitting on this couch throughout the season talking about Group Alpha, Group of Death is so hard. But it kind of turned out, Kiko, that your group is quite deathy. It's so hard. Everyone's kind of, anyone could beat anyone, that kind of vibe. Do you agree?
I mean, yeah, I think that their group is just more top heavy, and I think our group is, everyone's like pretty even, and I think it could go either way, to be honest.
How do you feel, Nats? Who do you think is going to make it actually for the rest of it?
I mean, let's see how the BBL will play against Gentlemates. I just think, yes, overall, for watching to the other group, I mean, on the paper they are stronger, but I think nowadays, especially how the right is changing game and the meta is changing, I think it's no more that you can actually say who is going to pass the group stage, 100%. You don't know what the team's going to bring. Even if you go with the anti-strat, team can just change the comp, and it's just impossible to anti-strat. That's why, I mean, yes, on paper the group Alpha is better, but I think nowadays everyone is even, especially the teams who is switching to the comps. You need to adapt a lot. So I think it's just my opinion about that.
Playoffs is going to be hype.
And also moving into playoff, you never played against Alpha group yet on the stage 1. Who is the team you want to face the most?
I mean,
surely Vitality.
We didn't play Na'Vi, we didn't play Fnatic. We played Vitality and Heretics.
On kickoff you play them. Who you want to face?
Get your revenge.
Vitality, I would say. I want to play them again.
I would say Fnatic.
Whoa, why?
Fnatic and Vitality, I like it. Both matchups.
Oh, it's his Kron. Yeah, Gambit crumbs.
I mean, I can say Na'Vi, I just...
No, give us the Gambit crumbs.
We can, okay. As you wish.
Thank you, Naz. Thank you, thank you. Of course, your next game, it'll be your last game of group stage. It's going to be more about seeding. It will be KC, and that's the last time you faced Sadak. You weren't IGL yet. I don't think you were quite IGL yet. Unless you weren't, you just didn't tell us about it.
I don't
do you remember the last time you played Sadak?
I think it was 2024 Los Angeles. Wait, 2023?
No, it was Champs 2024. You were right.
Yeah.
It was not Champs. It was
Champs Los Angeles.
Yeah, you're right.
Against
you're right.
Loud, they eliminated us, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then the time before that, do you remember that? How good's your memory?
When I last time played against him.
Yeah. So before you faced Loud, the Champs.
I never played against him.
Oh, you did?
Did I?
You did, indeed.
Ooh. Okay, so 2020. Wait, 2021.
I think it was maybe 2022, but it was it was the M3C Gambit days. They remember. He will remember because it was it was Gambit. It was Gambit.
No,
I think about it, it was Gambit.
Because 2022 we didn't qualify anywhere.
You're right. It was 2021.
But what team he played?
Vikings.
Oh, that,
and they took a map off of you, and I was pooping my pants when that happened because I was like, Gambit's gonna be so easy, and then you lost the map. I was like, oh no.
I think we lost bind, right?
Yeah, it was.
I think I was 1-12 there that game.
Oh wait, no, no, you weren't. You weren't. Nobody remembers that game. Nobody remembers that game.
I remember, unfortunately.
No one remembers. But how are you feeling this time around? Because obviously he's gone on to achieve a lot. You've gone on to achieve a lot. Very different places, different teams. Have you been watching some of the stuff Casey are doing? How are you feeling about this?
I mean, I saw the way they play. I mean, it's interesting to face that kind of play style because I think they play kind of their own meta. No one is playing the way they play. So that's why it will be interesting to face that actually on the server. And yeah, I mean, they bringing something theirs, and he's bringing his ideas, Sadak is bringing his idea. Would be cool to face it. Would be cool to face Ench again.
Oh yeah, oh my god, the Gambit crumbs, keep them coming. How are you two feeling about this Casey game?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it depends on the for the seeding. I think that if KC win this week against who is it?
Oh my goodness, it's
Casey is playing Foot.
Oh yeah, on Friday. That's a big game.
And
huge game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. They're the only team that can take first seed if we.
But wait, how is that gonna be if they lose to Foot and they win us?
Well, if BBL wins tomorrow, then all 4 of you are qualified. There would just be seeding games on Friday, and then that comes down to a bunch of other things that needs to happen.
Oh,
yeah. So just make sure you just win all your games. You know, just win all your games and hope for the best.
Yes.
What about you, Uli? How are you feeling about that one?
Well, I think it's going to be a good match. I mean, right now it's hard to trust that much on Karmine Corp compared to Team Liquid. I mean, Liquid is playing pretty good. Every single match you are just improving, showing new micros, showing just trying to swap everything you're doing on a match. By the way, talking about swapping things, something that we were talking on Analyst before. Meanwhile, we were not on live. We were talking about how you're trying to decide where to use some tactics, some micros you're doing. Are you sometimes maybe going into instinct, improvising, or bringing some new things? Or is everything that you were talking before with Lohan and coach and stuff?
Sometimes we play on the fly. Naturally.
Naturally?
Yeah.
You practice a lot?
We're grinding the game. We're living in the game.
By the way, not talking about practicing a lot. I mean, when are we going to see some Yoku from Cats? Because I need to.
Yoku?
Well, actually, this.
You can start streaming on the mornings.
Yeah, you know how many times I said to him, you want to go play?
How many?
At least 10 times.
So why
I'm
are
not
you
gonna
saying
say
no?
That's crazy. Okay, let's speak about that.
Okay.
I'm actually excited right now.
For bringing the good things.
Okay, focus up what you say.
Yeah.
Okay, so currently, I haven't played a single ranked game this season.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yes, and it was my routine for kickoff as well. I didn't touch a single ranked game. I think it just makes you a worse player. So
people just gonna stop playing the game right now.
You're not sure.
I'm not
trolling. You know how people lie.
No,
you're not lying.
No, I'm not.
Is your coaches are okay with that? They're like, do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not fine.
It's not, but coaches said I'm shooting straight. I'm playing well, and I'm learning each day. So it's
wow. So what are you doing instead?
VOD reviews.
Oh.
Whoa.
Important.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
Very important.
Yeah, don't lie.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean I am?
How about this? If you make Toronto, there's a couple weeks between the end of the finals and you having to go there. Will you play some ranked? Will we see some Cats on stream? Is that? Are you gonna? Maybe once or twice here and there?
Yeah, if he wakes up a little bit later, and because 9 AM is a bit harsh.
You can come later though.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
I'm still in ranked.
Okay,
I've been trying to convince Ayaz to play some some fun games on stream.
He's trying to force me to
Ayaz doesn't want to play.
Y'all need to play like a split decision. It takes two, something like that. People would watch that. That would be content. Yeah. Maybe Valorant console. We get you on Valorant console.
Oh, I would be good at console.
Yeah.
Are you good with that?
We have a controller.
I used to be a controller player.
We have a station. We have it in the studio. Next time, maybe
1v1.
Next week.
Who's win?
Yes.
There is any chance?
Content idea locked in.
I might gonna win actually.
Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. You've qualified now. We can mess around a little bit. But thank you very, very much for joining me. Congratulations once again for securing playoff. Thank you very much, Uli, as well for being here. We will be back for more Valorant games tomorrow and for more permutations and of course the race for playoffs. Not over just yet. Have a lovely evening tonight. We'll see you back here tomorrow starting with BBL versus Gentlemates. We'll see you then. The race for playoffs is heating up and it is do or die for our teams this week if they want the chance to make it to Masters Toronto.
One enemy remaining.
I love you.
Just LeBron James or something.
Vitality are looking clean, and let's not forget, this is Apex's map pick, but it's off to a terrible start.
Nice, guys. What are they doing?
The spike is set to explode. Masterful conclusion to this map for Vitality. It is do or die for Apex.
Let's go, guys!
fluorescent, my goodness! For Apex, this seems like the bounce back. It's all falling apart for Apex! Someone check his PC. What's happened? The waiting arms of Vitality wrap around and squeeze any life out of Apex's chances for playoffs.
This one's got everything. Playoffs hopes, elimination pressure, and two teams with something huge to prove.
Look at him. He knows what he's done.
Eyes.
Chicken jockey, banana donkey.
One enemy.
Good job, boys.
Nice!
Uh-oh, Filu. Oh, it's gorgeous from Filu.
One remaining.
Nats to sign it, seal it, and deliver it. 13-9, but Koi looking much better than I've seen. That is unforgivable at this point.
One enemy. One enemy remaining.
The fuse comes in. Rubino can only watch as his chances are ripped away.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.